documents. Dépôt des documents. Are you going to go first? Okay. The Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
In order to inform parliamentarians and Canadians on the government's overall performance, I have the honour to table in both official languages, on behalf of departments and agencies, 92 performance reports for 2008-9 and their companion piece, a report entitled Canada's Performance.
Is that it? Tabling of documents. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 36.8, I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's responses to 13 petitions.
They might need some help carrying.
Tabling of documents. The Honourable Minister of National Revenue. Mr. Speaker, I have the honour of presenting in both official languages, pursuant to Standing Order 32.2, the annual report for 2008-2009 for the Canada Revenue Agency of Canada.
Introduction of government bills. Statements by ministers. Déclaration des ministres. Reports from interparliamentary delegations. Presenting reports from committee. The Honourable Member for Niagara West Glanbrook.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour to present in both official languages the fifth report of the Standing Committee on Human Resources, Skills and Social Development and Status with Persons with Disabilities in relation to Bill C-280, an act to amend the Employment Insurance Act for qualifications for and entitlement to benefits. The committee has decided the bill and has decided to report the bill back to the House with an amendment. Thank you.
Presenting reports from committee, the Honourable Member for Abbotsford.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, I have the honour of presenting in both official languages the 12th report of the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights.
Reference of Wednesday, May 27, 2009. Your committee has considered Bill C-232, an act to amend the Supreme Court Act, understanding the official languages, has agreed on Wednesday, November 4th, 2009, to report it without amendment.
Presenting reports from committees. Dépôt de projet de loi éminent des députés. Introduction bills. Mr. Charlton, seconded by Mr. Allen Wellen, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Canada Pension Plan, Arrears of Benefit. This motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for Hamilton Mountain.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I am pleased to introduce legislation today that was seconded by my colleague, the member from Welland, that would allow for full retroactive payments plus interest when someone applies for benefits under the Canada Pension Plan. The CPP is a pay-as-you-go contribution-based program that is funded solely by employers and employees. It is absurd that a person who is late in applying for his or her pension under the CPP is only entitled to 11 months of retroactive benefits. It is not the government's money. The bill would put an end to this insufficient and unfair period of retroactivity and would do the same for disability pensions or survivor's pension and a disabled contributor's child benefit. 93% of Canadians are members of the CPP. By making sure that they can access the benefits that are rightfully theirs, will help to reverse the tide that is currently sweeping over 250,000 Canadian seniors into a life of poverty. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Ms. Charlton, seconded by Mr. Allen Wellen, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Mr. Miller, seconded by Mr. Law, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Department of Agriculture and Agri-Food Act, Individuals or Entities Engaged in Farming Operations. This motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for Bruce Grey, Owen Sound.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and it's a great pleasure for me to introduce this private member's bill, as you said, an act to amend the Department of Agriculture and Agri-Food Act. And I'm going to, my own nickname for it, Mr. Speaker, would be farm program eligibility. And the purpose of this bill, Mr. Speaker, is to ensure that actual farmers are the primary target and beneficiaries of federally funded farm programs. The bill would also ensure that farm program benefits cannot be paid out by the federal government to large publicly traded and international companies, slaughter plants, or grain trading companies that may happen to also own some agriculture production units. And another important part of this bill, Mr. Speaker, is it will ensure the beginning farmers will be eligible for programs and has a very low gross receipts threshold for those young farmers. So with great pleasure, I table this, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Monsieur Miller, appuyé par Monsieur.
Mr. Miller, seconded by Mr. Lobb, moves that this bill be read a first time and printed. The motion is deemed adopted.
This bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When will the bill be read for a second time? At the next sitting of the House.
Mr. Alan Welland, seconded by Ms. Charlton, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Excise Tax Act, No GST on Poppies or Poppy Wreaths. This motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for Welland.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I thank my colleague from Hamilton Mountain for seconding this bill. As we are aware, Mr. Speaker, as we head to Remembrance Day, the wearing of poppies, which all of us in this House are doing and will be doing up until that day, that it is the major fundraiser for the veterans and for the Legion branches, which use that money to help those veterans who are in need. And what we found, Mr. Speaker, is that when the Dominion Command has to go and purchase those poppies, they pay the GST. We need every penny to go to veterans, Mr. Speaker. And one of the ways to make sure that every penny goes to veterans, because that's what the Legion branches do, every penny goes to veterans, is we need to give back that GST to those veterans. They deserve it, and we have a right to give it back to them. We should do that, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much.
Mr. Alan Welland.
Mr. Alan Welland.
Bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
Première lecture de ce projet de loi. First reading of this bill.
When shall the bill be read a second time? The next sitting of the House. Introduction of private members' bills. First reading of Senate public bills. Motions. Motion. The Honourable Member for York West.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I seek unanimous consent for the following motion. That this House directs the Minister of Finance to take all necessary steps to immediately bring forward an amendment to the Bankruptcy and Insolvency Act in an effort to provide those with a financial stake in a company pension plan with the appropriate protections in the event their employer becomes insolvent. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Does the Honourable Member for York West have unanimous consent of the House for this motion? No. There's no consent. Motions. Motion. Presenting petitions. Présentation des pétitions. The Honourable Member for Wellington Halton Hills.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I have the honour of presenting a petition calling for the creation of a new national park in the Toronto region.
Petition signed by Canadians calling on the Government of Canada to work with the Province of Ontario to establish a national park in the Rouge watershed in the Greater Toronto Area so as to protect a nationally significant portion of Canada's landscape known as the Eastern Deciduous Forest, also known as the Carolinian Forest Zone, an area that contains numerous flora and fauna on the endangered species list. I note, Mr. Speaker, that the House adopted a motion moved by the Honourable Pauline Browse in January of 1990 calling for the same thing, namely the establishment of a park by the Canadian government in the Rouge watershed.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Elmwood Transcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My petition calls for the release of Ms. Bertukan Medeksa from arbitrary imprisonment. Ms. Medeksa is president of the Unity for Democracy and Justice Party of Ethiopia and has been held by the government since December of 2008 without charge for a politically motivated life sentence. According to the Amnesty International, she's a prisoner of conscience. She's been pardoned of all charges against her before being arrested again for no reason. She's had no formal hearings, has been given no access to her lawyer. Human rights organizations have been denied access, and also her family contacts have been severely limited. She's been held in solitary confinement in life-threatening conditions. Mr. Speaker, the petitioners call on the House of Commons to pass private members' motion M334, which requests that the government make use of every means at its disposal, in addition to working with all allies in the international community and at the United Nations, to exert maximum pressure on the government of Ethiopia to immediately unconditionally release Ms. Medeksa and allow her to participate fully in her position as leader of a political party.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Brandon Souris.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to present three petitions today from Alberta and Quebec. As you know, Mr. Speaker, Canadians love to read and they love to share, and it's in support of my library book bill, which is an act to amend the Canada Post Corporation Act, library materials, which will protect and support the library book rate and extend it to include audio-visual materials.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's my honor to present a petition signed by over 100 petitioners in solidarity with the people of Iran. The petition reflects the results of the June 12th presidential election in Iran and a concern that has been reflected in this House and elsewhere throughout Canada on behalf of the violations of human rights in Iran by its government. This petition is in fact consistent with an all-party motion that I had the honor to present to the House on June 17th in solidarity with the democratic aspirations of the people of Iran.
Présentation des pétitions.
Presenting petitions.
Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Question number Q426 will be answered today. Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, a supplementary response to question Q320, originally tabled on September 14, 2009, could be made in order for return. This return would be tabled immediately.
Is it the pleasure of the House that question number Q320 be made in order for return and be tabled immediately? Agreed, so ordered. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Finally, Mr. Speaker, I ask that the remaining questions be allowed to stand.
Is that agreed? Agreed and so ordered. Before calling orders of the day, I wish to return to the point of order raised yesterday by the Honourable Member for Wascana. The message transmitting the supplementary estimates B for 2009-2010 presented yesterday by the President of the Treasury Board was indeed in the proper form and signed by Justice Thomas Cromwell in his capacity as Deputy to Her Excellency the Governor-General. Orders of the day. Order du jour.
Ordre amenant du gouvernement, projet de loi amenant du gouvernement.
Government bills.
56, Fairness for the Self-Employed Act.
Ms. Finley, seconded by Mr. O'Connor, moves that Bill C-56, an act to amend the Employment Insurance Act and to make consequential amendments to other acts, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Human Resources, Skills and Social Development and the Status of Persons with Disabilities. Debate. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for the Government House Leader is rising on a point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, on June 3, 2009, the Deputy Speaker ruled on Bill C-280, an act to amend the Employment Insurance Act, qualification for and entitlement of benefits. That, and I quote, Mr. Speaker, Bill C-280 proposes changes to the employment insurance program that includes lowering the threshold for becoming a major attachment claimant to 360 hours, setting benefits payable to 55% of the average weekly insurable earnings during the highest paid 12 weeks. It is abundantly clear to the Chair that such changes to the employment insurance program have the effect of authorizing increased expenditures for the Consolidated Revenue Fund in a manner and for purposes not currently authorized, end of quote. On June 10, 2009, Bill C-280 was adopted at second reading and referred to the Standing Committee on Human Resources, Skills and Social Development and the Status of Persons with Disabilities. On November 3, 2009, during clause-by-clause consideration of the bill, the member for Chambly-Boudreaux moved an amendment to Clause 5 of Bill C-280 to increase the weekly benefits payable to a claimant from 55% of the average weekly insurable earnings to 60% of the average weekly insurable earnings. A further increase to the benefits payable from 55 to 60% of the average weekly insurable earnings would require a royal recommendation and therefore is out of order. That is why when the amendment was moved to the chair of the committee chair stated, and I quote, "This would normally require a royal recommendation. This would be out of order. But we're going to vote on this anyway because it's come before us," end of quote. The amendment to Clause 5 therefore was adopted. Mr. Speaker, page 655 of Marleau and Montpetit states that amendments requiring a royal recommendation are not admissible in committee. In particular, Marleau and Montpetit states that, and I quote, "An amendment must not offend the financial initiative of the Crown. An amendment is therefore inadmissible if it imposes a charge on the public treasury. or if it extends the objects or purposes or relaxes the conditions and qualifications as expressed in the royal recommendation." End of quote. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I submit that the amendment should be struck from the report and the bill should be deemed to have been reported from committee without amendment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
L'honorable député de Chambly-Bourdois.
The honourable member for Chambly-Bourdois. Mr. Speaker, there are two things that strike me in what was raised by my honourable colleague. And this amendment in committee is out of order in our opinion for two reasons. First of all, the bill being considered by the committee and that is the subject of today's report already generated costs. 360 hours, as we know, and the fact that the amendment is added to allow for benefits to be raised from 55 to 60% respected a principle that was recognized as being considered by this House at committee and refers to the House itself. That's the first level of my argument. The second level, Mr. Speaker, is that we have to remember that this House adopted the fact that the EI fund should be distinct from the National Treasury. De facto, Mr. Speaker, it is the fund itself, the account itself, that must meet the additional costs generated by these new measures. With all due respect to your previous rulings, Mr. Speaker, we sincerely believe that when it comes to improving EI benefits, these measures do not need a royal recommendation per se. They should be part of a decision made by parliamentarians here, a majority thereof, and thus when the House made a decision, that should be the subject of legislation. Thank you. Honourable Member for Acadie-Bathurst. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to speak to this particular point. When the government says that it needs royal recommendation and that you need to give us a ruling, I'd like to remind you, Mr. Speaker, and I think you know, that the committee is master of its own actions. This was done in committee. That was already accepted. It already was accepted that it would go to second reading. It was accepted that the Parliamentary Committee on Human Resources would take care of this bill, and it was considered. So I think that there was no refusal of seeing it go to committee. The government argued that it needed royal recommendation, but we have a chance to study a bill and work on it and bring it back here. I suggest, and I think, that it should go to third reading, and then you can look at the bill in its entirety. Otherwise, you're interfering in the affairs of a committee. There's always been a custom here that committees are masters of their own activities.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleagues for their interventions, but I must disagree with their interpretation of what needs to be done here, Mr. Speaker. Let me first deal with the latter intervention first. My honourable colleague from Acadia-Bathurst has stated that the committees are masters of their own fate, and in effect that is true. However, Mr. Speaker, if chairs of committees are out of order in some of their rulings, of course an appeal can be made to the chair, and you're well aware of that. I would suggest, Mr. Speaker, in this particular case, the chair of the committee already confirmed that the amendment would require a royal recommendation. He stated that in the quotes that I provided in my point of order. And as such, Mr. Speaker, quite clearly on page 655 of Marlowe and Montpetit, which all members understand, guide our committee work, guide our parliamentarians in the procedures and practices of our work here in Parliament. Page 655 quite clearly states that any royal recommendation must be ruled out of order. In other words, Mr. Speaker, any amendment to a report in committee that requires a royal recommendation must be deemed inadmissible. That is quite clear. That is part of the rules. That is part of the procedures and practices that we follow here in Parliament. So therefore, Mr. Speaker, I think it would be advisable for the Chair to determine if this amendment did require a royal recommendation. Quite clearly, the Chair of the committee believes it is. It requires such a royal recommendation. Should the Chair, should the Speaker of this place obviously agree with the Chair of the committee, then according to Marlowe and Montpetit, it must be deemed to be inadmissible. That's why my point, Mr. Speaker, my point of order is suggesting that you make a ruling on the amendment, and therefore, if it does require a royal recommendation, I believe you are obliged to come back and ask for the report to be amended without amendment reported back to this House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Je veux remercier les députés pour
I wish to thank the members for their interventions.
the amendment. Honorable député de Montmorency.
The honourable member for Montmorency. Yes, Mr. Speaker, I just want to clarify one thing here. The last comment made by the Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader. In committee, the fact that the amendment might be out of order was never raised. It was called into question, and this is evidence of this whole issue of royal recommendation. I want to reiterate that in committee, we never considered that the amendment was out of order.
I'll go to the Parliamentary Secretary for another brief point.
Very briefly, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for your consideration. I must correct my honourable colleague, and I quote, as I did my original point of order, I quote again. According to the Chair of the committee, when speaking about the amendment, the Chair stated, this would normally require a royal recommendation. This would be out of order. So, Mr. Speaker, my honourable colleague's point that it is not out of order, that it was never discussed in committee, is quite incorrect.
I think I've heard enough on. Je pense que j'ai entendu suffit.
I think I've heard sufficient to consider this case. Does the honourable member for Chambly-Bordua want to make another point? A very brief point, Mr. Speaker, because my colleague, the whip here, is perfectly right. The distinction is our Conservative colleagues said it very well. It could be a royal recommendation. That's one fact. And the fact of not accepting an amendment. It was considered in order. Since it was considered in order, I think it has all due authority.
Again, I thank honourable members for their interventions, of course, and we'll take this matter under advisement, examine the points raised by members, and come back to the House in due course. Move on to Bill C-56, debate. The Honourable Minister of Human Resources.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, today I am very pleased to introduce Bill C-56, the Fairness for the Self-Employed Act. Mr. Speaker, our government knows that self-employed Canadians should not have to choose between their family and their business responsibilities. Extending access to employment insurance special benefits to the self-employed is the fair and the right thing to do. Our government knows that families are the foundation of this great country, and this bill is yet another example of how our government is providing support and choice for Canadian families. It's good family policy, and it represents one of the most significant enhancements to the EI program in the last decade.
Self-employed Canadians are very often the people driving innovation in our economy. These are the people who harness creativity, courage, and capital to build better lives. They build stronger communities and, in turn, a stronger country. About 2.6 million Canadians are self-employed. They account for more than 15% of the workforce.
It's very important to note that the self-employed have been asking for these benefits for quite some time. And for 13 years, the former Liberal government completely ignored them and their families. But our Conservative government is responding by taking action. Mr. Speaker, self-employed Canadians come from a broad range of situations and their incomes vary widely. They're professionals, scientists, technicians, tradespeople, and retailers. Their work ranges from agriculture and construction to real estate and the performing arts. Mr. Speaker, it's important to note that about 1/3 of all self-employed women are of childbearing age. And many of them are choosing self-employment because it provides the flexibility of combining a career with raising a family. And in tough economic times like these, self-employment also offers a way for many laid-off workers to stay active in the labor market. Our government believes that the supports available to people who choose this path are insufficient today. And that's why we're talking about supports that many salaried employees consider a given. Salaried employees who pay EI premiums have access through the EI program to a number of special benefits: maternity leave, parental leave, sickness and injury leave, and compassionate care leave. The self-employed, sadly, do not. But our government believes this is unfair. A year ago, the Prime Minister said, and I quote, "Self-employed Canadians and those who one day hope to be should not have to choose between starting a family and starting a business because of government policy. They should be able to pursue their dreams, both as entrepreneurs and as parents." End of quote. I said they balk.
At that time, we were planning to extend maternity and parental benefits to the self-employed. Our Conservative government keeps its commitments to Canadians. In fact, this bill, we are exceeding our commitment. Our government is proposing to extend all EI special benefits, including maternity, parental benefits, sickness and compassionate care, to the self-employed. This bill will have a significant impact on the lives of self-employed Canadians. Self-employed mothers and fathers will now have the option of taking some time off of work to spend with their newborn in their very important first year. With access to maternity and parental benefits, they no longer have to miss the first time their baby talks or walks.
That increasing numbers of adults are becoming part of what's known as the sandwich generation and are taking care of an elderly parent. With access to compassionate care benefits, self-employed Canadians will be able to take time away from work to care for a terminally ill parent or other relative. Every Canadian knows how important it is to be able to spend time with and to care for family. And this bill will give self-employed Canadians the same opportunity. Overall, the special benefits for the self-employed would mirror those available to salaried employees under the EI program. Contributions and benefits for the self-employed would be comparable whether earnings came from self-employment, salaried employment, or a mix of the two. And Mr. Speaker, while our overall goal is to make these special benefits for the self-employed the same as those for salaried employees, some adjustments are needed to reflect the unique nature of this type of employment. Specifically, participation in the program will be voluntary. Qualification will be based on earnings, not on hours worked. The self-employed will have to contribute to the program for at least 1 year prior to claiming benefits, and once they've made a claim, they'll need to continue contributions on future self-employed income. The self-employed would pay the same premium rate as salaried employees, and they would not be required to pay the employer's portion of the premium rate. And this is quite simply is to recognize the fact that the self-employed will not have access to EI regular benefits, the ones that people collect when they've been laid off. Now, we expect that between 300,000 and 500,000 Canadians will apply for this coverage over the next 3 years. Monsieur le Président?
Mr. Speaker, I would like to specify that self-employed residents of Quebec would continue to receive maternity and parental benefits through the Quebec Parental Insurance Program provided by the Government of Quebec. They would, however, be eligible to take advantage of the sickness and compassionate care benefits being offered by the Government of Canada through the EI program.
Mr. Speaker, the changes that we're making to create fairness for the self-employed go well beyond the commitments in the speech from the throne and Budget 2009. This is one of the most significant enhancements to the EI program in the last decade. And it's just the latest in a whole series of timely enhancements that we've made to ensure that EI remains responsive to the needs of Canadians. Our Economic Action Plan is geared toward helping Canadian workers and their families get through the global economic downturn. And by helping Canadian workers in all walks of life, we're helping families and communities in our overall economy. We believe that these individual Canadian entrepreneurs will play a leading role in our economic recovery. We need their skills, we need their experience, and we need their energy to meet the challenges to come. That's why our government believes that these Canadians deserve to have access to EI special benefits. Because, Mr. Speaker, it's the fair and it's the right thing to do.
Right on.
Our government knows that self-employed Canadians should not have to choose between their family and their business responsibilities. But, Mr. Speaker, you don't have to take my word for it. The response to the tabling earlier this week of C-56 has been a chorus of positive response across a broad range of employment sectors. We heard this from the agricultural community. Richard Phillips, the Executive Director of Grain Growers Canada, said Tuesday on CTV News, and I quote, "For a lot of young farm families, this could be the difference whether they stay on the farm or leave the farms." And he added in a news release that this legislation, and I quote, "is very welcome. This has huge potential for quality of life in rural Canada," end quote. From the small business community, Catherine Swift, President of the Canadian Federation of Independent Business, said in yesterday's Montreal Gazette, "The initiative fills a glaring gap for people running their own business, especially women. We have a lot of women members. They'd like to have a child, and yet abandoning your business is not an option," end quote. Next, to the town which forms part of my beautiful riding of Haldimand, Norfolk, Shane Curtis, President of the Tillsonburg District Chamber of Commerce, said Tuesday in the Tillsonburg News, quote, "I think it's a fantastic thing from a couple of different perspectives. It promotes women to be in business and to be self-employed. It will promote self-employed women to have children," end quote. From one end of the country to the other, people have been getting behind this legislation. John Winter, the chair of the Coalition of BC Businesses, said in a release on Tuesday, quote, "It's only fair. British Columbians who hang their shingle should not have to choose between raising a family and raising a business." I couldn't agree with him more, Mr. Speaker. But the contractors have waded in as well. In a media release on Tuesday, Phil Hochstein, President of the Independent Contractors and Businesses Association, said, quote, "Many independent contractors work as owner-operators, from truckers to drywallers to painters, and with these challenging economic times, the extra security offered with extending EI special benefits is welcome," end quote. But it continues, Mr. Speaker. Dale Ripplinger, President of the Canadian Real Estate Association, is quoted in a news release on Tuesday saying, quote, "This is an important step to level the benefits playing field for self-employed Canadians. We look forward to working with the government to ensure access to EI benefits for realtors, which can help balance career and family life," end quote. Now, I would suggest that the opposition listen not just to me, but to Canadians who are demanding that this legislation be passed. People like Stephen Waddell, National Executive Director of the Alliance of Canadian Cinema, Television and Radio Artists, better known to many as ACTRA. They represent creative people across the country. And in a news release, he said, "This legislation is a question of basic fairness and equal treatment for Canadian workers. We're calling on the Liberals, NDP and Bloc to avoid an election and get this initiative passed into law."
Here, here.
Now, the previous Liberal government ignored these Canadians for 13 long years.
Exactly.
Self-employed Canadians want this bill to pass. They're trusting us to deliver for them. But they also know that the Liberals and the Bloc let down other Canadians. Hundreds of thousands of long-tenured workers were let down by Liberals and Bloc through their opposition to C-50 earlier this week. Now, surely, when many of their own members have been calling for this bill, I hope that they will get behind the Fairness to the Self-Employed Act. On March 5th of this year, Mr. Speaker, the leader of the official opposition himself said in the Toronto Star, "The self-employed are the largest category of Canadians without EI protections. So we think if we're going to be a compassionate society, and if we want to get stimulus in, that would be a good place to go." End quote. Even the Bloc has expressed support. The member for Saint-Lambert said in this House on the same day, quote, "I think offering self-employed workers the opportunity to contribute to employment insurance on a voluntary basis is long overdue." End quote. And finally, Mr. Speaker, on Tuesday night on CTV's Power Play, the Liberal MP for Markham Unionville said, "We support this bill in principle." End quote. Well, Mr. Speaker, I encourage them all to support this bill in reality by voting for it. The Liberals and the Bloc let down long-tenured workers. Will they let down the millions of self-employed Canadians as well?
I hope not.
Self-employed Canadians want to know. Will they be let down too? Because, Mr. Speaker, Canadians want this bill to pass.
Here, here.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank the Minister for her comments. I think that bringing the self-employed into the EI system is something that I think all parties agree with in principle. And the question is, does this legislation do it? We certainly feel it's worth a serious look, and we'd be inclined to support it as long as some of the questions that come out of committee are answered in terms of cost, in terms of who's eligible, in terms of who's defined as self-employed, questions that haven't been answered yet but can be answered on closer examination at committee. So I think that this is appears to be a good first step. But I want to ask the Minister a question that comes out of the budget of 2009, page 100, where it states, "The Minister of Human Resources and Skills Development will be asked to establish an expert panel that will consult Canadians on how best to provide self-employed Canadians with access to EI, maternity and parental benefits." That was earlier this year. What happened to that expert panel?
The Honourable Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I do believe that the honourable member knows the answer to that question. I did explain it to him several months ago. We did, indeed, engage to have an expert panel review the options for this particular initiative over the course of the summer. However, Mr. Speaker, in June of this previous spring, the honourable member's leader, the leader of the official opposition, and the country's Prime Minister agreed to have a bipartisan panel work on issues related to EI over the summer. We were to work on that and develop initiatives that would help Canadians. One of the initiatives that we were looking at least we were attempting to look at, was this very one, Mr. Speaker, because we believed that by working together cooperatively, we could address this issue in a timely manner. That the work that the EI panel was to do was then to replace the expert panel. So, Mr. Speaker, the honourable member was actually part of the de facto expert panel.
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Chambly-Bordua. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'd also like to say that we're very interested in this bill, which deserves to be improved. It's been some years that the Bloc has been asking that self-employed workers, which I think, represent 22% of the workforce in Quebec. I think the minister said 7% in Canada, but in any case, it's a very significant pool of workers who have no coverage, especially federally. So they have no EI coverage. So we welcome the principle of the bill, and we will look into how to improve it with the minister and her department so that it will benefit self-employed workers the most. My question: special leave, which in the case of Quebec, well, we know that parental leave, maternity leave, has been transferred to Quebec with also a transfer of costs of 35 cents, I believe. So right now, Quebec assumes the responsibility for the costs of parental leave. Now, will the benefits in C-56, will they help to partially, that will help self-employed workers? So 35% of these costs that are there for compassionate leave and sick leave, can the minister tell us how they came up with this number, 35%? The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think we must realize that there are 500,000 independent workers in Quebec, and we have to help them. We want there's a special program in Quebec for maternity and paternity leave for workers. Now, this is a mandatory program. The other thing in C-56 is a voluntary program which would give people the option of receiving sick leave benefits or compassionate leave benefits, and the rate is comparable to what is paid for EI in Quebec, $1.36 per dollar of income. So it's the same idea that holds in the rest of Canada. The questions and comments, the Honourable Member for Acadie Bathurst. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
It's a step in the right direction, but I want to go what the Minister has said. She said, I want equal treatment. And I take that pretty serious when we talk, we want equal treatment. But if we want equal treatment, I will refer her, and I'm ready to give her one of the report was put to the House when I went across the country from Newfoundland right up to British Columbia, done every province. I made a report of that. Lacks of response to the new labor market. And at that time was the self-employed. And the unemployment insurance program is now staying as not response to the new reality of the labor market. More workers are not classified as self-employed. And we have all of this here, and I know I just have so much time to raise the question. Why in her bill that she did not have put, if she wants people to be treated equal, if they lose their job, they have no employment, they cannot be part of the employment insurance and collect the employment insurance? Because she said they have to make a choice between the family, the employment, and all of that. And many of them, and through the trip that I have done and the study, most of them was women that become self-employed because business say, I don't need your services, but I will take you as a self-employed to do the same work, they lost all the benefits and everything. Why is this bill is not equal to everybody, especially because the minister bragged about, the Liberal have not done it and the Conservative have done it. But in 1999, after that the Liberal took all the cuts in the EI in 1999, I made a tour across the country, and that was one of the recommendations of the self-employed. They want to be totally part of the employment insurance.
The Honourable Minister.
The Honourable Minister.
recognize that the percentage of the population that is self-employed is growing. And that's for a number of reasons, a very large number of reasons, because it's been happening over a number of years. We want to encourage that entrepreneurial spirit among Canadians. But we also want to encourage them to have the opportunity to stay home while their child has its first steps or speaks its first words, or to be able to care for a member of their family who is gravely ill. Mr. Speaker, we're offering these special benefits to the self-employed because that's what they asked us for. We've been doing tracking surveys, and they've asked for these specific benefits, the special benefits. They themselves recognize that to offer regular benefits to self-employed would be more than a little problematic, because how do you determine objectively if a self-employed person has laid themselves off or if they're taking a few weeks vacation? Mr. Speaker, what we're doing here today is presenting an opportunity for Canadians to voluntarily participate in the special benefits part of EI, because that's what they've asked for. That's what they need to support their lifestyle and choices.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the Minister of Human Resources for a great speech outlining the benefits of C-56. Recently, this House also passed C-50, which is currently in the Senate, and it makes a big difference for those long-tenured workers who are laid off. But I think we can all agree that the best way to help unemployed people is to help them find a new job. And when I go door to door in my riding, inevitably, once in a while, I'll run into someone who's just lost their job, and then they've gone out and started their own business. So it's clear that this initiative will really help these kinds of people. So my question simply, Mr. Speaker, is how could any MP stand in this place and oppose the measures that are in this great bill?
The Honourable Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, you'll forgive me if I'm a little bit biased in my answer to that one, because I do believe that every MP should be supporting this for the sake of the 2.6 million Canadians who are self-employed and the many hundreds of thousands more who will become that, because that's their dream, that's their goal. They have an entrepreneurial spirit. Many of these people are young. They want to have families too, and they shouldn't have to choose between the two. We recognize that self-employed often don't take much time off work because they can't afford to, for a number of reasons, but we do want to provide those income supports that they need for those key moments in their life, ones where they're welcoming a new child to their family through adoption, one where they've just had a new baby, perhaps one where they've had a sudden injury or illness that prevents them from working, and finally when they need to take care of their gravely ill family members. We want to be there to support them.
Resuming debate. May please do débat.
Resuming debate.
With Cole Harbour.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to rise in the House and have the opportunity to speak about C-56, the Fairness for Self-Employed Act. I can say up front, Mr. Speaker, that we will be supporting this bill in principle. We want to get it into the committee. We want to have a look at it. I think it might take some considerable review. There's a lot of people who have an opinion on this, some favorable, some perhaps not. I think a lot of people, more than anything else, are going to have questions about it. It does strike me, though, that there's a little bit of regret in that one of two things has occurred in this bill. Either is the government and the departments in human resources have been looking at this for some time and looking at models and looking at proposals, which, if that's the case, it wasn't shared with the EI working group in the summer, of which I was a part, as that was part of the mandate of the group. But there was no serious proposal made to that group, in spite of complete and consistent questions, particularly from my colleague, the member from Notre Dame de Grace, Le Chine, who asked questions about this and said, you must have something. This was in your platform as a Conservative Party. Don't you have any information? The response was, no, we don't have any information. And if we did, it belongs to the Conservative Party and they won't share it with us. It's kind of a dichotomous situation. So either the department was working on things that weren't shared with us, or the other possibility is that this bill was in fact rushed through and has some flaws in it. And we'll decide which one of those it is as it goes forward. But I do want to suggest that this is a good step forward for people in Canada who are self-employed. A modest one, albeit, but it is a step forward, looking at certain benefits for people who are self-employed and would like to be part of the employment insurance system. Another question, of course, is one I just asked the Minister. As I quote from her budget book, in page 100 of the budget book, this was just in January the 27th, it says on that book,
the Minister of Human Resources and Skills Development will be asked to establish an expert panel that will consult Canadians on how to best provide self-employed Canadians with access to EI maternity and parental benefits. The Minister has just indicated that the expert they intended to consult was me, and that the EI working group was supposed to do this work, Mr. Speaker, which clearly was not the intent back when the budget came forward. And we asked officials on Monday night when we had a bill briefing, or Tuesday night, I asked this question. I said, what about the commitment in the budget to have an expert group? They had no idea what we were even talking about. So it was never seriously considered unless they can prove to the opposite. But officials had no idea. Even the parliamentary secretary was confused as to whether that had actually been a commitment. So that is what that is. It clearly didn't consult very many Canadians. We haven't heard from the Minister that she's consulted a lot of Canadians. She quoted some people after the fact, indicating that some people may like the direction of the bill, and why not, Mr. Speaker? I'm sure that there are some merits to this bill, and we look forward and we hope that this might in fact be an opportunity where Parliament can work, that we can look at this bill in a serious way, that myself and my colleagues from the Liberal side on committee, along with the member from Chambly-Baudoin who works this file and lives it, and I suspect the member from Acadie-Bathurst who steps in for the New Democrats on the Human Resources Committee. We have people who can seriously look at this and identify flaws and opportunities to make this bill better. And I hope that's what happens, and I hope that in the spirit of cooperation and perhaps even the spirit of Christmas as this works its way through committee, that might in fact be what happens. We do have some concerns about premiums. We haven't had any impact, any estimate as to what the premiums are going to be, the cost to the government is going to be. We've heard that there is a premium rate and that will be differentiated for the province of Quebec, because the province of Quebec already has certain benefits, maternal and parental, and people in Quebec can opt in. Is the rate that they're going to pay suitable for the level of benefits they're going to have, and is there going to be a cost? Is there going to be a cost to this bill to the government? One can assume that in the first year there will be a spike in premiums as people enter the program, and of course you have to be in it for at least a year before you can draw benefits, so there won't be any outlay in benefits. But as the benefits start to catch up to the premium, what will be the cost, and who will pay that cost? Will it be the Consolidated Revenue Fund of the Government of Canada, as the government did with the extra 5 weeks of January, or will it be the EI Fund, where Bill C-50 money is going to come out of? And that's a big difference, Mr. Speaker, because as you will know, the government has set up a separate EI financing board, and that EI financing board only has $2 billion to work with. And we've already heard from the chief actuaries of Canada that $2 billion is nowhere near enough to fund the programs that exist without adding new programs. So that's a question that we're going to have. But, Mr. Speaker, I want to take a second and just talk about a group of people in this Parliament who have done some magnificent work. And that is the National Liberal Women's Caucus, who have established, over the last few years, 3 pink books, Mr. Speaker. And these pink books came out in 2006, 2007, and 2009. And in each of those pink books, the National Liberal Women's Caucus has addressed this issue of self-employment and the importance that it has for Canadian women. In the one that was released recently, Mr. Speaker, I will be happy to share this with you at your leisure. On page 16, I'm going to quote, "Another significant group in the labour force are self-employed women. The latest statistics reveal that more than 1 in 10 employed women in Canada are self-employed. In 2004, almost 840,000 women were self-employed. Women entrepreneurs face many challenges, including difficulty in accessing capital and benefits. The majority of women small business owners earn $30,000 per year or less and have no access to low-cost health care, no protection for disability, no employment insurance or maternity benefits, and cannot afford private sector insurance and pension plans." And following that, they have a recommendation which says you should permit self-employed workers to participate in the special benefits programs under the EI program as recommended by the Standing Commons Committee on the Status of Women in its 2007 report entitled "Improving the Economic Security of Women, Time to Act," end quote. This change would give self-employed workers access to maternity and parental benefits and the compassionate care benefit. Now, Mr. Speaker, I do congratulate the government on adopting one of the recommendations from the Pink Book. I would encourage them to go further and adopt all of the recommendations in this Pink Book. I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, that if this Pink Book, which coincidentally is pink, if this Pink Book was adopted in full by the Government of Canada, Mr. Speaker, I wouldn't have to be a Member of Parliament. A lot of the work would be done. And I just want to commend members of our Women's Caucus for the outstanding work they do, particularly on the social side, but on the economic side, environmental side, and the recommendations that they've made have been very, very important. People like the member from Beaches York and the member from Winnipeg South Centre have been champions of these issues. And we have new members of the National Women's Caucus, members from Brossard-La Prairie, who has done some fabulous work on this issue as well. So this is something that we've been looking at for a long while in the Liberal Caucus. I also want to refer to a report that came out in June of 2009 as well. This is a report from the Standing Committee on the Status of Women. And this is a study they did. It's titled Towards Improving Access to EI Benefits for Women in Canada. And again, with your indulgence, I'd like to quote from that. A measure that can be taken to limit the problem of moral hazard would be to extend exclusively EI special benefits to self-employed individuals. The Quebec Parental Insurance Plan has extended its coverage of self-employed individuals for maternity and parental benefits. The committee heard from several witnesses that QPIP can serve as a possible model for a federal program. And they go on, recommendation, let's just find out, there's so many good recommendations in this one. Mr. Speaker, recommendation 14, the committee recommends that HRSDC Canada make maternity and parental benefits as flexible and equal as Quebec Parental Insurance Plan by expanding eligibility, benefit levels, and duration of EI benefits, and also that they should extend benefits to the self-employed using the QPIP model as an example. So, Mr. Speaker, that also is a very good report, and I think one of the things that our committee should do, our Human Resources Committee would do, and I'm going to ask for the indulgence of my colleagues from Chambly-Bourgeois and from Acadie Bathurst and my colleagues on the government side, I think we should have a joint committee study, at least one meeting where we bring in the Status of Women's Committee and look at this together because of the specific implications it has for women's issues. And there may be other committees that would be affected as well, finance or other committees, that this is a very broad bill, this is a long bill, it's a technical bill, it's a detailed bill. I think we have to do a little bit of serious evaluation of it. So there are models here, and we have had significant groups like the National Women Liberals Caucus, the Standing Committee on the Status of Women, who have given us recommendations. We don't have to start from zero. We can take what the minister has given us. And I think that there's a very real possibility that we can make this bill better for more Canadians. But we are discussing C-56, and there are certain things that it will do. The proposed legislation will provide the same number of weeks benefit as paid employees have under their EI program. So to recap, that's 15 weeks of maternity benefits, 35 weeks of parental and adoption benefits, 15 weeks of sickness, and 6 weeks of compassionate care benefits. Now, there are some issues, as I said before. One of those I want to address is the issue of Quebec. Quebec does have a far advanced social infrastructure than most provinces in Canada. They have made it a purpose that they are going to provide a solid social infrastructure system in the province of Quebec. They do have a plan for parental and maternal benefits in Quebec. So people in Quebec will still have the option of saying, do I want to partake in the other plan as well? And they'll pay a lower premium rate. But I think off the top of my head that the rate is 1.73. It goes down to 1.37. I think it goes down to. And is that a fair and accurate reduction for the amount of services that are going to be provided? We need to look at the entrance requirement. So normally for special benefits it would be an hours-based entrance requirement of 600 hours. Because we're talking about the self-employed, the determination is that it would be a threshold of $6,000 in after-tax income, pre-tax income. So we need to have a look at that. The weekly benefits will be calculated by taking the claimant's income from the previous tax year and dividing it by 52. So, Mr. Speaker, we'll have to have a look at that too and see if when we get it into committee, when people come forward and say, I'd like to participate in this, or I represent a group who would like to participate in this, but we have a certain question, we should have a look at that. And this is a place where the committee can do some work. The minister has indicated that when we look at EI for the self-employed and special benefits, one of the questions you have to ask yourself is, what is the attachment to the labor force? What is the post-attachment to the labor force? What is the pre-attachment to premiums? And what is the post-attachment to premiums. And it's been determined that you have to pay in advance for a year before you can claim benefits, but that once you've claimed a benefit, that you have to pay your premiums for the rest of your life as long as you're self-employed. So I think we have to have a look at that. We have to look at the numbers both for the individual. We have to look at the numbers for the EI fund, after all, who's going to be financing this at the end of the day, and determine does that make sense. Are people going to take part in a program if they know that they have to pay premiums years after they finished drawing benefit? Mr. Speaker, I don't think that we know that yet, and I'm not sure that we're going to know that until we've had a chance to look at it in a very, very serious way. Mr. Speaker, we believe that this is a plan that has merit. We think that there are people who are self-employed who are looking for this. I can recall talking with a gentleman by the name of Chris Hopkins from Prince Edward Island. He has long campaigned for EI for the self-employed. And I'm going to quote here from an article from back in July. And this is Chris Hopkins of Montague PEI. And he's saying, quote, "It's too late for me. It's not going to benefit me, but it could benefit a lot of people, especially in these recessionary times that we have. I'm no longer self-employed. I'm just plain out there, an unknown statistic, not classed as unemployed because I never was employed. I was self-employed. So I'm a non-entity in the eyes of government." Mr. Speaker, people who have been out on websites and making appearances and rallying troops to this issue, those are the kind of folks that we probably should listen to at this point in time and say, look, we have an opportunity to make this a good bill, to do what you've asked us as government to do, which is to extend benefits to self-employed. And folks like that deserve some credit on a day like this, and folks like that deserve to be listened to as we move through the committee process. Mr. Speaker, as I've indicated, we are generally in support of this, and we hope that this bill is as good as the minister says. If it's not as good as she says, which is very possible, we hope we can make it better with her cooperation, with her government's cooperation, and working together as an opposition. But we are going to ask questions. One of the first questions is, why did this bill come forward without this promised expert panel, Mr. Speaker? In the budget, they specifically said they'd have an expert panel have a look at this to consult first of all, and then determine what would be an appropriate way to provide EI to the self-employed. That's from their budget, Mr. Speaker. That's right in the budget. So in June, when the Prime Minister and the Leader of the Opposition determined that there'd be an EI working group, the Prime Minister indicated that the self-employed, and not just maternal and parental, Mr. Speaker, he indicated back then that they would consider looking beyond maternal, parental sickness and compassionate care. They said that anything was on the table. They said that this, I wouldn't call it an expert group. I would call it, what do we call it, the EI working group, that we would have a look at this. Well, Mr. Speaker, we didn't get the information that we needed. We never got a serious proposal. But to suggest that this group became the expert panel that the Prime Minister had indicated is just a smokescreen. Mr. Speaker, they did not appoint that expert panel. Why not? And why were ministerial officials who briefed us the other day totally unaware that that commitment had even been made? It's a highly technical bill. There may be flaws. There may be exclusions. What is the cost to government? That's a key point. Mr. Speaker, I want to go back to the fact that last year the government set up the CEIFB, the Employment Insurance Financing Board, which is supposed to be an arm's length organization from government that will look at EI, that will determine premium rates, and then would invest monies that are in the account. The problem is they only put $2 billion. Liberals at the Human Resources Committee, supported by opposition members, said we've got to have a look at this. We studied this. One of the people that we brought in was Mr. Bruno Gagnon from the Canadian Institute of Actuaries. And he spoke to the fact that a $10 to $15 billion reserve was sufficient. I quote him now. He says, let's assume that a recession hits Canada and unemployment levels rise to 8%. The payment to out-of-work Canadians increases by approximately $3 billion. So the $2 billion reserve of the board is depleted, and the EI account has to borrow $1 billion from the government. In this situation, we might have to raise the premiums above the legislated limit of 0.15%. Consideration of applying the 0.15% would fall to ministers. It would not be a very easy decision because if you applied the 0.15% ceiling, you would run a deficit and the deficit would accumulate. The impact on Canadian businesses, which pay nearly 60% of the cost of employment insurance, would be huge. Workers would have to pay 40% of the cost when they're already at risk of losing their jobs. he was talking at this point in time, suggesting what would happen if employment went to 8%. Well, it has gone to 8%. You know, the demands on the system are much higher than they were then. The demands on the system are much higher than the government would acknowledge. The demands on the system are possibly going to be made more robust by this bill, so we just need to have a look at the financing side of it. Who exactly is defined as self-employed? There's a whole range of people who would consider themselves self-employed. Who all is included in the definitions under this bill? We need to have a full understanding of that. Another question, well, why not full EI benefits? You know, if you're extending EI benefits for maternal, parental, compassionate care, sickness, then why wouldn't you look at EI benefits to all self-employed people on some kind of a basis? You know, what is the model for that? So this is a limited scope bill and it targets specific measures. Maybe that's the safest thing to do. Maybe that's what Canadians want. But maybe Canadians would rather have the full meal deal when it comes to accessing employment insurance. Is the $6,000 pre-tax earnings threshold appropriate? The issue of Quebec and how this plan will interact with the QPIP in Quebec is important as well. There's significant work that has to be done on this bill, Mr. Speaker. I think, as I said before, that this is an opportunity for all members of this House, and particularly the members of the Human Resources Committee, a committee that generally works very well together, a committee that is well chaired by the member from Niagara West, Glanbrook, a committee that has got a lot on its plate already. We're doing a study on poverty that will see us going out to Western Canada the week after we get back from the break week to do hear further testimony and hear witnesses about poverty and how do we actually do something about this in Canada. So we have a lot on our plate, but this bill is important. I think we can give it the consideration that it deserves. I think we should see what people like Chris Hopkins and others around the country who've fought on this issue for a long time, and I haven't been in contact with Chris Hopkins recently, but if he's around, I encourage him to contact members of the committee and let us know what he thinks of this bill. So hopefully, as we head toward Christmas in this Parliament, we will have a sense of cooperation on this that will allow us to take a bill, perhaps improve it at committee, determine its strengths, understand its weaknesses, and work together to bring forward a bill that truly does provide an opportunity for the self-employed in Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Abbotsford.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member for Dartmouth Cole Harbour for his comments, and I do appreciate his tentative support for this excellent bill. However, I was intrigued by one of his comments early on in his speech where he referred to a new interest in what he called a spirit of cooperation. In fact, what he referred to as the spirit of Christmas. I'm sure he knows, having been involved in the votes in this House, that when our government proposed adding another 5 weeks of benefits for the unemployed, he and his Liberals voted against that. When we proposed to extend work-sharing arrangements, he opposed that. He opposed our efforts to provide enhanced benefits for long-tenured workers. And when we tried to improve retraining opportunities for the unemployed, he and his Liberals voted against this. So I'm wondering, is this a newfound zeal he has for this spirit of cooperation, or will that interest only last until Christmas?
The Honourable Member for Dartmouth Cole Harbour.
Well, Mr. Speaker, my colleague really might want to get a copy of Hansard and have a look at how Liberals actually voted on the 5 weeks in January. We supported that budget earlier this year. We weren't opposed to that. We supported that bill and the measures that were in the first budget. We thought those made sense. We thought the fact that C-50 was blatantly discriminatory, picking winners and losers, telling people like seasonal workers across Atlantic Canada that you're not entitled to anything more, you're not deserving, but others may be. I'm entirely comfortable with our vote on C-50. The government, he himself and his government, boasted in the spring about how they were extending this 5 weeks to all Canadians, not just pilot projects, but to all Canadians, how fair that was. And then a few months later, he's bringing in a bill that does exactly the opposite, which discriminates against the vast majority of workers, even long-tenured workers in this country. So I'm entirely comfortable with that. When I talk about the spirit of Parliament being a working relationship, that doesn't mean you have to agree with everything or that you have to vote the same way. It's how you interact in a respectful manner, and I hope that that's what we can see over the next weeks and months. And I wish him a Merry Christmas when the time comes, and I hope he gets a shot before then.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable.
Questions and comments, the Honourable Member for Chambly-Bourtois. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, I want to congratulate my colleague for Dartmouth Cole Harbour for the work that he does on the Human Resources Committee and for having encouraged his colleagues to vote in favor of this bill at Bill C-308 at second reading, which calls for a reform to the EI system. We hope that the Conservatives will, in turn, adopt that bill at third reading. My question to my colleague is as follows. He raised the difficulties in understanding how the government established premiums for self-employed workers, which don't seem very logical when we look at the benefits, especially in Quebec. Now, it was very relevant to see that he raised the fact that Quebec, since 2005, has had its own system and that the federal government transferred the responsibility for maternal and parental benefits programs to the province. And adjusted the premiums to offset it. I'd like to hear my colleague's remarks. How does he and his party understand this approach, saying that we will have the totality of the premiums paid by the worker when he or she receives only a portion of the benefits, and the benefits for a loss of a job will not be included, even though the person will pay the same amount of premiums as those who receive regular benefits will. The Honourable Member for
his comments and the work that he does on this. I think that this is exactly what we have to do with the committee. Identify this rate. You know, the fact that it's $1.73 and the same as regular payers in the system. There is, of course, no employer premium, so they're paying the full cost but only the employee cost. For a long time, people thought they might pay both ends. On the other hand, the benefits are less. So I think we do have to look at that. We have to look at what triggers what benefits and what the appropriate cost should be. Maybe it's higher, maybe it's lower. Maybe we can do that. Maybe we can find that out in committee. And I know that he is a very, very diligent member at committee, and he will come fully prepared with ideas and costs and questions of people who may have the answers if we don't have them at committee. I think it's a very important process, and I think the work can be very, very significant. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Acadie-Bathurst. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I too would like to thank the member for Dartmouth Cole Harbour for his presentation. He referred on many occasions to their pink book. That pink book. Now, I remember the red book, and I hope that the pink book has better luck than the red book did, because in the red book it had the GST, it had promises that it contained. Now, my colleague for the Liberal Party is also saying that it was their party that came up with the idea to cover self-employed workers. But, Mr. Speaker, in the 1999 report, when the Liberals were in power, there were recommendations that came forth by the NDP party. The Liberals were in power at the time, but the Liberals never did anything for the self-employed. We raised the issue in committee in the House. We made requests like that, and workers said self-employed workers are not eligible for EI and have virtually no social protection. And when we look at what is happening in the new job market, we need to identify ways of helping self-employed workers to pay into the system and to benefit from it. So my question for the Liberal member, is this. If they were in power, would self-employed members who are self-employed people who are not covered by C-56 be extended to regular benefits? Because that's what the people were talking about at the time. They talked about parental benefits, maternal benefits, sickness benefits, compassionate care, and they also talked about losing their jobs. So I'd like to hear the Honourable Member for Dartmouth Cole Harbour on that.
I thank the colleague for the question. I know how serious he is about that, and I acknowledge the books and reports he referenced from the last century, but we are looking forward, Mr. Speaker, and there are things that we are proposing, not just myself, but the Liberal Caucus, Liberal Women's Caucus and the Human Resources Committee here. We're trying to go forward. The only advice I can give Canadians is that any book they see that's got a shade of red in it beats any book they see with a shade of blue that comes out of this place, and it would be better for the social infrastructure of this country and better for Canadian workers.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Cape Breton-Canso.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank you for the opportunity to pose this question because, Mr. Speaker, my friend and colleague from Dartmouth-Cole Harbour, he has as a constituent probably one of the greatest hockey players now playing in the NHL, Sidney Crosby. But I have to ask my colleague, has he ever seen an exhibition of skating like was just put on by the Minister of Human Resources when asked the question about the expert panel and trying to gather information before coming forward with this, and how she skated around that entire issue and abandoned the issue and gave no answer?
The honourable member for Dartmouth-Cole Harbour.
Well, first of all, I have to take issue with his comment that one of the best hockey players lives in my the best hockey player in the world, it comes from Dartmouth-Cole Harbour, and that's Sidney Crosby. But in terms, I must defend the minister in terms of her skating around the question. It's not really her fault. Her material is very weak, and you have to work with the material that you have. And Mr. Speaker, so far it hasn't been great. I do hope, though, that we can take a step forward. And as I close my comments here, let's try to make this positive. I'm certainly prepared to put aside what happened over the summer when I feel that the Conservatives did not seriously take the EI working group, and we missed an opportunity there, but let's see if we can't get something done for self-employed Canadian workers and move forward. Thank you.
A 30-second question for the member for Bonavista, Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. By sheer dint of your power, I will be brief. I just want to ask a quick question again about the working group that he spoke so eloquently about and has much disdain for. And if he could provide once again, provide to this House information about how this situation about self-employed benefits were handled by the particular working group and how it was held in contempt, the whole process was, by the current government. Thank you.
The honourable member for Dartmouth-Cole Harbour.
I'm a little offended that, on behalf of my colleague, that you would insist that he be short, Mr. Speaker. That's inappropriate. I do want to say that the EI working group was something. I believe it can work. One of my great political heroes is Teddy Kennedy. Teddy Kennedy passed away this year, and one of his legacies was he made things work. He reached across the aisle with Orrin Hatch and other conservative Republicans. He was a Liberal Democrat to get things done. That's the model we should all follow. I know it's the model my colleague from Gander, Grand Falls, etc., follows, and I think that we should all follow. Thank you very much.
The honourable member for Toronto Danforth is rising on a point of order.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the parliamentary leader raised a point of privilege suggesting that I was involved in the disruption in the galleries recently. This is a false accusation.
When this incident took place, it interrupted my important question on pensions that day in the middle of question period. As my House Leader has already said, Mr. Speaker, any conspiracy here is only in the mind of the government House Leader, I have to say. I do take this accusation very seriously, Mr. Speaker. It is a very grave charge for one member to make against another, not something to be done frivolously or as a partisan stunt. I have to say I greatly value and honor this place, as my father valued and honored this place before me when he served in this House. And he introduced me to the world of parliaments as a young person when we were involved in what was then the Older Boys Parliament and ultimately the Youth Parliament. And I served as the Speaker of the Youth Parliament in Quebec in the National Assembly for several years, Mr. Speaker, and was responsible for some of the kinds of decisions, albeit of the young people of Quebec at that time. These kinds of false accusations are simply not in keeping with the high standards of decorum that we need to be showing to Canadians, and we cannot forget that this is their House of Commons. I find it particularly troubling that accusations like these ones from the government House Leader and the member from Langley could have been leveled against me or others without any effort to call me or ask me what happened. I certainly would have responded to any such call. It's almost like they were trying to intimidate me somehow. Well, that's not right here, Mr. Speaker. We have both the right and the responsibility to debate the important issues of the people in this House. None of us should play any part in denying our fellow members the opportunity to freely and respectfully participate in these debates. Nor should anyone suggest that members should avoid meeting with groups who they might disagree with. These freedoms of speech and association are ancient rights that we were sent here to protect, not to erode. I note that despite clear differences of opinion on some issues, the Minister of Environment himself met with the very same group that I met with. I applaud him for doing so and certainly would never suggest that simply because he met with some of these young people that somehow he was responsible for their later actions in the House. Lastly, I want to thank my friends, the members from Mississauga South and Montmorency-Charlevoix-Haute-Côte-Nord, for their correct and measured words on this matter. And as always, I thank my friend from Vancouver East for her support. In the spirit of encouraging free and open debate and restoring a higher level of decorum and respect here in the House of Commons, I would invite the government House Leader, should he so choose, and the member from Langley, should he so choose, to take this opportunity to apologize and withdraw their baseless accusations against me. I can assure you I would accept that apology, and that would be the end of the matter as far as I'm concerned. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
I thank the honourable member for that statement. I understand the Speaker is considering the matter. Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate. The honourable member for Chambly-Bordua. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, with regard to Bill C-56, which is giving rights to the self-employed for the first time, a number of rights, it's quite frustrating to see that major national parties are talking about the merits of not having done anything that can improve the living conditions of people who lose their jobs. That's quite surprising, Mr. Speaker. They raised the fact that they proposed many things, but at no time did they sit down to say, well, once and for all, we're going to go one step further and reform the EI system to give back its prime vocation, which is to support workers who unfortunately lose their jobs. Another point, Mr. Speaker, I'm also surprised that two of my colleagues raised the fact that we should rejoice in this bill and start the Christmas parties. It seems to me there's nothing to celebrate here. There's nothing to celebrate, especially since there are the unemployed who will not be starting to celebrate now, because I doubt very much that most of them can enjoy Christmas festivities, because many of them, the majority of those who've lost their jobs, will end up with no income or very little income coming from their province. That is a recourse of last resort, which is commonly known as welfare. Mr. Speaker, it is not C-56 that's going to improve that situation. The only merit one can find in this bill is that it states for the first time that the rights of self-employed workers are being recognized. Even though they are very minor, this is some opening in order to improve a social safety net that may not be identical to that afforded other workers. It should be improved, but it is a step in the right direction. We're talking about self-employed workers here. They say independent workers in the bill. It's a term we like. It involves workers who are federalists. But if we want to talk about independent workers, that's fine. Some of them are people who want the independence of Quebec. Now, Mr. Speaker, in the past few years, the Bloc never stopped asking that there be coverage for self-employed workers. The last two plans that we proposed contained very specific suggestions regarding the self-employed, especially the last plan we tabled in this House. Bill C-56 contains 4 major aspects. That is, regarding special benefits, but 2 of them will not apply in Quebec. Why? Because since March 1st, 2005, there was an agreement between the provincial and federal governments, or rather the Quebec government and the federal government, to have parental and maternity leave with part of the premiums attributed for the support of this program. Right now, about 500,000 workers are considered self-employed. So C-56 also provides that access to this program be voluntary. We'll see whether the fact that it's voluntary with the criteria that are listed here doesn't create some difficulty in terms of actual protection for these people. So, Mr. Speaker, we're in favor of the principle of the bill for the reasons I cited earlier. This is the first time that the rights are being recognized for the self-employed, and we salute that initiative for that reason, and we do hope that the Conservative government will be open and will cooperate in improving its own bill. What we feel is a problem, and we will discuss this in debate, we submit that as soon as rights are recognized for the self-employed under EI, we wanted this to cover EI benefits when these people end up jobless. It's not because you're the owner of a small business or you have the status of self-employed that you don't end up unemployed sometimes. You end up with no contracts or no commitments that allow you to continue your work, and you end up with no income whatsoever. In that regard, I think that we should debate this further. Of course, we will work hard to have this adopted in second reading so that we can debate it in committee, of course. However, Mr. Speaker, there's another problem that arises, and I think it's a major one. And that's the whole question of setting the premium rate. It seems quite haphazard. We even feel that the assessment being made of the premiums to be paid, given the benefits that will be provided to the self-employed, is too high. And even, I would say, highly exaggerated. Let's remember this. This bill seeks to recognize that self-employed workers should be entitled to benefits when it comes to special leave. 4 types of special leave. Maternity benefits, up to a maximum of 15 weeks. Parental benefits, up to 35 weeks. We all agree on that. For that part, that is maternity and parental leave, that generates the most costs. Out of the estimated costs, it represents 75% of the cost. So that is a responsibility that Quebec is assuming. And this means that for Quebec self-employed workers, this bill does not apply. It will apply only for part of the measures. Those two measures are sick leave benefits up to a maximum of 15 weeks and compassionate care leave up to 6 weeks. Those two types of benefits represent only 25% of the total cost generated by Bill C-56. So, you see where I'm going with this, Mr. Speaker, I'm sure. Self-employed workers will have to pay the entire premium and only be entitled, in order to be entitled to the four benefits in all the rest of Canada. In Quebec, they will pay the entire premium and only be entitled to two measures that represent 25% of the overall costs. And yet, the self-employed workers in Quebec will pay the premium as if they were receiving all of these benefits from EI. So that means special leave, the four kinds of special leave I listed, as well as benefits as if they were going to be covered if they lost their job. There's something highly questionable about this. The answer we are getting is as follows. As self-employed workers, it is presumed that you have to take into account the fact that they are also employers. So that compensates for the fact that they have to pay an employer's contribution. Now, even if you accept that, the amount is much lower nonetheless. So even if you have the transfer to Quebec right now for maternity and parental leave, the transfer is clearly insufficient. That's another debate, of course, that we'll take up in another forum, but must be recognized here that for the self-employed in Quebec, the cost is too high. And in our opinion, some work needs to be done very specifically to give us the information we requested. And I hope that that will happen. We had a briefing with the senior officials the other night. We asked to receive the real cost of each of the measures. The real cost for maternity and parental leave, and the real cost for compassionate care leave and sick leave. We don't have that in here. So we have to refer to the costs revealed by Quebec and its responsibility for parental and maternity leave. This leads us to conclude that the cost is clearly exaggerated in the case of Quebec self-employed workers.
So coverage, Mr. Speaker, is for workers who will have earned a minimum of $6,000 a year. Now, this is to make it easier. In terms of taxes, because taxes paid by the self-employed will be paid at the end of the tax year and based on the income earned by these people over the year. And this leads me into a question about another aspect which I think deserves to be studied in more detail. For example, let's say I'm self-employed and I pay contributions, and then I take compassionate care leave of 6 weeks, and that in fact the person I'm taking care of someone, because this leave is in order to take care of someone who's in the terminal phase of their life, and it might be 4, 5, 6 weeks that I need as a self-employed worker. So I will have to pay contributions for during my working life, and they say that this is a voluntary contribution, and you can't just do it opportunistically once you've benefited from this. I understand that, but I think we should look into whether or not we might provide for things differently. For example, someone who pays during a year, that person will be able to withdraw this, will not be able to withdraw this money even if he or she hasn't benefited. So even if I don't benefit from a measure, I can't withdraw the money, but the inverse doesn't hold. And I wonder whether or not there might not be a way to bring in a more realistic measure with respect to these measures for the self-employed worker. Mr. Speaker, before I get on to the other part of my speech, I'd like to say that the self-employed in Quebec can continue to benefit from maternity and parental leave. This falls under Quebec jurisdiction. So they won't be covered by this part of the bill, even though others in the rest of the country will be. And they will have to pay the same amounts of money, and these amounts of money are 75% of the costs. So it's Quebec that pays the majority of the cost, because 75% of the costs have to do with sick leave, or rather with maternity leave and parental leave. And yet, the self-employed will contribute as well. So the federal government will be contributing 25%. And for the federal government, this will represent 75% in savings from the total cost, because they will be covering only 25%. And in our opinion, this will be paid by the self-employed. Another aspect, Mr. Speaker, is that this bill provides for people who have to be absent because of a work accident will be covered. And in Quebec, Mr. Speaker, we have a system which is for which work safety and security is responsible, and this program in Quebec covers these absences for work-related accidents and covers the costs, illnesses caused by work or industrial accidents. So they do have coverage insured by the federal government, but which is already covered in Quebec, because Quebec has been doing this since the end of the 60s. So since the late 60s, workers contribute. It's the workers themselves who contribute to this regime. So this costs the federal government nothing because it's covered by Quebec. And that's another aspect that we should look at very seriously when we study this bill in committee. Mr. Speaker, I have 2 minutes left? Okay. Well, Mr. Speaker, what we need is a reform of employment insurance. These, I don't know how many, 308 bills sponsored by the Bloc Québécois cover various parts of the reform, the 360 hours, 50 weeks, increasing benefit levels to 60% of income. And in these bills, we also provide for coverage, protection for self-employed workers. So the government could have killed 2 birds with 1 stone by voting for our bills. But they would not allow for a royal recommendation. And the work we did is really very conscientious, and it has a very responsible, it's bearing socially. And it helps to remedy some of the aberrations I mentioned earlier. So, Mr. Speaker, we will support this bill in principle and hope to bring the amendments that are necessary. And I would invite all parliamentarians to vote for my bill, Bill 308, when it comes up for 3rd reading.
Resuming debate. The Deputy d'Acadie.
The Honourable Member for Acadie Bathurst. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I am proud to speak to this bill, especially to express the opinion of the NDP on it. You know, Mr. Speaker, that what I'd like to do is to share my time with the member for Elmwood Transcona. Is that acceptable?
Agreed. Agreed.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think this bill is extremely important. I'd like to say that I agree with what the Bloc Québécois member said when he said that there are major parts of this bill that will have to be worked on and that we need greater reform. And I don't know if the Bloc member agrees with me, but we have studied this. EI has been studied inside out. There have been 28 recommendations to the House. There have been 28 recommendations from the various parties on EI reform. So I think we can agree that there have been recommendations. There have been a lot of recommendations. And we've invited witnesses to the committee to talk about EI, and we know what people need. We know. Earlier, the member for Dartmouth Cole Harbour was trying to take credit for these things, and I don't want to single out the Liberals, but they had their famous Red Book, or was it a Pink Book now, and the changes they want to EI. I'd like to say once again, Mr. Speaker, and I know I'm repeating myself, but in the report that I made in 1999, there was that problem, and this problem still exists. Now, the Liberals were in power in 1999, from 1999, and between then and the end of 2005, they did nothing for the unemployed. So this is a bill which is a good beginning. But I put the question to the Minister earlier. Why not allow workers to have EI And they say it's too difficult, the questionnaires, the forms they have to fill out, what if they're on holiday, etc. But, Mr. Speaker, if they go on holiday, let's say these people can't work without stopping, but it doesn't mean they're not working. That's not the test for 56, C56. There are 2.6 million Canadians that would be able to access this program for the self-employed. And the program's benefits are 15 weeks of benefits for maternity leave, 35 weeks of parental and adoption leave, 15 for sick leave, and also for compassionate care leave. Mr. Speaker, in 1999, in that the red or pink book or whatever it was, we talked about the human face of EI. And people said, we need a system which is adapted to the new labor market. We need a system, a new system, because the present system does not reflect new working conditions. More workers are self-employed, but that's not quite true. They're not always completely independent because they're self-employed, but they can't contribute to EI or to a retirement scheme, a public retirement scheme or employee or a retirement scheme. But what should be done is to study new labor conditions and help the self-employed to contribute to EI and to benefit from it. What people said in 1999, they're saying 10 years later. And that is that self-employed workers are, many of them, workers for employers who say we no longer need your services. So these people leave, they're let go, and this is usually women. They're let go. And then the employer calls and they need their help. And these people have a computer at home, so they draft letters, for example. So the employer can use these people as self-employed workers, and there is no program to help them. There is no sick leave. There is no EI they can pay into. But I also met with all kinds of people in my riding who said, there was a hairdresser who told me that she'd like to start a family, she'd like to have children. But she said she didn't have the means to do so because if she left the hair salon, she didn't know how she would be able to have the income she needed. And this bill, C56, will give this woman to be able to benefit from maternity and parental leave, from sick leave. And not only this hairdresser, this bill, C56, will help farmers as well. Anyone who works for 40% of the time for an employer will be able to claim this. So I'm pleased to see that this bill is it's a step in the right direction, but it needs to be improved. It's rather upsetting when the minister says there has to be equal treatment for workers. And what's worrisome here is that the figures show that there are 2.6 million Canadians self-employed who have no protection whatsoever. So how can the minister say, I want things to be on an equal footing, but you have all these people who cannot benefit from EI in its entirety?
To other people that are self-employed. And they say, you know, we get up in the morning, we do our work. And as I said, even people like mesotherapy, for example. And as I said, the farmer. And they say, why me I'm not protected? Why don't I have any protection if I don't have any work? And especially the one working in an office. And most of them was women. When I made my trip in 1999 across the country, the self-employed people, I said it very, very clear. And I brought it in the House of Commons. I presented a document that I presented to the government. And matter of fact, is on page 12. Page 12 of the document. Lacks of response to the new labor market. The new labor market, many people become self-employed. Many people work for a company or work for a business and got laid off. And then after that, they have to start their own business. The minister himself this morning, she said, that's the new life, and we're going to see more and more. There's 2.6 million self-employed in our country. That if we have 2.6 million self-employed in our country, it's not only by giving the sick leave and parental leave and the maternity leave and the care, the one with the care leave. It's not only that, we have to go farther than that. What about if they lose their job? And losing their job or don't have any work? The minister this morning answered, said, well, how could we know that if she's working or not working and how we do it? Well, I mean, if they don't report any earning, that means they're not working. I mean, if a hairdresser is not working for 2 months, well, if she's no earning coming in, that means that she's not working at that time. There's no earning. And I think there's a way to find ways to do it. Then I will be very interested, and we will vote to have it to go to committees. And I hope that we could work together to get it a better bill. That's what it's all about. The bill is presented in the House, it goes to committees, and give the opportunity to make amendment. And I hope that we work together to better the opportunity of people of self-employed to have a chance to be part equally on the employment insurance. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Nanaimo, Cowichan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member from Acadie-Bathurst for his very good presentation. And I also want to acknowledge the amount of work that he has done over the years. The member from Acadie-Bathurst has been a driving force in this House for bringing forward the kinds of reforms that need to be made to the employment insurance system. And of course, I know that the member is very familiar to the cuts to the program that were made back in the mid-90s under the Liberal regime. I want to ask the member, I know he pointed out that in his cross-country tour that he undertook a number of years ago, that this very issue around women and self-employment was raised at that time, and he's talked about the new economy. And I wonder if the member could talk about the kinds of cuts that he's seen over the last 10 or 12 years to the employment insurance program that have meant that women are truly left behind when it comes to the employment insurance program. I believe at this point in time that only about a third of the women who pay into the system actually gain any benefits. And I wonder if he could specifically talk about the impacts that this program has had on women and their families.
Honourable Deputy Acadie-Bathurst.
The Honourable Member for Acadie-Bathurst.
The question, especially it happens that when I went across the country, it happens I went to Nanaimo in the riding where the member come from. And I remember so good the story that was told to me about this woman that has worked for about 4 or 5 years. But because of the cut of the Liberal Party at that time, what happens, the people need 700 hours if they want to claim EI if they were sick. Here's this woman that fell in a coma. And when she got to the hospital, it was not under control of her. She went to the hospital. When she came back and she wanted to apply for employment insurance, believe me, I saw that woman and the tear in her eyes when she told me that she had 698 hours and missing 2 hours to qualify for employment insurance. And and she could not make the payment of her house. It was a shame, Mr. Speaker. It was a real shame, totally not acceptable of the cut that the Liberal Party have done at that time. The one that have suffered the most in all those cuts is the women. They are the one that only 32% of women qualifying for employment insurance. They are the one that has been hit the most in all the cut and the change and what has been done for many years. They said that the workers depend on employment insurance. It's not that, Mr. Speaker. The government depends on the fund of the employment insurance. They have made big profit from it. They have an overflow of $57 billion that they just took and they just put it to the general fund, and they said, never mind the women of our country, the working women of our country, or working men of our country. We were going to take that money, steal it, and put it in the general fund and say, now we're good administrator in the money of our country. And the deficit was paid on the back of the working people of our country. And I'd like to thank the member for her question.
Questions and comments? Questions and comments? Reprise du...
Resuming debate.
Honourable Member for Elmwood Transcona.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'm very pleased to follow my colleague, and by the way, a colleague who understands and knows the EI system better than most people in this House, and in fact is a true expert in the area, and has in fact contributed a lot and done a lot for unemployed people over the last number of years. I want to, at the outset, compliment the government for bringing in a bill that appears to have all party support in the House, and I think that's a welcome change from the government we were seeing 6 months to a year ago. That they are perhaps learning their lesson rather slowly, but nevertheless learning it. That in fact, if they bring in legislation that benefits workers in this case, or benefits Canadians, that they can continue to achieve at least a majority of the House, support of the House, or perhaps even all of the Houses in this case, that they may find themselves successful in a minority government situation for a lot longer than most people think. So I think that is certainly a good sign, and we expect to see more positive initiatives from the government over the next few months and maybe even years. But having said that, if the government proceeds to bring in omnibus bills with poison pills and wedge issues in it, then it will end up seeing itself defeated, and we will be into an election, which once again nobody wants. But I think if that were to happen, I think the public is aware enough that they would know that there was a setup on the part of the government. I also like to compliment the Liberals for climbing down from their ledge. It's taken them a month to do it, but they did oppose the Bill C-50, which was provided $1 billion to 190,000 long-tenured workers in this country, and they did vote against that. I thought that was something that they probably should not have done. But I see that on this particular provision, extending benefits to self-employed people, that the Liberals themselves are on board. And so I anticipate that perhaps by the end of today, this bill will receive all-party support to get it to committee, where I'm sure at the committee, through the committee process, there may be some adjustments and changes. Now, Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, as I indicated, we are providing under this bill employment insurance special benefits to the self-employed. In the 2008 speech from the throne, the government committed to take measures to increase access to maternity and parental benefits under unemployment insurance. The commitment is being met by providing the self-employed access to all EI special benefits on a voluntary basis. These include, Madam Speaker, maternity, parental adoption, sickness, and compassionate care benefits. Now, not only were these promises made in the Conservative Party's election program, but also this promise was made as part of the NDP election promises last year. And we also note that in 2008, there are 2.6 million Canadians reported some income from self-employment, and for a large majority, it's their sole source of income. And also, the share of self-employed in the labor force has been relatively stable over the past decade at 15%. And, you know, Madam Speaker, I really, have to take that figure at face value, because I personally don't believe that that's true. I see an explosion, in fact, of self-employed people in the labor force, probably starting back in the early 80s, I would guess. It may even be earlier than that. But as companies have, changed their method of doing business, we've seen a number of, for example, computer companies who repaired, say, computers would turn around and lay off their repair staff, and then, in fact, hire them back as self-employed individuals. And in some cases, I guess that was a win-win situation, because the employees were perhaps happy to be working for themselves. They could take on other customers other than simply their previous employer, and they would, in fact, get to deduct their expenses, and perhaps even deduct expenses of their office, which, in fact, in many cases would be working out of their houses. So we've certainly seen, a lot of activity in that area. For example, in the real estate business, as late as 25 years ago, I guess, pretty much all of real estate was an employer-employee relationship, where deductions were taken. In the old Block Brother days, deductions were taken from the agents, and they were considered employees in terms of benefits. But in the early to mid-1980s, it was almost universal that companies like names like Remax and other companies that members would be familiar with simply went to an option of self-employment. And I say that as an option because I think a lot of those companies retained a hybrid system, but some companies did go totally to a self-employed model, and thereby got away from having to worry about deductions and so on, and transferred the responsibility over to the agents themselves, so that they became self-employed, so they could deduct their expenses. But in some cases, this probably worked out for some of these employees, but in a lot of cases, the employees are actually worse off than they were before. We have other experiences. I've had other experiences over the years where I've seen people with good-paying jobs, give up a good-paying job and take a job as opening a Pizza Hut or a restaurant, and thinking of themselves overnight as entrepreneurs, and working many more hours than they were before, getting less benefits, and taking a different look on life than they did before. And the reality is that they would have been better off staying as salaried employees. So a lot of these self-employed people, may have gone there by choice, may in fact have been doing better than they were before. But there are a number out there who went there not on a voluntary basis. They were forced into self-employment, and yes, they are doing worse than they were before. And so that is why this measure is a long time coming, and is something that members are going to, or people that are self-employed, will benefit from under this system. So I think that perhaps a measure like this might actually even encourage, in some ways, more self-employed people in the in the marketplace when they find that they can be covered for these benefits under the unemployment insurance system. Self-employed people find a very difficult time out there on the insurance market trying to find coverage for themselves and their families because they don't belong to a group, and so they don't get group benefits. So no insurance company wants to insure, one or two people, and so it's very difficult for these people. They're basically out there on their own. They don't have a lot of supports. They don't have a lot of protections. So anything that we can do to help them through the EI system, I think, is a positive thing. And Madam Speaker, I'm just absolutely amazed that I possibly could have used up my entire speaking time, but you're telling me that it is true. So I will have to defer to questions from members opposite and on this side to be able to deal with some of my many points that were left on the table here. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Nanaimo Cowichan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the member from Elmwood Transcona for that speech. When we're looking at self-employed, and I would agree with his analysis that I think that there's 2.6 million workers that are self-employed is probably an underestimation. What we know in many of our communities is as our communities go through transitions, my own community is going through a transition due to the changes in the forestry sector, that many workers are ending up in self-employment. In fact, in my own office in Nanaimo Cowichan, we had a worker come in a couple of weeks back, and he had been he'd been employed for a number of years, and what he decided to do was set up his own business, and he wanted to do it on his own hook. And what he did was he went out and he did all the work around setting up the business, and then found out, of course, as many self-employed discovered, that it was going to be a while before he actually saw a positive cash flow. And so he went to the local office to find out about whether or not he could collect employment insurance benefits while he was setting up his business. And of course, because he'd already gone into the full work around setting up his business, he actually wasn't eligible because he was already deemed as being self-employed. So I wonder if the member could actually talk about what other changes, this bill is a positive first step, but what other changes he'd like to see in terms of supporting workers who are self-employed.
Honourable Member for Elmwood Transcona.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And the fact of the matter is that in many cases they don't have the ability to plan their move into self-employment. It's basically thrust on them. There are people that are able to set up and plan their affairs in such a way as to get into a self-employed situation through working for a company and learning how that company operates, and have basically look ahead to, say, 6 months to a year and say, my goal is to become self-employed by that time. But many others just simply find that they have no job, and they're forced into self-employment just overnight, and they're forced with the decision of trying to stay afloat and basically become a business person. And we know that statistically, businesses just do not last in major fashion, say beyond 5 years. I don't know what the figure is exactly, but a very high number of businesses fail within the first 5 years. As a matter of fact, very few businesses survive past the 5-year mark. And by the way, that's why franchising has become such a popular item and a popular approach for people to take, because the franchising concept, while it has a lot of negatives to it in some ways, in fact, has been proven to be successful, so that if you sign in on a franchise, you can probably enhance your chances by maybe 100% in being successful for a much longer way. But in terms of the unemployment insurance route, my colleague did talk about having full EI benefits available, and that we should look to that in the future, that this is a very good first step with this bill, that perhaps in the future next year the government might look at developing the system a little bit further, so that perhaps to allow the unemployed, the self-employed people access to the full system under certain circumstances. So I think that would be the way to look at it long term.
Comments? Questions et commentaires?
Questions and comments?
Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate. The Minister of National Revenue.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My remarks, Madam Speaker, in the House today are to support this proposal to help self-employed workers and to enable them to reconcile their professional and family lives. As you know, Madam Speaker, self-employed workers are their own employers and don't control when amounts of money come in. They are somewhat vulnerable to specific situations in their lives. For example, if they were to fall ill or a member of their family were to take ill and they wanted to take time to help them through that difficult time, or at another time. So how will this work? In fact, Canadians are entitled to regular benefits. There are special benefits that are maternity benefits, parental benefits, sickness benefits, and compassionate care. Those benefits are offered to all workers in Canada. There are some aspects that are different in Quebec. Workers in Quebec have the same benefits. However, the situation is a bit different. In Quebec, they have also costs that are different in keeping with that. Madam Speaker, what our government has done and what our commitment was to enable, to extend special benefits to self-employed workers. Now, what are these special benefits? Well, let's clarify the difference between Quebec and the rest of Canada. In the provinces and territories, the provinces people will benefit from special benefits, maternity, parental benefits, as well as sickness benefits and compassionate care benefits. To be entitled to those services, for each $100 of income earned, $1.73 will be the premium. In Quebec, there is a difference, however. Self-employed workers were already required to pay for maternity and parental benefits, already required to do so. As Quebec is managing that, instead of paying $1.73 for each $100 earned, it's $1.36. But to be entitled to that, Madam Speaker, the Quebec government charged an additional 86 cents more. Now, it's somewhat complicated, but I just simply wanted to clarify that there is a difference between Quebec and the other provinces and territories. Now, what are we offering to self-employed workers? Well, we're saying that if they want to benefit from sickness benefits and compassionate care benefits, those benefits will be available on a voluntary basis. No one is required. And the amount will be $1.36, as opposed to the $1.73 in the other provinces. And I think it's important for people who wanted to take advantage of this protection be in a position to do so if they were to take ill or need a compassionate care leave to take care of a member of their family. The sickness benefit, Madam Speaker, will be for a period of 25 weeks based on the average salary earned over the past year, and compassionate care will be for 6 weeks. Now, Madam Speaker, how will this unfold? Well, if someone decides that he or she wants to apply for these benefits for sickness or compassionate care, the person will be required to have earned $6,000 within the past year. Why is it $6,000 instead of the 600-hour requirement for employees? Well, we don't know exactly how many hours a week the self-employed worker has worked. It's not counted and it's difficult to calculate. So what we did was calculate the equivalent of 600 hours at an average wage of $10 an hour, and that equals $6,000. If a person meets that criteria, they will be entitled to the special benefits I mentioned, sickness benefits and compassionate care benefits. And for maternity and parental benefits, which are offered to all Canadians. Now, Madam Speaker, this isn't the first measure that we've put forth in order to help Canadians and to workers who've lost their jobs. I'd like to take a few moments to tell you about what we're providing to people who have lost their jobs. We know that this is a recession. Things are going better, in fact. But during these difficult times, it's been important for us to support workers who have lost their jobs.
Among these benefits that we offer, these new benefits, we've decided to extend by 5 weeks EI benefits for people who lose their jobs. We thought it was important to give them an additional 5 weeks. So, for example, if somebody had $400 a week EI and 5 weeks more, that's $2,000. That's far more than the 2 weeks that the Bloc was demanding with the elimination of the waiting period. Moreover, Madam Speaker, we wanted to protect employers and employees in situations where they are prepared to share hours so that nobody loses their jobs. Often maybe 4 days a week instead of 5. So we put in place some measures to support those companies and the workers who want to go ahead with this. We give them an additional 14 weeks. Before it was 38, now it'll be 52 weeks. Over 5,000 companies have taken advantage of this for 5,000 workers, so that's to their advantage. Another measure, Mr. Speaker, we wanted to ensure that those who lose their jobs can get training in order to gain new skills. We can pay up to 2 years of training. They would receive benefits while they acquire these new skills so that they can go into another sector of activity if they cannot go back to their original job. Another measure we put forth recently, and the Bloc wanted to vote against that measure, was to provide an additional 5 to 20 weeks of EI for long-tenured workers. That is, people who've been working in the same company for 7, 10, 15, 20 years, who've never collected EI. Now something happens. They may need more time to find another job in the same sector. Others may never be able to do that because the company will shut down definitively. We will offer them 5 to 20 additional weeks. 5 to 20 weeks means that if you pay the maximum in 20 weeks is $8,940 more than someone who loses their job. I don't know if somebody can explain why the Bloc voted against the unemployed and deprive them of a total amount of $8,940. That is a lot of money when you lose your job and you don't even know when you are going to find another one. Well, the Bloc members voted against that measure. So, Madam Speaker, I want to get back to the importance of what we're doing here today. First of all, we're delivering the goods. 2, we're going even beyond what we'd said. We're now offering the self-employed an opportunity to benefit from other special benefits. That means that the self-employed will get maternity benefits, parental leave benefits, as well as sick leave and compassionate care leave. All these measures are going to be offered for Quebec, of course. They already had maternity and parental leave. That was compulsory, but workers had to pay a little bit more in Quebec. Or what I mean is they paid less than what we're asking. We're asking for $1.36. For other provinces and territories, it's $1.73. But Quebec was billing 86 cents for self-employed workers. For the new measures, everyone will be on an equal footing. It'll be $1.36 out of $100 in earnings in order to benefit. So, Madam Speaker, you know, in life, we never know what's going to happen. So I think we've seen that 86% of people wanted us to offer this to the self-employed, particularly sick leave. 86% wanted these benefits. That will now be accessible once this bill is passed. 84% wanted compassionate care leave. 86% again for sick leave, 84% for compassionate care leave, a little bit more than 60% for parental and maternity leave. So this is something people wanted, and now the self-employed will be able to benefit from that kind of protection, Madam Speaker. Thank you. Questions and comments. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member. The Honourable Member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I heard the member for Jonquière-Alma discuss various measures on which the Bloc took a position. For example, the 2-week waiting period. The position of the Bloc was that the 2-week waiting period is truly unfair for a worker who loses his or her job. Eliminating this would allow the worker to get money in the house far earlier in order to buy groceries and other essential goods. Because someone who loses their job and ends up on unemployment faces 2 weeks of waiting and then processing. That's 4 weeks. The check doesn't get to the home for 6 weeks sometimes. This is a very unfair measure that that the member for, I apologize, that the member for Jonquière-Alma doesn't understand, and his party doesn't understand. Another point, since he talked about the extension program, 5 to 20 extra weeks, on condition that in the last 5 years the worker must not have collected EI. Once again, this is a measure that does not help Quebec. It does not benefit seasonal workers. It does not benefit forestry workers. And all unions, all the representatives of workers in Quebec are against that measure because it is designed solely for auto sector workers. So, Madam Speaker, those are the clarifications I wanted to make to the comments of the member for Jonquière-Alma. The Honourable Minister of National Revenue. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Once again, allow me to make a few comments about what the member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord just said. When you eliminate the 2-week waiting period, let's say, Madam Speaker, you lose your job. Given the forms, let's say you're entitled to 30 weeks EI. If I eliminate the 2-week waiting period, yes, you will begin sooner, but you're still only going to get 30 weeks. Whereas if someone loses their job in a recession period, this is doubly important. If you have a recession, often employers do not get back to normal as soon as they thought. The economic activity is slowed down, they get fewer orders, they're not in a position to recall their workers. So in that situation, it's important for someone working in that company to get an additional 5 weeks of EI. 5 extra weeks, when you know that the maximum is $447 a week, multiplied by 5, that's over $2,000. That's a good thing. Moreover, the additional 5 to 20 weeks to be offered to long-tenured workers. Once again, how can anyone in this House who wants to help people in a difficult situation, who have lost their jobs, who may not go back to work in the same company, our government's taken action, wants to help the unemployed, stands up for the unemployed, puts in place a measure giving them an extra 20 weeks at $447 a week, $8,940 for people going through in a difficult situation, and you stand up not to vote for that, but against that. Well, look, why are they here? Are they here to help their fellow citizens in difficulty, or are they here for partisan purposes that do not serve the interests of those who experience these difficulties? It is not the rich who will benefit from this. It is workers who lose their jobs, who are having trouble, who want to support their families, who are going through difficult times. We are offering that extra 20 weeks, but yet they stand up and vote against it. The Honourable Member for Chambly-Bordua. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, my colleague from Jonquière-Allemand, may acknowledge that he made a mistake in his presentation earlier. The number of weeks of sick leave is 15, not 25. I don't think the bill indicates that this will be increased. So when he said 25, I think he misspoke. We're talking about 15 weeks of sick leave. I don't think that was a voluntary mistake. Anyway, the other thing I'd like to say, Madam Speaker, is that my colleague is defending C-50 instead of C-56. I understand he's embarrassed to have supported that bill and has had to come back to it because it's indefensible. My colleague from Chicoutimi-Le-Fiard indicated this. It's the unions in Quebec and the unemployed groups are unanimous in being against that bill, even in the auto sector. The Canadian Auto Workers stated that this didn't help them very much. They preferred to be against it. The Honourable Minister. Well, Madam Speaker, I do appreciate the fact that the member has corrected how I misspoke. The sick leave is 15 weeks and the compassionate care is 6 weeks. Parental leave depends on the province and territory. If I look at the maternity leave in Quebec, it's 15 to 18 weeks, depending on the plan. The same thing in other provinces is 15 weeks. So there are a few things that vary when it comes to parental leave. Now, the government, the Conservative government, has risen in this House to put in place measures to help workers who've lost their jobs. Among others, long-tenured workers who've been paying EI premiums for years. They never collected a cent. They get laid off. It's a catastrophe in their lives. We offer them 5 to 20 weeks extra. Let's say they were entitled to a year, and you get up to vote against that. How can you explain your rationale voting against a measure like this? I would ask the Honourable Minister to address the Chair in his comments. The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Saint-Charles. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Through you, Madam Speaker, I'd like to put a question to the Minister of National Revenue, who is a Quebec citizen, as I am. I'd like to ask him this. In the past 20 years, I've observed the Bloc here in this House. They've presented no measures whatsoever to protect the interests of Quebec when it comes to unemployment. That's the first thing. Secondly, they never wanted power, so they can't solve anything. Third, I'd like to ask my colleague whether indeed who is going to pay for the cost of this new system, because we know that in Quebec I'm already paying part for unionized workers who have certain rights, but they don't pay for me. I'm a self-employed. I stood as an MP. I'm wondering who's going to pay the bill for this new bill that is in favor of the self-employed in Quebec. The Honourable Minister of National Revenue. Thank you. I thank the member for Charlebourg-Saint-Charles, Madam Speaker. That is indeed a good question. Since we're talking about self-employed workers, these are people who will take up this insurance in order to get compassionate care or sick leave. These are self-employed workers who will pay themselves. They'll pay about $1.36 per $100 earnings. In this case, In order to be entitled to EI, the employee pays and the employer pays $1.73 in other provinces and 1.4 times that for the employer. For the self-employed, the employer does not pay. It's a self-employed worker, so that person who will benefit from these special benefits offered here will pay premiums in order to be able to collect later. The amount of money we will accumulate will have a neutral effect. As of 2011, the funding office for EI will make sure that the premiums are in keeping with the benefits paid out. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Laval-les-Îles. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Bill C-56, an act to amend the Employment Insurance Act and to make consequential amendments to other acts. These
amendments will affect the self-employed, mainly, who've been exerting pressure for a long time now for changes to legislation regarding EI.
Liberals will support this legislation because the intent is good. We would like to see the bill sent to committee for an in-depth study.
But what surprises me and surprises my colleagues on this side of the House is the fact that the government drafted a bill that is so important without having provided definitions of the expression independent worker or self-employed worker. As legislators, it is our responsibility as parliamentarians when legislation is written to provide advice to those who will have to apply this legislation.
It's important to say what we mean by the term. Who are these independent workers? For example, when we talk about the self-employed, who are we speaking about, Madam Speaker? Are we speaking about people who work as individual consultants, or those who work within a consulting firm where there are several independent consultants but who only share office space, phone lines, a receptionist, and other administrative services? Are we speaking about contractors, small and medium-sized entrepreneurs who work in teams yet have no financial responsibility towards each other? Madam Speaker, surely the definitions of the people affected by any legislation, and particularly of such a major piece such as we are discussing today, should be included and clarified in the actual legislation and not left to regulations. These regulations, which come after the legislation has passed this House and the other House, can be amended by order in Council at the government's will without any debate in Parliament. It is therefore imperative that the bill, as it stands today, that there be substantial amendments to it, and the very first one that I would suggest to this House would be a definition of who are the people who will be affected by this bill. This is a long-awaited piece of legislation, Madam Speaker. Since the summer, Liberals have asked the government for information on the short-term impact of these measures in the EI fund or on the potential impact on EI premiums in general. We are still waiting on this information. Qui sont ces travailleurs indépendants?
Who are these independent workers? What we know, based on social demographic data, is that the number of independent workers has increased.
Is now self-employed throughout Canada. Dans les 25 dernières années,
in the past 25 years, according to surveys, self-employment has increased faster than employment in general.
Between August 2008 and August 2009, self-employment rose by 3.5% on average. That's in 1 year. That is over 92,000 more people. En même temps, nous avons...
At the same time, we've seen a decline of 2.37% in the paid workforce.
2.7 million self-employed people in Canada as compared to 2.5 million in 2005. This is despite the downturn in the economy. So it is obvious that this bill comes at a very important part for these 2.7 million self-employed people in Canada. But we have to know within these 2.5 who is going to be affected by the bill. 35.9%, pardon, 35,9% des travailleurs.
35.9% of self-employed women and 28% of men work with their spouses in a business. That means that both people, both the wage earners are self-employed.
Of the self-employed work full-time. We know that people have chosen self-employment either after retirement or in many cases they have grown frustrated with their inability to find full-time work that suits their skills and qualifications and skills. We also know that stress in the workplace, especially within the public service sector, have forced people to choose the uncertainties of self-employment. And I can talk about the uncertainties for self-employment because for 10 years I was self-employed and it was really an up and down ladder. There were months when nothing would come in and I would do no work, and there were months when I would be trying to do 2 or 3 things at the same time. There is no you can never tell a few months ahead whether you're going to be having any money coming into the house or not. We know that amongst the self-employed, 17% are newcomers to Canada. And we know one of the reasons for that is that because they have degrees that they have earned outside Canada, they're not able to have a comparable degree here in Canada. And these people had no choice but to become self-employed because barriers to employment are more prevalent. Monsieur le Président,
Mr. Speaker, I think it's time to talk about changes to EI. We spent the summer trying to work with the Conservative government. Finally, we have a bill that allows for no flexibility within the EI system, which does not reflect the various provincial and territorial legislations. There is no clear definition of self-employment, and when there is one, it isn't very good.
Of a lack of goodwill on the part of this government to be open and willing to discuss public policies that matters to Canadians. So, Mr. Speaker, while we are pleased that many of those self-employed women, and I'm only speaking of women here, will now be able to access maternity benefits, parental, sick, and even compassionate benefits, what calculations did the government use to assure Canadians that the EI fund will be able to withstand the added costs? If they've done calculations, these calculations are still unknown to Canadians and definitely to parliamentarians. What models did the government look at before coming up with this framework? Obviously not very many. Par exemple, Monsieur le Président,
for example, Mr. Speaker, if the government had taken the time to look at the programs in provinces and territories, it would have realized that the Quebec model is an excellent example that they could use to develop a system that was more fair for the self-employed. And allow me to take a few minutes to describe the Quebec model. The Quebec government presently offers parental and maternity leave to self-employed workers, but it uses a different model. All Quebecers who work independently have to pay out of their income for contributions to the Quebec parental insurance regime. People who make less than $2,000 can benefit from this plan, and they can earn up to 70% of their income. This is far more generous than the bill we're looking at today. While this program in Quebec is in place, the new federal maternity leave and parental leave system will not apply in Quebec because workers in Quebec will have contributed to a health leave program and a compassionate care program that are not presently offered. So they'll have to pay a bonus of 37, or rather they'll pay 37% less. This seems to be an arrangement that's more than fair, which suggests a problem.
Legislation is a threshold of $6,000 in pre-tax earnings before the self-employed can qualify. Madam Speaker, again, what calculations did the government use to come up with this figure? Madame la Présidente.
Madam Speaker, this is an aspect that we on this side of the House would like to see discussed in detail when the bill is studied in committee for those people who will be affected. In committee, we hope to hear from the Government of Quebec with respect to best practices and lessons they've learned in applying these services or offering these services in that province.
Je m'excuse, j'ai perdu mes notes.
I apologize, I've lost my notes.
So, Madam Speaker, while we are pleased that many of those self-employed women will now be able to access maternity benefits, we still ask again what calculations has this Conservative come to and how they've come to these calculations, and would they make them public to members of Parliament as well as to the Canadian public. Madame la Présidente.
Madam Speaker, working should be flexible. It's no longer standard that people work full-time for one employer. We have to meet the needs of new kinds of work. This is work that is flexible, mobile, and even seasonal.
It is all about, Madam Speaker, in the 21st century. Merci.
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments.
Questions and comments. The honourable member from Okanagan, Kelowna Lake Country.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Very close. Central Okanagan, Kelowna Lake Country, and it's a pleasure to rise in the House to speak to this very important piece of legislation that's being brought forth as part of our Conservative government's campaign commitment of last year. So not only fulfilling but exceeding the expectations of our constituents with regard to this platform initiative. And I'd like to thank the honourable member for her dissertation. We worked together on the Human Resources Standing Committee, and we'll be discussing this piece of legislation that's brought forward through the House. I just wanted to ask specifically the fact from a British Columbia perspective, and yourself, Madam Speaker, from BC. I know that John Winter, the chair of the Coalition of BC Businesses, said the Legislation Act would ease some of the risk associated with self-employment and provide greater financial security to the Canadian entrepreneurs. This is welcome news to BC's 216,300 owner-operators. No longer will an economic downturn or the decision to care for children leave them in the lurch without employment insurance or parental leave. It's only fair British Columbians who hang their own shingle should not have to choose between raising a family and raising a business. Madam Speaker, and one of the fastest growing sectors of the self-employed is the women entrepreneurs. I have the Women's Enterprise Centre located in my riding of Kelowna Lake Country, working with the Women's Centre, just seeing how the Women's Resource Centre is expanding. And Globe and Mail editorial made reference to the fact that broader supports for this group of 2.7 million Canadians, men and women who work long hours with little certainty, would make the country more equitable and make the path on entrepreneurship more viable, which is substantiated by Stats Canada. It says from 1976 to 2008, the number of self-employed men in Canada roughly doubled from 873,400 to 1,719,700. The number of self-employed women nearly tripled over the same period, going from 311,600 to 909,900. Madam Speaker, my question to my honourable colleague is understanding the importance of this type of insurance for men and women, specifically women entrepreneurial sector. Do you support expediting this bill through the House so we can ensure the legislation is effective January 2010?
The honourable member for Laval-les-Îles. Madam Speaker, I'm very happy to hear from the member for Kelowna Lake Country, and I completely agree with the fact that there is a great need And I said in the speech I just made, I said this, nevertheless it's clear that there are fundamental components that are lacking, and we will have to look at this in committee. The member for Kelowna Lake Country is a member of the committee, as am I, and it will be up to us, the members of the committee, to decide on how quickly we get through this. But what I think is, and what I recommend, is that we do work as quickly as possible to address the gaps in this legislation so we can come back to the House as fast as possible so that people can benefit from it as soon as possible. Questions and comments?
The Honourable Member for Huron-Bruce.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the Honourable Member for her work on the HuMA Committee. She works very hard on behalf of her constituents for issues like this. A couple of questions, or a point and then a question. There was a briefing on the bill itself. I understand the member attended the briefing, and it was quite clear at how the calculation came to be about the $6,000 threshold. It's related with a number of dollars per hour earnings, as well as the threshold for special benefits. And I just wondered if the member had missed that in the briefing. As well, a comment here, and perhaps the member would like to make a rebuttal to this. In 2003, the parental benefits for self-employed was the principal recommendation of the Liberal women on the Prime Minister's task force on women entrepreneurs. Just recently, the member from Notre Dame de Grace was asked about the success of that or the failure of that on behalf of the previous Liberal government, and she admitted it on Power Play that the previous Liberal government completely ignored it. So I just wonder if she'd be prepared to comment on either of those issues.
The Honourable Member for Laval-les-Îles. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I am, or rather I was, a member of the committee.
Entrepreneurs, which came to my writing at the time, and we met with a large number of women entrepreneurs in Laval-les-Îles. We made, along with the other groups, those recommendations. I was for that recommendation then. I did discuss it with my party. We discussed it in the Liberal Women's Caucus. This was an important part for us because, as everyone agrees, women in the workforce form a large part of the independent workers, the autonomous workers. I'm sorry to say that we, when we were in the government, did not push this sufficiently. What is passed is passed. What is now before us is a bill which I think means well, but a bill which is definitely incomplete and must be ameliorated.
Questions et commentaires?
Questions and comments?
The Honourable Member for York West.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I want to recognize the contribution that my colleague did in working on that whole issue of the self-employed and women in particular. She's mentioned in her comments about how the needs for women, that self-employment is something that is attractive to women. They can arrange their own schedule and so on. So it's a real benefit. But some of the things that go against a woman is probably not contributing to her pension and insufficient support in that angle. I'd like to ask the Honourable Member what other suggestions she has for dealing and how it just might, at committee, make this bill that much stronger to be able to really help the women of Canada that we're talking about at this moment.
The Honourable Member for Laval-les-Îles. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for her compliments with respect to pension, and I know that my colleague is the critic for seniors, and we know how important the pension issue is in this country. It's one of the things we have to look at, study thoroughly, and look at what people are earning, because when you're self-employed, the amount of money you make in a year is not equal to the money you would make in another year. And even within the year, there are highs and lows. You might work for a few months and then not work for the following months. So there is this roller coaster aspect that has to be studied very carefully in order to decide on the minimum threshold for someone who is self-employed to be eligible to pension. And I'd like to thank my colleague for her question, and it's something we will study in depth in committee. Questions and comments?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I would like to thank my colleague opposite for her comments and her study of this bill, which of course is a huge step forward and is fulfilling some of our campaign promises. We all know that we have a great number of people who are self-employed. And okay, I'm told I have a very little time, so I'll get right to it. Certainly we know that we have thousands of self-employed tradespeople, and they're currently unable to participate in the EI program. I would ask the member opposite to, if she could give us her thoughts on how this, as I see it, is going to greatly help the tradespeople.
The Honourable Member for Laval-les-Îles. Well, I would ask the same question of my colleague across the way. It is the problem with this bill. Who are those people who will benefit from this bill? Is it people who are in business? Is it people who work at home? Who are these people? And her party has not, in fact, identified those groups who will benefit from this bill. This remains to be done, Madam Speaker. Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Agriculture. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Time with the member from Simcoe Grey. Alors, c'est avec plaisir que je me lève.
I am very pleased today to speak on behalf of Bill C-56, a bill for the self-employed, which will allow self-employed workers to have access to special EI benefits. Business and entrepreneurship is increasingly important for a dynamic economy and creates jobs in the Canadian economy. Last year in Canada, there were 2.6 million self-employed workers. They represent 15.4% of the country's working population. More than a third of women who are self-employed are of reproductive age. Mr. Speaker, workers have little, indeed no protection, no income protection during the great events of their life, such as the birth or adoption of a child, illness, or having to take care of a loved one who is seriously ill. Our government proposes that self-employed workers benefit from special EI benefits comparable to those salaried workers have. Broadening access to these benefits is a measure that is both fair and responsible. Please allow me to explain these special benefits. These EI benefits would be income support for Canadians when there is an important event that crops up in their life, for example, the birth or adoption of a child, or the responsibility of caring for a loved one who is suffering from a terminal illness. Madam Speaker, these are enormous events in any life. They have an influence on a person's ability to work. Our Conservative government is sensitive to the difficulties that all Canadians who work have to deal with and cope with, and the pressures that are brought to bear by their professional and family responsibilities. This shows that these benefits will be extremely important for self-employed workers. In fact, a recent poll shows that the self-employed are very interested in getting aid to cope with the kind of event that crops up in life. Our government is trying to respond to their long-standing desire to benefit from these support measures. We propose that special benefits of EI for workers, for self-employed workers, be similar to those of EI, of the present EI system for the employed. So the following features will be similar. the benefit period, the rates of wage replacement, maximum remuneration, how people are paid, and the waiting period. These adjustments will be made as a function of the unique situation of the self-employed worker. For example, independent workers or the self-employed will be able to voluntarily be part of the system and pay contributions in a sustained way for at least a year before being able to benefit.
To be eligible for these benefits, they will, or in fact, they will also be able to withdraw from the system. The rates will be the same for employees. They will not be forced to pay the employer's portion of the employment insurance premiums because they will not have access to regular employment insurance benefits. Self-employed workers will be eligible for benefits if their income is interrupted following the birth of or adoption of a child, if they are sick, or if they need to take care of a family member who is seriously ill. To be eligible for these benefits, their revenue will have to have been $6,000 during the course of a year. Madam Speaker, as many honourable members know, the Government of Quebec already offers maternity and parental benefits to self-employed workers through its system called the Quebec Parental Insurance System. I want to clarify that with this bill, self-employed workers living in Quebec would continue to receive parental and maternity benefits from the Quebec Parental Insurance System as established by the Quebec government for all residents. However, they could also be eligible for sickness and compassionate care benefits offered by the Government of Canada through the Employment Insurance System. Since the province is already funding parental and maternity benefits, premiums by self-employed workers living in Quebec would be readjusted downwards. These are the main features of the bill. Broadening access to benefits is a family policy which is fair, just, and will be very beneficial for families throughout Canada. Our Conservative government knows that the families are the foundation of our country. And we feel that self-employed workers in Canada shouldn't be forced to choose between their families and their professional responsibilities. Allow me to put Bill C-56 in a broader context, Madam Speaker. When the Prime Minister took power in 2006, he put childcare at the top of the government's list of priorities. Since then, we've celebrated the 3rd anniversary of the universal child care benefit. Since July 2006, we have been giving parents $100 per month for each child aged 6 and less. That makes $1,200 per year for each child under the age of 6. And this helps parents choose the best solution in keeping with their needs. Since last February's budget, we have made some important investments in families. We increased revenue levels for cutting off the national child benefit and the Canadian tax benefit for children. We have created $580 million in refundable tax credits thanks to the Working Revenue Tax Credit, and we created $1 billion worth of affordable housing. This will be for a period of 5 years, and there is another $20 billion involved. Mr. Speaker, the support for Canadian families is one of the most important priorities for this government. And Madam Speaker, it is in this context that we are presenting Bill C-56, which is the Act for Self-Employed Workers. For many people, these special benefits will help them not only take responsibility for their family and their loved ones, it will give them additional peace of mind and greater financial security. As members of the House know, the government took action quickly to come to the aid of Canadians to help them weather this difficult economic period. That is another of our priorities. Thanks to the Canada Action Plan, we quickly provided timely improvements to the employment insurance system, namely by increasing the number of weeks of benefits, by enhancing the efficiency of service through support for training, and by broadening the work-sharing program. The measures adopted as part of the Economic Action Plan of Canada show the government's commitment to helping all Canadians to weather this difficult economic time. Madam Speaker, this government also modernized the eligibility criteria for, eligibility for compassionate care benefits and created the Employment Insurance Office. The government adopted legislative measures designed to pay regular benefits to workers, long-tenured workers who lose their jobs. And now these are people who have paid into the employment insurance system for years and who have rarely or never used it, and who now find themselves needing some assistance. Madam Speaker, this bill is a reflection of the commitment that we have made to pay benefits, parental maternity benefits, to self-employed workers. And I invite all members to join me and vote in favor of this bill.
Comments. The Honourable Member for Elmwood Transcona.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd want to thank the member for his presentation. I'd like to ask the member whether the government has any projections as to the uptake of this program, how many people will be affected by it, how many people will be applying for it, projected, and also in terms of its costs, I'd like to know who makes up for the, if there's cost overruns in the program, then where does the money to make up those costs come from?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, in terms of funding for this program, one of the reasons that we're asking self-employed Canadians to make contributions 1 year before they collect is so that they help finance the program. The intention is that this is a self-financing initiative so that over time the money that independent business people put into the unemployment insurance program will be used to pay their benefits. If there were cost overruns, Madam Speaker, our estimation is that over time this may raise premiums for the average Canadian by perhaps 1 or 2 cents. That's about it. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Huron-Bruce.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. 2 questions for the member. Obviously, Huron-Bruce is a rural riding, and many farmers, farm producers, farm families. It's a pleasure to hear the member speak today, and as the Parliamentary Secretary to Agriculture, I wondered if he could make a comment on the impact this is going to have for farmers and farm families across Canada. Thank you.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. That's an excellent question. I, too, come from a rural riding of Glengarry, Prescott, Russell. In fact, I'd like to just read a quote here. This is by Richard Phillips. He's the Executive Director, Grain Growers of Canada. He says, quote, "The legislation is very welcome. This has huge potential for quality of life in rural Canada." There's a second quote here, Madam Speaker. Quote, "This could be the difference as whether one member of the family has to seek off-farm employment because now families will have a choice. With over 200,000 farms in Canada, if even 10% of them choose to take advantage of these programs, this could help ensure another 20,000 more young families stay on the land." So, Madam Speaker, I'd just like to summarize by saying this is a great initiative for all Canadians, but particularly for rural Canadians, as I presented here with these quotes from the Executive Director of the Grain Growers of Canada.
Comments? 1 minute question. The Honourable Member for York West.
Just based on what I'm hearing on this particular bill, if the intent is It certainly sounds good, and I do hope that at the end of the day that it really does serve the self-employed. But it sounds like it's going to be very expensive. Many of the people that, in particular, I'm thinking about in my own riding of York West, that are self-employed because they're at home with children or caring for elderly family. Is this program not really looking at those that are doing extremely well, or is there going to be a way to help those who are low-income earners that are still self-employed?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The initiative that's being put forward here to help self-employed Canadians will apply to all Canadians that are self-employed, whether they're on the low-income end or not. It's a program that will support all self-employed Canadians. And I would like to take the opportunity, Madam Speaker, to really invite my colleagues on the other side of the House, particularly in the Liberal Party, to support this initiative. This is something that independent business owners have been asking for an extremely long time. Here we have a government taking action and moving forward, but Madam Speaker, we need the cooperation of our fellow MPs in the opposition parties in order to make this a reality. This is a very important initiative. It's being watched very closely by independent business owners, and I think that we should act in their best interest, and that's why I invite my fellow colleagues to support this initiative. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Minister of State for Status of Women.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. A year ago, the Prime Minister said this: self-employed Canadians and those who one day hope to be should not have to choose between starting a family and starting a business because of government policy. They should be able to pursue their dreams both as entrepreneurs and as parents. At the time, Conservatives promised to extend EI maternity and parental benefits to the self-employed. That was our pledge to all Canadians. Canadians who pay into the EI system now get not only maternity and parental benefits, but also compassionate care benefits and sickness benefits. Right now, the field is not fair. Those Canadians get more. We want to do more, we can, and we will do more. We are doing more for self-employed Canadians through this bill, C-56. Not only will we make maternity and parental benefits available to them, but also those same compassionate care and sickness benefits that most working Canadians already receive. This is both the fair thing and the right thing to do, and it is really that simple. The same relative assurance and stability that most working Canadians have due to these special benefits should be and now will be accorded to the work and lives of the literally millions of self-employed Canadians across the country. Our Conservative government knows that families are the foundation of our great country, and until the introduction of this bill, there was no choice for them at all. Self-employed Canadians have been on their own since the very beginning. And while we certainly have faith in the abilities and the willingness of these Canadians to create jobs, to create wealth, and to save and plan for the contingencies of life, successful Canadian governments have certainly done nothing to make things even just a little bit easier. That is until now. Bill C-56 amends the Employment Insurance Act to extend to self-employed Canadians the similar EI special benefits that employees enjoy on a voluntary basis. These are the benefits that can help them cope with life-changing events and transitions, such as the birth of a child, the adoption of a child, or a serious illness, or having to care for a family member who is gravely ill. These benefits have been available in various forms to most working Canadians for a very long time, but never to our self-employed. Building this structure to facilitate our self-employed being able to draw on these benefits if they want to, and if they need to, is our government's way of making things just a little bit easier. Madam Speaker, there are somewhere around 2.6 million self-employed Canadians in our country. We're talking about over 15% of the workforce. We know that 47% of the small business owners in Canada are women-owned or operated by women. We know that the OECD has cited Canada as being one of the most entrepreneurial women within the OECD developed countries. That's impressive. It is a very large and very important segment of our workforce, and an even bigger segment of our entrepreneurial, creative, and wealth-producing talent. They have long asked for this sort of support. Previous governments completely ignored these Canadians, and they have for decades. That is stopping right now. Our government has listened, and we have worked hard to create this bill and the structure, and now we are delivering results for the self-employed. In many cases, self-employment has meant a new start for people, or even a challenge right at the outset of a person's working life. Many of these people are entrepreneurial by nature, they are willing to take risks, and they are very creative and they are driven. Having been a small business owner myself, having been raised in a small business family and coming from a long line of small business, name it from a jewelry business to the local garage owner, to a motel, to a grocery store, and to a furniture business. Of course, that's the family business I was raised in for 40 years. And I often jokingly say that I started in the dusting department and quickly rose and graduated to marketing, sales, finance, you name it. A small business person is all of the above. Many members here, past and present, and I'm sure many in the future too, have run a small business and perhaps will run a business of their own when they leave this place. Self-employed people set out to market their skills and their knowledge. And the economy, of course, is much better for the resourcefulness and the determination. In this place, we often speak of creating the best trained, most skilled, most flexible workforce in the world. Often it is those very attributes that define the successful self-employed Canadian. They market themselves on their strengths, on their training and their skills, and they are certainly among the most flexible people in the labor market. Self-employed individuals must be ready to take on a very wide range of challenges. Many self-employed individuals find great satisfaction in being their own boss. They enjoy being called in to fix a particular problem for which their background and training make them very qualified. But as many self-employed people know and would remind us, Madam Speaker, that this kind of career path can be something of like walking on a tightrope at times. And there is no safety net of benefits to tide them over should difficult times come upon them. Life transition events can be extremely challenging for those who are self-employed. Where do they go when they're sick? Who do they turn to? What do they do when a close family member has been diagnosed with a terminal illness? And how do they balance their work and their family responsibilities? An employee pays EI premiums and has access to EI maternal and paternal benefits when they need it. Up to now, self-employed Canadians had no such option. Our Conservative government cares a great deal about the family, and we are helping Canadians balance their work and their family responsibilities. But when the Prime Minister first assumed office in 2006, he did make childcare a priority for our government. Choice and opportunity would be the driving forces behind our government's policy when it came to Canadian families. And when our Conservative government sees such a large number of Canadian workers who might want to raise a family but don't have the kind of supports that they need to, especially when those supports are available to other Canadians, we want to ensure that we can help them. This situation is particularly acute when we consider how many self-employed Canadians are women. As the Minister of State for the Status of Women, let me say that I am very proud of what this bill will accomplish for women. This, however, is nothing new because in every action that we have taken as a government, we have advanced the economic, social, cultural, and democratic participation for women in this country. The guiding principles for actions we have taken with respect to women has always been ensuring that benefits go directly to women and their families. That was why our government chose to provide child care benefits directly to parents, and that is why we created 2 new funding programs at Status of Women Canada. We created the Community Fund, the Community Grants Fund, and then the Partnership Fund. We increased the budget for both of these programs so that women's organizations across the country could provide the assistance to women that they need in order to help within their own specific communities. Funding for Status Women Canada right now is at the highest level that it has been in Canada's history, and we've seen a dramatic increase in the number of women's organizations across the country that are receiving funding. In fact, a 69% increase, and 42% of them are receiving money for the first time. And a lot of these projects, 100,000 women directly are benefiting from this. They focus on economic security, of course, ending violence in women in leadership and democratic participation, but the larger portion is focused on economic security. And yes, this includes talking about financial literacy or helping a new businesswoman understand what's required in terms of accounting measures for a small business, or even knowing where to go to begin that new business for new immigrants who come to Canada, with a strong focus, of course, because it is Status Women Canada, on women and women in business. Over the summer, I had an opportunity to meet with women across the country from all walks of life. I was very proud and impressed to hear from so many Canadian women on how they had accomplished so much as small business women and what they were looking for from this government. And I heard time and again that they wanted us to fulfill the promise and the pledge that we made to provide maternal and paternal benefits to the self-employed, and that is exactly what we're doing. And we're doing one better. We're also going to the compassionate benefits, which of course are important. Working with businesswomen across the country, being a former small business owner, as well as having my master's in business, I can tell you that the small business women across this country are very pleased with this government, and they're looking for all members in this House to support this bill.
And comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Elmwood Transcona.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the member for her presentation. I want to follow up with her with a question really had to do more with the previous speaker for the government side. I asked him to provide us with the projections for the uptake on the program. In other words, how many people does the government think will be taking advantage of the program in the first year or second year, and the costs of the program, and what would happen with overruns. And his answer to me simply provided information that the program was going to be self-financing, but if it didn't self-finance, the premiums might go up 1 cent or 2 cents, he said. But the point is, Madam Speaker, Bill C-50, the bill dealing with the long-tenured workers, in that bill, the government projected 190,000 participants would be involved. It projected costs of $1 billion. And so the question is, clearly in this particular bill, the government must have done a similar analysis. So I'd like to know where the analysis is and ask her again, how many people does the government project will be helped by this program in the first year, 2 years, 3 years?
Minister State.
I'll thank the member for his important question. I will highlight for him what Catherine Swift, the president of the Canadian Federation of Independent Business, had to say. Quote, "The initiative fills a glaring gap for people running their own businesses, especially women. We have a lot of women members. They'd like to have a child, and yet abandoning your business is not an option." This is a strong businesswoman, the president of CFIB. She has her ear to the public, to the small business people, knowing clearly what it is that they're looking for. Her strong statement highlights that there are a lot of small business people who are a member of her organization who have been looking for this. In addition to that, public opinion research has indicated that 86% of self-employed support access to sickness benefits, 84% supported access to compassionate care benefits, and 64% supported access to maternity and parental benefits. This is something that goes way back, years, where small business people were calling for it about 10 years ago. There's been a number of reports, specifically even on women and women in business, who've been asking for this initiative. It is clearly something that they want, and it depends on the uptake. The member knows that, but clearly we can see that there is a strong interest and desire to have this.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Huron-Bruce.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank the Minister of State for Status of Women for her hard work that she's done. The work she's doing for financial literacy for young women at risk is phenomenal, and I know it'll yield great results in the future. I would like her to maybe give us a contrast today in the House between the previous Liberal government and our current government. The previous Liberal government promised child care dating back to '93. They've promised in 2003 the parental benefits for self-employed was the principal recommendation of the Liberal women on the Prime Minister's Task Force for Women Entrepreneurs. The member from Notre Dame de Grasse admitted the previous Liberal government completely ignored it. So I wondered if she could just briefly tell the House of the great work this government's done for delivering on families and for business. Thank you.
Honourable Minister of State
I'll thank
has
the
a
member
minute
for
to
his
respond.
question, Madam Speaker. I don't have enough time to highlight everything that we have done. But what I would like to point out is that there was recently a pink book distributed, a third version. And to be perfectly honest, I can probably understand how many of the Liberal women were probably upset because once again they were relegated to the back pink room, handed a pink pad of paper and asked to write down for the third time the list of Liberal broken promises made to women over the past decade plus. It's shameful, it's unfortunate, but it's this Conservative government that not only has delivered on every promise that we have made to women, that are working to ensure that women have the opportunity to fully participate in the economic, the social, the democratic and cultural life of Canada. We have the largest percentage of women in cabinet in Canada's history, the largest increase in funding to Status of Women Canada to support women and the status of women, the largest amount to hand out to grassroots organizations across the country that the country has ever seen. And we're hearing from these organizations who are helping women with concrete action and plans in the individual communities across the country of how pleased they are with this Conservative government and the positive changes that we have made and the work that we're doing for all Canadians.
Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Argenteuil-Papineau-Mirabel. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to rise to speak to Bill C-56 on behalf of the Bloc Québécois. I'm pleased to intervene in this debate on this important issue of employment insurance. I was listening to my Conservative colleague describe everything her government has apparently done for women, but when you look at opinion polls, there was one today, there are far more men than women that choose the Conservative Party, and there's a good reason for that, Madam Speaker. It's simply that the Conservatives have not systematically taken the trouble to tackle women's rights issues. This is not the case with the Bloc Québécois, Madam Speaker. And day after day in this House, the Bloc Québécois vigorously defends the rights of women, especially since this economic crisis started. And this is true for employment insurance. This is true because the most underprivileged, the weakest in our society, those who have precarious employment, are not. It's not the employees that are precarious, it's the jobs themselves. When you look at the reforms put forth by the Conservatives, which are purely partisan political tactics, you realize, and of course, with the last bill, not C-56 that's before us now, but the last one that the Conservatives tabled regarding EI reform, and which they called assistance for long-tenured workers. It's quite something to examine that bill. It was adopted by the House, but the Bloc Québécois opposed it. This bill for the long-tenured workers created two categories of workers. To them, long-tenured workers are those with at least 5 years work in a given company and who have not collected more than 35 weeks EI in the past 5 years. Now, you will understand, Madam Speaker, that all employees in tourism and agriculture, fisheries, forestry, largely in Quebec, all those employees who may be long tenured in those industries, who've worked 10, 15, 20, even 30 years in those industries. They are long tenured in those enterprises, but because the job that's offered is a seasonal one, sometimes a precarious one, it is not permanent. It's permanent in the sense that the person comes back every year, but in the course of a given year, there are long periods where people can't work, either in tourism because there's no clients in the winter, or in fisheries. The fishery isn't there at certain times of year, and there are quotas, there are limits, you can't fish year-round. In agriculture, there's the climate, you can't farm 12 months a year. Forestry, same thing, because of the weather. And it's worse in the past 5 years because that sector has been experiencing a crisis that lasts and lasts. That began with customs tariffs. You will recall the softwood lumber agreement, which started well before the current economic crisis. But these are permanent employees who are long tenured in a given industry, but whom the Conservative Party considers employees who do not deserve an increase of 5 to 20 weeks in benefits. Well, now, Madam Speaker, it's hard to listen and follow what the Conservatives have to say. The Conservatives, are rendering their garment and gnashing their teeth and saying that they're helping women, they're helping the poor. Of course, we see that that's not the result, Madam Speaker. So there's a good reason why the Bloc Québécois will vote in favor of this bill at this stage, precisely so that it can be referred to committee and we can really shed light on it. As you know, Madam Speaker, you know how committees function. We invite witnesses, we solicit the participation of target groups that are supposed to benefit from the bill or should benefit from it. Then we amend it, we improve it, and then we see what the result can be. But it is possible that the bill before us today changes a lot in committee, because we have to worry about the poorest in our society and self-employed workers as well. This has always been an objective of the Bloc Québécois, that is to make sure that the self-employed can benefit from the entire EI system. Because when I was saying that the Conservatives manipulate public opinion, it was absolutely incredible to watch media representatives deliver the message of the Conservative members and minister, because they're giving the impression that they're helping the entire sector of the self-employed, as if the self-employed could pay into the I fund and be entitled to it if they experienced a period of unemployment. That is not the case, Madam Speaker. The purpose of this is an EI system that is voluntary but that covers only special benefits. That's important. When you talk about special benefits, you have to understand that this will allow the self-employed to receive maternity benefits for a certain period, parental or adoption leave for up to 35 weeks, sick leave for a maximum period of 15 weeks, and compassionate care leave for a maximum period of 6 weeks. Once again, this is voluntary. It is not a standardized program across Canada. Of course, in Quebec, some of these benefits, I would say the majority of them, are already covered by the system governed by the Government of Quebec. But it is not an EI system for the self-employed. The Conservatives have to stop manipulating the public and brainwashing them and trying to convince them that the self-employed will get EI benefits. A self-employed worker on contract who loses that contract will not be entitled to EI. Not according to the bill before us now, I repeat, and it's important to understand this because once again, as you know, the Conservatives have become experts at manipulating public opinion. They make a minister's statement or a member makes a statement saying we're going to put forth an EI program for the self-employed. That's not the case, Madam Speaker. This is an EI program for special benefits that the self-employed can obtain if they voluntarily decide to participate. Special benefits that could be collected by the self-employed include maternity leave up to 15 weeks, parental or adoption leave up to 35 weeks, and sick leave maximum 15 weeks, and compassionate care leave up to 6 weeks. There is absolutely nothing in here, and I repeat it, there's nothing for self-employed workers who have contracts and who lose that contract and after paying into the system want to collect employment insurance like every other worker who pays premiums. They will only be entitled to the special benefits in very particular cases, not when they lose their contract or part of their income in some way. Once that is pointed out, you will understand, Madam Speaker, that what the Bloc wants to do is to improve this in committee and ensure that we have a real employment insurance program for the welfare of the self-employed who are experiencing the economic crisis just as all other stakeholders are, whether it be employers, entrepreneurs, or what have you. Right now, it's been fashionable to hire people on contract. They avoid paying in various benefits, so they give part of their work to contract employees. And a large part of the self-employed are on contract. This is seen a lot in the area of informatics. My son works in multimedia, and in his field, I would say that almost 100% of the employees are on a contract basis. That doesn't mean they're lacking work, but in an economic crisis, there's less work. So there are fewer of these people, and many of them are unemployed, and they don't get EI because they're contract workers. They do not contribute to the system. So, once again, Madam Speaker, you have to be careful here with what the Conservatives are proposing quite often. And I won't hesitate to use the word for base partisan purposes. They manipulate the public. They use the media for partisan purposes. Sometimes the media are very complicit in this. They know that the Conservatives are using them, but they want to do that work for them. I won't say the dirty work, but it's more or less that. Once again, one mustn't be surprised. The objective of the Bloc Québécois, which is the only party that rises every day to defend the interests of Quebecers in this House, is taking advantage of the work in committee to improve this bill and make it a real EI system for the self-employed. We also have to put into perspective what will be paid, because of course there will be a voluntary involvement in this program. The bill allows the self-employed to pay into this system and get special benefits. They will pay through their tax return. So in their tax return, they will have to declare their income, of course, and pay a premium for each $1,000 in earnings. They have to earn at least $6,000 in the calendar year preceding their application in order to be entitled to 50% of their income, as is the case for special benefits. In 2009, on their tax return, that is the next tax return that they will have to file in February, March, April 2010 for fiscal year 2009, they will have to register in 2009 in order to benefit in 2010. That is, they have to pay 1 year of premiums in order to benefit. This could be put in place by 2010, and given the tax returns of 2009, by allowing workers to register now. They register, then they pay the full premiums for 2009, and that would allow them to get special benefits under EI as early as 2010. One has to wonder about this procedure because the EI fund anticipates a $7 billion deficit in 2010. So will this special premium paid by the self-employed for 2009, which will be payable as early as January or February 2010, will that simply swell up the EI fund? Well, once again, one can only wonder.
So workers, if they pay these special premiums, as soon as they become self-employed, here again, it is voluntary. But once they decide to pay into it, if they pay premiums and if you don't get any benefit, you could stop paying premiums, but once you have derived benefits from the program, you'll have to continue to contribute to the plan. What the Conservatives are saying is that the self-employed will only pay the employee's share because they don't have access to regular benefits, and their premiums won't be as high as they would be for regular workers who work for businesses. Now, it's clear that special benefits, when we look at what the self-employed are being charged, and we look what they're being paid in terms of special benefits from EI, we note that these special benefits are about a quarter of the benefits, of the EI system benefits they get. So what the Conservatives are asking of the self-employed is $136 per $100 in Quebec. Quebecers pay $136 per $100 for these two measures in the bill, to which they are already entitled because of what they pay for other measures in Quebec. So this will be fully debated in committee, the whole issue of what Quebec workers pay, because self-employed in Quebec, according to the documents that were made available by the government, we see that people self-employed in Quebec will continue to receive parental and maternity leave through the Quebec system, but they will be eligible to illness, sick leave, and compassionate care leave, but they'll have to pay the same premiums as other workers in Quebec, without it reflecting the premiums they pay into the provincial system. So the bill before us, C-56, would only partially apply to the self-employed in Quebec, since they're already covered by the parental leave system in Quebec and the maternity and adoption leave system. And as for sick leave and compassionate care leave, it's also insured by Quebec. So $136 in Quebec, $173 in Canada, and this is explained by the fact that Quebecers have a parental leave system. But the difference between 136 and 173 seems to show that there is a problem, because at the present time they're paying a little more than 80 cents. So there will be a debate as to whether or not Quebecers with this system are paying more than other Canadians, and we think they are. And you will understand that the objective of the bloc will be to make sure that Quebecers don't pay more than their fair share. And we feel that the fact that they pay premiums in Quebec should reduce what they have to pay into the system. So, Madam Speaker, Quebecers, and as you know, in the Americas, this is a part of the world where wealth is least well distributed. So we're paying into a plan that serves all of Canada and the rest of Canada, but what we get is not up to what we're paying for. This is one of the reasons why Quebec hopes to go it alone one day. Not because we don't like our neighbors, simply because we have another way of seeing society in terms of the environment. We see Canada, which is the shame of the planet, whereas Quebec, if it were a country on its own, would be one of the best environmental citizens, one of the best in the struggle against climate change. And this is a choice that Quebecers have made to develop hydroelectric energy. And this is a network which was built with no federal money. It's a choice that Quebecers made, and the federal government has not invested in any way in this. And if Quebec does become a country, it can take part in the carbon exchange. And we have even gone beyond the Kyoto targets. The city of Rivière-du-Loup, just by closing a methane site, has done an extraordinary thing. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Huron-Bruce.
Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for his comments, although I don't think his comments really are reflective of the Bloc's record in voting and supporting people who are unemployed. We'll go back to the Economic Action Plan that was tabled in the winter, and it provided billions of dollars through a variety of different programs to support the unemployed. Just recently, Bill C-50, it was another $1 billion to help another 190,000 long-tenured workers. The Bloc talk very much, but do very little as far as voting to support the unemployed. I'm wondering how the honourable member can reconcile his words versus his actions and his party's actions for actually not supporting the unemployed on any issue so far in 2009. I'm sure he must be disappointed with that.
The honourable member for Argenteuil-Papineau-Mirabel. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, coming from a Conservative colleague, this is hardly surprising. The Conservatives have never understood how Quebec works. And, Madam Speaker, we saw some fine examples yesterday with respect to the firearms registry. We want to modernize and improve the EI system, and since the Bloc has been in this House, we've wanted an independent system. You know that billions of dollars was taken from this fund, both by Liberals and Conservatives, and was used for ends other than EI. And C-50, which we voted against, Madam Speaker, is something that supports long-tenured workers, but doesn't support people in the forestry sector or in farming or in tourism or the fishery. It's a program which is for auto workers in Ontario, and they can leave Quebec by the wayside, but we're standing up for Quebec.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I think that all members in the House would agree that that providing EI benefits to those that are self-employed is a very worthy, admirable, and an objective that should have been faced up to many, many years ago. And so, while the legislation is welcome, Madam Speaker, it has struck me that, as the member has pointed out, the special benefit that actually accrues as a result of the formula that's being applied will be 1/4 less than those who are making contributions where there is an employer and an employee contribution. And compounding that, Madam Speaker, our colleague has also pointed out that the Employment Insurance Fund actuarially will be in deficit in 2010. And so my question, Madam Speaker, is from a Quebec perspective, and I am impressed with the manner in which the Quebec Fund is administered, as the member has pointed out, but what approach would will have to be taken with respect to that deficit, where an actuarial charge now is going to be on top of that which will exist without having self-employed workers receiving benefits. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Argenteuil, Papineau-Mirabel. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his question. First of all, in Quebec, I was saying earlier that the special benefits, it's now over, it's something that's adjusted according to expenses in the system. Now, both under the Liberals and the Conservatives, it was taken out of surplus. There was a surplus in the system, and now it's been improved. And where I'm having a problem with my colleague is he's talking about EI measures for the self-employed, and then he talked about special premiums, but he fell into the trap, this media trap that the Conservatives do, which is to announce measures for programs for the self-employed. It's not an EI program for the self-employed, Madam Speaker, because if self-employed lose their work, they'll be in a worse situation. This is for special benefits, parental and adoption benefits, sick leave, and compassionate care. Questions and comments?
Timmins James Bay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. There are over 2.6 million self-employed in Canada. Of them, 21,000 are members of ACTRA. Now, these are the people who work in television, in film, in the arts, and ACTRA has been pushing for years to extend benefits for the self-employed and to ensure that there's parental benefit leave for workers who work in the film industry. Steve Waddell, who's very active in ACTRA, said that this issue is one of basic fairness, and I was speaking with Fern Downey, who said that our union has been fighting for years to get governments to recognize self-employed workers deserve these rights. And she said to me, we're urging all parties to support the extension to the benefits for the self-employed and for parental leave. So I'd like to ask my honourable colleague, in light of the hard work of what ACTRA does for the cultural sectors of this country, will the Bloc work with the NDP, because we have supported these motions for some time, to ensure that our arts sector workers are given the parental benefits that they deserve?
The Honourable Member for Argenteuil Papineau-Mirabel. Yes, Madam Speaker, we will collaborate to come up with a real program for the self-employed, but we won't do as the NDP did, who decided to vote for long-tenured workers, but leaving in the lurch people who work in the fisheries, tourism, forestry. That's not something the Bloc Québécois would have done. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to congratulate my colleague in the Bloc Québécois for his excellent speech. And I'd like to ask him if it would be possible to explain us once again these additional unfair premiums that Quebecers would have to pay if this bill were applied. The Honourable Member. Thank you, Madam Speaker. My colleague, the member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord, who does excellent work to defend the workers in his riding, especially in the forestry sector. He works full out to try to make the Conservatives understand. And I'm trying to help enlighten the Conservatives, especially the Quebec Conservatives, who seem not to be able to understand. Quebecers already pay for special benefits. And here they're going to be charged $1.36 for Quebecers. Canadians will be paying $1.73. That's a 37 cents difference. So, Madam Speaker, what we want is real justice for Quebecers, and we want it to not only be the Bloc Québécois that defends the interests of Quebec. We'd like to see the Conservatives stand up in this House to defend the interests of Quebecers as well. Questions and comments?
Questions and comments. Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate.
Sherwood Park can begin his comments and will have to be interrupted by member statements at 2 o'clock.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I am very pleased to speak today on a bill that provides improvements to the Employment Insurance Program, which will, if passed into law, set up a system to allow self-employed Canadians to collect EI special benefits for the very first time. This will mean that our self-employed Canadians and their families will have access to the same treatment as most working Canadians for major events such as the arrival of a new baby, a serious illness, or the need to care for a gravely ill relative. I'm particularly pleased to be able to contribute to this discussion since it provides me with an opportunity to speak on behalf of this group of hardworking Canadians who, through their ingenuity, entrepreneurial spirit, have done so much to spur economic growth, inject new ideas, and foster greater innovation. There are some 2.6 million self-employed people in our country. They represent just over 15% of our workforce. So this means we are talking about a large number of people who make a significant contribution to our economic well-being. Self-employed Canadians are very often the people driving innovation in our economy. These are the people who harness creativity, courage, and capital to build better lives. They themselves are creative, driven, resourceful, and entrepreneurial. They create businesses, they create new products, they innovate, they create jobs, they create wealth. They build our homes, and they help us buy and sell our homes. They help us when we need help through the legal system. They fix our pipes and our wires. And they employ people who do all these things too. They provide services that we need, and we need them. They are farmers and realtors, carpenters and electricians, doctors and business owners, and so much more. They build stronger communities and, in turn, a stronger country. Our self-employed entrepreneurs are the forefront of our economic vitality. We want to make sure our entrepreneurs can have strong, healthy businesses because stronger entrepreneurship means a stronger Canada. We need their skills, we need their experience, and we need their energy and creativity to meet the challenges to come. And they deserve fair treatment. I think this is most important. Self-employed Canadians deserve fair treatment. If the federal government is going to offer a framework and a structure for providing certain benefits to working Canadians, then all working Canadians should have the opportunity to take part in that structure and to have access to those benefits. That is why our Conservative government believes that these entrepreneurs deserve to have access to a system that would provide them with the same EI special benefits that other working Canadians can have access to. That is simply the fair and right thing to do. This bill, C-56, seeks to address the gap by giving such entrepreneurs access to EI special benefits for the very first time and on a voluntary basis, a move that will improve their financial security and acknowledge the important role that they play in our economy. When it comes to this action by our government, we listened to Canadians. We made a promise to them, and now we are delivering on that promise, over and above what we said what we would do. Let me tell you about it, Madam Speaker. A year ago, our Prime Minister promised Canadians action. He said, and I quote, "Self-employed Canadians and those who one day hope to be should not have to choose between starting a family and starting a business because of government policy. They should be able to pursue their dreams both as entrepreneurs and as parents." We promised to give self-employed Canadians access to the same maternity and parental leave that is available to most working Canadians. With this bill, not are we only keeping that promise and delivering access to that leave, but we are also giving the self-employed access to sickness and to compassionate care that those other Canadians also have access through with EI special benefits. We are exceeding our promise made to Canadians. We are giving self-employed Canadians the same access as other Canadians. We are making this access voluntary because of Of course, these benefits will require a premium contributions, and we are making sure that our federal government treats all working Canadians fairly in this manner. And we listen to Canadians. It's not surprising that many self-employed Canadians have been calling on the federal government to open up EI special benefits to them. They want fair treatment from their government, and we agree. We don't want them to have to scale back or stop work when faced with joyous events like a birth or an adoption of a child, or a difficult personal family challenge, such as serious illness or family crisis.
I will have to interrupt the member until debate resumes. At that point, the honourable member will have about 14 minutes for his comments. Statements by members. The honourable member for Vegreville, Wainwright.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This year, the world has mourned the passing of many of the veterans of the First World War, and Canada has only one member remaining, of course, Mr. John Babcock, an amazing man. Mr. Babcock celebrated his 109th birthday this year, and we are reminded that it is up to us as a nation to keep the memory of this great generation alive. During Veterans Week, which leads into Remembrance Day, let us remember significant milestones of the First World War, which are synonymous with our proud military heritage. For example, Passchendaele, the Battle of the Somme, and the Battle of Vimy Ridge. Throughout these battles, regiments from coast to coast served and triumphed together, helping to create a new and stronger sense of Canadian identity. 91 years ago, at the 11th hour of the 11th day of the 11th month, the guns of the First World War went silent. This November 11th, we will pause to remember the generations of Canadians who bravely served our country and honor those still serving today, lest we forget.
The Honourable Member for Don Valley West.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honour Ava Gomes, an early childhood educator in the Blue Wave Child Care Centre in Don Valley West. Ms. Gomes is a recipient of the Prime Minister's Award for Teaching Excellence and Excellence in Early Childhood Education. Ava goes beyond her regular duties to provide one-on-one attention to children. She participates with them in their extra activities, sends home creative projects, and motivates her students through skits, props, and music. A parent of one of her students says it best, "Every day, Ava builds my daughter's confidence, fosters her independence, makes her feel special. Like Ava, her classroom is warm and inviting. Every morning, my daughter wakes up excited, inspired to learn." This award recognizes not only Ms. Gomes, but also the importance of early childhood education. Liberals recognize this point very well. That is why any future Liberal government will be committed to a national child care program. Congratulations, Ava, on this tremendous achievement for inspiring students at the most critical moment of their lives.
L'Honorable Député de...
The Honourable Member for Châteauguay Saint-Constant. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to acknowledge an act of bravery of Ronil Bellil, a citizen and blue-collar worker in Delson, who came to the assistance of his neighbour, Yann Lamy, and saved his life. Yann Lamy was working under his car on October 6th when the vehicle began to roll backwards because the wheels had inadvertently not been immobilized properly. Mr. Lamy was caught beneath the car. Mr. Bellil heard his neighbor's call for help, and while Mr. Lamy's spouse was calling 911, Mr. Bellil remained calm and rescued Mr. Lamy by jacking up the car. It's often said that specific situations make heroes, but I would rather say that it's in fact heroes that can't reveal themselves. Mr. Bellil, your action saved a man's life, and we honor you for that act of bravery. On behalf of all the citizens of my riding, I pay tribute to you.
For Western Arctic.
Mr. Speaker, today the Olympic torch is in the Northwest Territories, in Inuvik and Yellowknife. As one can imagine, Northerners have a special love of winter sports. Today allows them to show that love and show their attachment to Canada. Despite our small population, the NWT has been well represented on the Canadian Olympic teams. Most notably, Sharon and Shirley Firth of Inuvik. The first were members of Canada's national cross-country team for 17 years. Between them, they won 79 medals at national championships and competed in 4 Olympics. We have also aspiring Olympians like Brendan Green of Hay River, who just made the national biathlon team. Others are still trying for places on those teams. As part of the Olympic celebrations, Dene and Inuvialuit athletes will be showcasing traditional games As well, NWT Day is being celebrated on February 19th. Mr. Speaker, my support encourage all Northerners who aspire to Olympic greatness, and I know so does the entire NWT.
The Honourable Member for Prince Edward Hastings.
Well, Mr. Speaker, service organizations in Prince Edward Hastings like the Rotary, Legion, Knights of Columbus, Lions Club, Kiwanis, Shriners, Elks, Kinsmen, amongst many others, have been responsible for bettering our communities and helping thousands of people. One particular organization in my riding currently involved in a very worthy initiative is the Prince Edward Hastings District Masons, who are volunteers in the Masonic Child Identification Program. This program is one of the most comprehensive child recovery, identification, and abduction awareness programs in use today, and with individually tailored child ID kits, provides all parents with a tool for helping keep their children safe. So thank you to the Masons of Prince Edward District. We appreciate your effort to protect the ones we love. And Mr. Speaker, I'd also like to take a moment to congratulate a very special constituent who truly is an inspiration to one and all. While standing only 4'9", 114 pounds, and 65 years young, Kenzo Dozono, an 8th degree black belt, recently took home 3 gold medals from the World Karate Open Championships in Athens, Greece. Congratulations, Kenzo.
The Honourable Member for Hull-Aylmer. Mr. Speaker, it's with great pleasure that I take this opportunity to thank Mr. Robert Bob Beauchamp for his loyal services to the House of Commons.
On the Hill for the past 31 years. During this time, he has seen 8 prime ministers and many, many members of Parliament come and go. Homme de famille dévoué,
a devoted family man, Bob Beauchamp is also a faithful volunteer at the Canadian Legion in Aylmer and the Knights of Columbus. I'd also like to take this opportunity to highlight the exceptional work of all people on the Hill. Their dedication and skill supports the work of parliamentarians, and Bob Beauchamp is a member of this keep. His enthusiasm and commitment have marked his career. We have noticed that his enthusiasm is inversely proportional to the speed at which he drove his vehicle, but we're sure that he has never received any speeding tickets in his green bus. My colleague and I would like to wish Mr. Beauchamp a happy retirement and hope that he will take full advantage of it.
Member for Barrie. Here, here.
Mr. Speaker, on November 11th, we remember the generations of Canada's most courageous who have answered the call of duty and served our country. From World War I to our work in Kandahar and around the globe today, the constant has always been the valor, the courage, and the sacrifice of our brave men and women in uniform. It is our duty to remember. That's why on Remembrance Day, in communities like Barrie, throughout Canada, hundreds of families will stand before their cenotaph, like the one in Memorial Square in Simcoe County, to remember those who made the ultimate sacrifice. Mr. Speaker, I'd like at this time to pay respect to Pastor Jay Davis at Mapleview Church for his annual Remembrance Day service, Reverend Michael Cassidy, who conducts a moving service at Whispering Pines Senior Residence, and of course our veterans organizations that lead Remembrance Day events on November 11th. Thank you to Jim Strang, President of Royal Canadian Legion, Branch 147, Neil McKinnon, the President of the Army Navy Force Club, Bill Warwick, the Sergeant at Arms, the Auxiliary Corps ladies led by the lovely Rosemary Ashton, and our Honorary Colonel of Base Borden, Jamie Massey, who all play a big role in honoring our veterans.
Here, bravo! L'honorable député de Chicoutimi.
The Honourable Member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. The Saguenay-Lac-Saint-Jean region is proud of its forestry tradition. Following an idea put forth by the Mayor of Saint-Félicien, the Quebec Department of Transport is currently proceeding in Albanel to build a bridge made of glue-laminated beams. This initiative could pave the way to a new generation of bridges built exclusively out of wood. There's an example of audacity and vision. We cannot, however, say the same of the member for Roberval-Lac-Saint-Jean and his party, which consider it troublesome and worrisome, the idea of applying this kind of a measure to building and renovating federal buildings. By supporting the Blonc's bill, C-429, the government could set an example for using wood. It would show a willingness to help the forestry industry, which is in a crisis. Instead, however, it prefers to help the Ontario-based automobile industry. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For Richmond.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to mark the passing of Ray Litch, a longtime Conservative activist and volunteer. Sadly, Ray passed away in Vancouver on Monday night. Ray was a great example of what it means to be Canadian. He took pride in Canada's democratic process and devoted the majority of his life to volunteering for the Conservative cause. Ray served in many capacities, from volunteering on campaigns to serving as a national councillor and most recently to sitting as an EDA president in Vancouver. But he was more than a volunteer. Ray was also a friend, a confidant, and a trusted advisor who helped many who have served in this House achieve their dreams of participating in Canada's political life. Mr. Speaker, today I rise on behalf of the Conservative Caucus to honour the memory of Ray Litch and to offer my condolences to his family. He was a true gentleman and will be greatly missed.
The Honourable Member for Labrador.
Mr. Speaker, in 2006, the Inuit peoples of the entire circumpolar world assembled in Utqiagvik, Alaska. They proclaimed November the 7th in each year to be marked as International Inuit Day. In 2009, Inuit Day will be commemorated this coming Saturday. On this day, the Inuit peoples of Greenland, Canada, Alaska, and Arctic Russia celebrate their culture and heritage and proclaim to their fellow citizens and to the world that the Arctic is the Inuit homeland. At a time when climate change and resource development are altering the Arctic landscape, the Inuit peoples are acting together across international boundaries to defend the Inuit cultures, language, and way of life. All nations would do well to follow the Inuit model of cooperation, consensus, and concern for the environment. On behalf of my constituents in Nunatsiavut and throughout Labrador, and the residents of the other territories which make up Inuit Nunavut, Nunavut, and the Inuvialuit region, I extend best wishes on International Inuit Day. Nakamik, thank you.
The Honourable Member for Nanaimo, Alberni.
Mr. Speaker, this week Canadians across the country are marking Veterans Week. As we remember our Canadian veterans, we also pay tribute to the members of the Canadian Forces who serve our country today. Let's join Canadians from coast to coast who proudly support our men and women of the Canadian Forces. We honour those who courageously put their lives on the line to bring peace and security to troubled areas around the world. These valiant men and women selflessly face danger and uncertainty to protect the rights and freedoms of others in need. On November 11th, we remember the culmination of 2 world wars. We celebrate the armistice that silenced the guns and ended the conflict. We remember the millions who mobilized and the 100,000 who made the ultimate sacrifice. We remember those who fought in the Korean War and many regional conflicts. This year, as we honor our fallen and wounded warriors, may we also remember those who are serving on the front lines in Afghanistan today, along with all who have sacrificed to secure our freedoms and way of life, lest we forget.
The Honourable Member for Burnaby. Order. The Honourable Member for Burnaby New Westminster.
Monsieur le Président, qui suis-je?
Mr. Speaker, who am I? I want to be elected in a riding that I don't know. I was the Director General of the privatization of Crown corporations and head of the SAQ. I have blocked out 360 workers at the Journal de Montréal, and as part of another situation, I complained about the daycare in my riding because it hindered my quality of life. I was a councillor for Conservatives, and for them I collected a lot of money, and I've always lived outside of Hochelaga. Who am I? My name is Danielle Payet. I've been parachuted into the riding. Come and see me at my website. The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Mr. Speaker, I must admit that I'm dismayed. Dismayed in the action of the Bloc Québécois. Dismayed by their choice of slogan. Their slogan which says, "Stand up for Quebecers." As Quebecers lose their jobs and turn to their members of Parliament for solutions, the Bloc Québécois is not standing up for them, Mr. Speaker. Our Conservative government, however, is taking action, proposing solutions and defending the true interests of Quebecers and Canadians. We have extended EI by 5 weeks. The Bloc voted against that. We've increased the number of weeks for work sharing. The Bloc voted against that as well. And this week, the members of the bloc did not stand up for long-tenured workers when they voted against extending employment insurance benefits by 5 to 20 weeks. Mr. Speaker, our Conservative government is taking action to help workers. The Honourable Member for Louis-Hébert. Mr. Speaker, while the Conservative government is responsible for the chaos surrounding the vaccination campaign against H1N1, it's attempting to pass the blame. It's accusing GlaxoSmithKline for delaying delivery of the vaccine, while they are in fact working at full capacity in order to produce the 50.4 million doses ordered. The reality is that the federal government waited until the last minute to order the vaccine, with or without adjuvant, and these late decisions are what are delaying the regular production of the vaccine. The government is using GSK as a scapegoat to shirk its own responsibilities. In light of the recent events, I would like to take a moment to think about the people working at GSK in my riding in Sainte-Foy who are working relentlessly to respond to the demand for vaccines of high quality and must unfortunately live with the difficulties caused by this government. The Honourable Member for Brossard-la-Prairie. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to warmly congratulate Mr. Jacques Sada for his nomination as Commandeur of the Order of the Pléiade, an order that was, in fact, an order of the Francophone and Intercultural Dialogue. The distinction was awarded by Assemblée Parlementaire de la Francophonie, and it couldn't be more well-deserved. I had the privilege of working with Mr. Sada when he was a member for Brossard-la-Prairie and Minister, among other things, of the Francophonie. And I'm convinced that the work that he accomplished at the head of this department enabled a lot of people to see just how important to him promoting the Francophone communities was. As a minister responsible for the Francophonie, Mr. Sada actively promoted cooperation among the Francophone countries. And he took a lot of action towards multilateral diplomacy in this area. I would like to highlight his efforts for Israel and Palestine. Congratulations, Mr. Sada.
Member for Newmarket, Aurora.
Mr. Speaker, our Conservative government has taken action to make sure Canadians hardest hit by the global recession have the support they need while finding a new job. I am proud to inform this House that this morning, Bill C-50 passed Senate committee without amendment. I hope it receives royal assent very soon. This bill will provide unemployed, long-tenured workers who have worked hard and paid premiums for years with 5 to 20 weeks of additional EI while they transition into a new job. The Liberal leader fought against this bill and these Canadians the whole way through. But fortunately, he did not succeed, and long-tenured workers will receive the much-needed help they deserve. And this bill is just one example of the actions taken by our Conservative government, whether it is extending benefits, protecting jobs through work sharing, or unprecedented investments in skills training. Canadians and their families know that it is our Conservative government that is helping weather the global economic storm.
Yes. It's nice. Order. Oral questions. Questions orales. The Honourable Member for Toronto Centre.
Mr. Speaker, we now know that more than half of the vaccines that have been produced are in fact in storage and not in people's arms. And experts are also telling us, Mr. Speaker, that the peak of the epidemic is expected to be at the end of November and not at Christmas. So I'd like to ask the Prime Minister, what exactly is going to change to ensure that Canadians, in fact, are inoculated before the end of November?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Once again, Mr. Speaker, as I said yesterday, the provision of vaccine has been, at this point, quicker than the ability of the provinces to actually distribute it. I know they are focused on those challenges, There is a list of recommended high priority groups. Those are the people who should be getting the vaccine first, and obviously governments at all levels are working together to ensure that that happens.
The honourable member for Toronto Centre.
It simply isn't possible to say that the same old is working, or that the plan, in fact, is beautiful and nothing needs to change. The evidence is very, very clear that it's going to require the inoculation of 1 million Canadians a day in order to get Canadians inoculated before the peak really hits at the end of November. So I ask the Prime Minister again, what exactly is going to change? In order to produce a plan that will in fact work for Canadians, Mr. Speaker.
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Once again, Mr. Speaker, this is the by far largest and quickest vaccination program the provinces have ever attempted in this country. They are rolling it out. They are adjusting as they experience various difficulties and challenges. We obviously urge people to be patient, to listen to the health authorities, and of course Canada's plan, the availability of vaccine is far higher than in Canada than anywhere else, and we continue to urge people to follow the instructions of their health authorities.
The honourable member for Toronto Centre. The Prime Minister is saying things that aren't quite the case. The reality is that half the vaccine is in storage and not being administered. The reality is that the epidemic will peak in late November, not Christmas as the government thought earlier. So the challenge is now, Mr. Speaker, what will the government do to change the plan, to change the attitude of this government, to respond to a very severe situation, Mr. Speaker? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Well, Mr. Speaker, the vaccine supply is now rolling out far faster than the capacity of the provinces to deliver. The provinces are making the necessary changes. The plan is very advanced in Canada compared to other places, and we encourage the public to listen to the advice of public health authorities throughout the country. There are priority groups. There are enough vaccines for those priority groups. The honourable member for Notre-Dame-de-Grâce-la-Chine.
Has the highest per capita in the world, not Canada.
That's a fact.
Canadians are relying on the federal government for a national intervention against H1N1. Instead of helping the provinces manage this crisis, the federal government seems to be blaming the provinces and washing its hands of the whole thing. Why is the Prime Minister leaving our provincial partners alone in this, whereas it's him and his government that has the resources and the money and received a clear mandate to help them from this House yesterday? The Honourable Minister of Health.
Canada is well positioned to respond to this pandemic. We have been working with the provinces and territories for the last 8 months, and we were rolling out our vaccine sooner than as expected. Provinces and territories will start to roll out their vaccine last week, and in fact some jurisdictions will be done vaccinating their population next week. So most of the vaccine is being rolled out. There's some items in storage because that's where you keep it before you actually deliver. So this is an ongoing process, and we'll continue to deliver it, and we'll work with the provinces and territories.
The honourable member for Notre-Dame-de-Grâce-la-Chine.
Wrong! China's rolling it out faster than Canada. The Prime Minister is failing to provide leadership or to allocate the dollars and resources needed to manage this crisis. The provinces need help to pick up the pace in vaccinating Canadians. More personnel, more vaccination sites, longer hours. Why doesn't this Prime Minister step up to the plate, show some leadership and compassion for Canadians, and help our provincial partners? He has the money, the resources, and he got a clear mandate from this House yesterday to do it.
Order. The Honourable Minister of Health. Order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, again, 6 million vaccines have been distributed to provinces and territories. Approximately 2 million more will be distributed next week. Unadjuvanted was also distributed to Canada. And currently Canada has more H1 vaccine per capita. That's the fact. Vaccine is being distributed as quickly as possible to the provinces and territories, and every Canadian who wants to receive the vaccine will be able to do so. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie. Mr. Speaker, TVA tells us that Senator Claude Carillon, when he was a Conservative candidate in Rivière-des-Mille-Îles in 2008, received political donations of almost $90,000. Among the contributors, we have members of the Matters family that has many companies in Saint-Eustache. Isn't the Prime Minister worried about what could be a tactic to circumvent the Political Party Financing Act? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. On the contrary, Mr. Speaker, all these donations are legal. They've been reported publicly. They are within the strict limits established by law. The Honourable Member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie. We see various members of the Matters family who contributed over $1,000 to Claude Carillon, 14 of them the same day, September 19, 2008. Did the Prime Minister check these troubling facts before appointing Claude Carillon to the Senate? The Honourable Minister of Public Works. These donations were made in accordance with the Elections Act. The Zambito family gave money to the PQ, $470,000, to $2,000 to the Bloc in 2008, $8,000 to the Liberals in 2004. So if we look at the Matters family, $29,000 to the Bloc headquarters, $7,000 to the Liberals. So we hope that we can expect the same from these people, and they have respected the law in the case of other parties. The Honourable Member for Montmorency, Charlevoix-Côte-Nord. Order, please. The Honourable Member for Montmorency, Charlevoix, Haute-Côte-Nord. Order, please. The Prime Minister cannot ignore the troubling facts coming out of Senator Carillon's election funding. Many donors were involved in notorious political scandals. Lino Zampito, who attempted to derail the municipal election in Boisbriand, and the clan of Senator Leosakos, who's involved in partisan appointments and the granting of federal contracts. How can the Prime Minister close his eyes to this? The Honourable Minister of Public Works. Since we came to power, we have implemented the most strict law in political party financing. It's so strict that even the Bloc, and we know this, we put them before the fait accompli. They received $8,000 from the Zambitos, 2000 and 2008. So what's good for the Bloc should be good for everybody else. The Honourable Member for Montmorency, Charlevoix, Haute-Côte-Nord. Another fact that should trouble the Prime Minister, Julien Maturi, a backman for the Conservative Party and Vision Montreal, contributed to the financing of Claude Carillon's party. Maturi and Ousakos controlled the financing of Vision Montréal after an intervention from Tony Yacourso to Benoît Lamonté. Given the accumulation of troubling facts, will the Prime Minister demand an investigation on the intriguing financing of Senator Carillon's campaign? The Honourable Minister of Public Works. Order. Mr. Speaker, there was housekeeping to be done in 2006 when we got here. We implemented the most strict political party financing act in history. Everybody respected the act. If that's not the case, well, the member should make these accusations outside the House rather than saying whatever he wants in here. I hope that we can expect the same when the Zambito family is known to have given the Bloc $2,000 in 2008. They didn't say that. Order. The Honourable Member for Toronto Danforth. Canada has 3 fossil fuel strikes in 3 days. Canada has the Lemon Award because the Minister of the Environment is rejecting science. He now states that Canada does not have to have a major framework for major polluters before the convention in Copenhagen. Another delay. Why always postpone things, Mr. Speaker? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Canada's position is very clear. We promote the development of a new agreement to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, an agreement that will involve all major emitters in the world. That is essential for an effective agreement, and our position is identical to that of the United States for all intents and purposes. The Honourable Member for Toronto Danforth.
3 Fossil of the Day awards at the International Climate Change negotiations is no small feat. They give these awards to countries that are blocking the progress of the UN negotiations on the Treaty on Climate Change, and negotiations are taking place there now, and the International Climate Action Network has given Canada once again the Fossil of the Day award. The Environment Minister said in June, and I'm quoting, "The full suite of policies that relate to all major sources of emissions would be released before Copenhagen." Was that just another hot air emission from the Minister, or will the Prime Minister finally tell us whether or not he's even got a plan at all?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Well, once again, Mr. Speaker, this government, as the Minister of the Environment said yesterday, is not going to sign on to an agreement that imposes obligations on Canada and on hardly anyone else and is ineffective. This government is going to make sure we stand up for Canadian interests, that we get an international agreement to which we can contribute along with all the major emitters of the planet. Mr. Speaker, our position is identical to that of the American administration of President Obama that the leader of the NDP so heartily supports.
The Honourable Member for Toronto Danforth.
It's Canada that is condemned in the international negotiations. That is the current situation. This government gets more Lemon Awards than anybody else. The chief negotiator of the EU says it's hard to comment on a position that we do not know. The chief negotiator of Mali says, and I quote, "I don't get the impression that they're taking an active part in seeing things progress," unquote. Canada's isolated, Mr. Speaker. Does the Prime Minister even realize that? The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
A shock to the NDP, but the negotiators Canada assigns to international negotiations like this are there to represent the interests of Canada, not the interests of Mali. Now, Mr. Speaker, these are very difficult negotiations on a very important subject, and this government is determined that we will get an effective international agreement that includes everyone, that includes all the big emitters, including the Europeans, the Chinese, the Indians, the Brazilians, the Americans. We will be part of that. We will do our part, but we will make sure that our interests, the economic interests and the energy interests of this country are protected.
The Honourable Member. Order. The Honourable Member for Etobicoke North.
Mr. Speaker, health experts predict the second wave of H1N1 may peak well before Christmas. Because of the government's delay in getting the vaccine out, many Canadians will not be vaccinated before that peak period hits. In British Columbia, a disease control official has called the increase in doctors' visits startling. Will the minister inform this House how many Canadians have been vaccinated, actually vaccinated, especially children who are most vulnerable?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to hear that the individual has taken the advice of the experts on planning for the second wave. We've been planning for the second wave since April, and planning for the second wave for the rollout. So, Mr. Speaker, the 6 million vaccines that have been distributed to provinces have been rolled out. Additional 2 million will be distributed next week. Some jurisdictions will have completed their entire population immunization campaign next week. And so we'll continue to roll out the vaccines by jurisdictions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Etobicoke North.
Mr. Speaker, what really matters is the number of Canadians who have actually been vaccinated. Rather than the 6 million doses of vaccine that the Conservatives claim have been distributed. A Quebec doctor notes a few days makes the difference between falling gravely ill or being completely safe from H1N1. What additional action will this government take to protect Canadians from falling gravely ill between now and the end of November?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, since April, we have been advising Canadians what measures they can take to protect themselves from H1N1 as we were in the process of developing the vaccine. We were early in producing the vaccines for all Canadians, and we were able to distribute the vaccines to the provinces in October, 2 weeks ahead of schedule. The one way to protect yourself from the vaccine is from the H1N1 is to get the vaccine, and provinces and territories are working very hard to roll out the vaccines for every Canadian can receive the vaccine by the end of this year. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Vaughan. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When it comes to H1N1, there's confusion and chaos. Canadians across the country who are not proficient in English or French are having difficulty accessing H1N1 information. They are confused about what to do. They have been left to piece together information from family and friends, many of whom are also uncertain. This government has left Canadians with language barriers to fend for themselves in the face of this pandemic. Why? The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, our government has demonstrated the leadership in communicating with Canadians in regards to the H1N1. As well, Mr. Speaker, in partnership with the provinces and territories, we have been communicating what you can do as a Canadian to protect yourself from H1N1. And we will continue to do that across the country to educate Canadians on ways to prevent the spread of H1N1 and the importance of getting the vaccine in your jurisdictions when it becomes available. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Vaughan. Monsieur le Président, comment justifier...
Mr. Speaker, how can anybody justify the $100 million propaganda campaign by the Conservatives? Only 10% of this sum is dedicated to H1N1. Will they use the rest of this money to better inform the public and reach people who have trouble speaking French or English? The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, a number of jurisdictions have gone out of their way to communicate to their population the importance of preventing the spread of H1N1. I can say in Nunavut, they produced a booklet in Inuinnaqtut and Inuktitut English and French. And various other jurisdictions have done the same to communicate with their population. If the member wants that information, I would gladly share it with them. Thank you.
Order, please. The Honourable Member for Chambly-Bordua. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of National Revenue says that the premium required from the self-employed in Quebec reflects the cost of the new benefits they will get under Bill C-56. That is completely false. Sick and compassionate care leave represents less than 25% of the costs. So the premium should be 32 cents per $100 earning, not $1.36. Will the minister admit that this level of premiums is too high compared to the real cost of these new benefits for Quebec self-employed workers? The Honourable Minister of National Revenue. Mr. Speaker, we'd agreed that we would offer special measures to help self-employed workers who do not get any special benefits in terms of sick leave and compassionate care leave in Quebec. Mr. Speaker, this government announced that it would implement measures. It has just delivered the goods this week and has offered the self-employed these benefits for the first time. We will offer this to all self-employed workers in Quebec, in all provinces and territories. The Honourable Member for Chambly-Bourg-du-Bois. Mr. Speaker, the Minister should take into account the fact that C-56 does not take into effect the fact that Quebec self-employed workers already have access to maternity and parental leave. They pay 86 cents per $100 earnings. Is the Minister aware that with this additional premium of $1.36, he's making the self-employed in Quebec pay for others in Canada? The Honourable Minister of National Revenue. Mr. Speaker, it is this government that decided to help the self-employed, offering special benefits. This is what we're doing today while tabling this bill. That 86 cents the member is referring to is the sum required by the government of Quebec for maternity and parental leave. We are adding the opportunity for self-employed workers to voluntarily contribute. He's talking about compulsory things. We're talking about voluntary participation. People will have access to sick leave and compassionate care leave. The Honourable Member for Marc-Aurèle-Fortin. Mr. Speaker, the National Assembly of Quebec adopted a third unanimous motion asking federal elected officials to maintain the long gun registry. The bill by the member for Portage-Lisgar and supported by New Democrats and Liberals would dismantle the gun control system. In order to avoid having a new fight on crime, will the government agree with the Bloc Québécois and the Parti Québécois, which is asking for the transfer of gun control to Quebec with full compensation? The Honourable Minister of Public Safety. I received a communique today. I want to quote it. The Quebec Federation of Fishermen and Hunters is in favour of the support by certain members of Bill C-391 tabled in second reading in the House of Commons yesterday. The Federation feels that this gun registry is useless, does not increase public safety, and represents exorbitant costs for Canadian taxpayers. The Canadian Federation of Hunters and Fishermen represents 120,000 members. The Honourable Member for Marc-Aurèle-Fortin. I'd like to meet the officers of that. Many of them admitted their wives didn't agree with them at all. The government of Quebec is demanding that the federal government transfer this responsibility to the province with the necessary funding. We believe in gun control. Will the Prime Minister comply with this request from the people of Quebec? The Honourable Minister of Public Safety. Mr. Speaker, it's quite clear that the gun registry is a great waste of money. It is pointless in preventing crime. I encourage the Bloc leader to do the same thing as the leaders of other parties and allow his members to make a free choice, and we'll see who is for the abolition of this long gun registry.
Excuse me, the Honourable Member for Mississauga South.
Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Natural Resources is already under investigation by the Ethics and Privacy Commissioners and is implicated in violations of the Lobbying Act. Today we learned many new allegations of ethical breaches while she was President and CEO of the Federal Toronto Port Authority. Instead of investigating, the government has done everything in its power to cover this up. I ask the Prime Minister, will he finally demonstrate accountability and call on the Auditor General to investigate without delay?
The Honourable Minister of Transport.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in the morning papers, we learned nothing new, contrary to what the member opposite said. What we do know, Mr. Speaker, is the Toronto Port Authority has said many times that all expense and hospitality policies were followed. The board has since stated that the management and staff clearly followed all these policies, and the chairman of the board's audit committee stated that there was nothing unusual in expenses for business of this side. Those are the facts, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Mississauga South.
Mr. Speaker, Deloitte & Touche disagrees with the Minister. The Minister ran up almost $130,000 in hospitality and other personal expenses as head of the authority. And now we learn that she unethically signed her own expense report rather than the chairman of the board of directors. Contrary to the evidence, the Transport Minister assures us that all policies were followed. That's not the case. When did the Minister of Finance, the Minister of Transport, and his predecessor learn of these allegations? And why is the government continuing this shameful cover-up?
Order. The Honourable Minister of Transport. Order.
The member opposite is using some very colourful language. I wonder if he'll have the courage of his convictions to be that colourful outside of this place.
I doubt it.
Listen, Mr. Speaker, let's be very clear. The Toronto Port Authority has said many times that expense and hospitality policies were followed. The chairman of the Audit Committee stated there was nothing unusual with these expenses. This is what the arm's length board of the Toronto Port Authority has said to us, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Mississauga, Brampton South.
Mr. Speaker, these Conservatives are shameless when it comes to promoting themselves at taxpayer expense. We've learned that the city of Mississauga has been forced to spend $90,000 putting up economic action plan signs, and another $5,000 has been spent on signs for the RINC program. Why is this government forcing municipalities to waste their infrastructure money on partisan propaganda?
Minister of Transport.
Let me be very clear. What really embarrasses the Liberal members of Parliament opposite, Mr. Speaker, is that they see these signs popping up all over their own ridings, Mr. Speaker. And they're being put in the embarrassing position where they actually have to defend why they voted against all this spending in the first place. Mr. Speaker, last week we were hearing that none of this money was going to Conservative ridings, Liberal ridings, and now we hear that all over Mississauga signs are popping up. I would say, Mr. Speaker, it shows just how fair and equitable and open and transparent this government has been.
The Honourable Member for Mississauga, Brampton South. Order.
Mr. Speaker, this government signs are
Order. Yes. The Honourable Member for Mississauga, Brampton South has the floor. Order, please.
Mr. Speaker, this government signs are a sheer waste. They require separate signs, separate designs, and separate sizes, all of which add thousands of dollars to a cost of a sign. In Mississauga alone, they've had to put up 396 signs to promote only 130 projects.
The Honourable Member for Mississauga, Brampton South has the floor. Order. Order.
You can stay standing up.
Order. Order. The Honourable Member for Mississauga, Brampton South has the floor. We'll have a little order, please. Order.
Mr. Speaker, 130 projects and 396 signs. You do the math. Wouldn't the minister agree that this money would be better spent on food clinics as opposed to the partisan propaganda?
Order. The Honourable Minister of Transport. Order.
Comes to spending money in the city and making investments in the city of Mississauga on infrastructure, home to 7 Liberal MPs, Mr. Speaker. I plead guilty.
Order. The Honourable Member for West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
As the Prime Minister is aware, reports indicate that 9 million sockeye salmon went missing during last summer's migration to the Fraser River. Will the Prime Minister tell us?
The Honourable Member for West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country has the floor. We'll have a little order, please. Order.
Mr. Speaker, as the Prime Minister is aware, reports indicate that 9 million sockeye salmon went missing during last summer's migration to the Fraser River. Will the Prime Minister tell this House what action this government will be taking to respond to the problem?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Order.
Speaker, I thank the member for West Vancouver for his question and for his interest in this serious matter. As the Minister of Fisheries and Oceans has said on numerous occasions, we are very concerned about the low and falling returns of sockeye salmon in British Columbia. Tomorrow, Mr. Speaker, the Minister of International Trade, as the Regional Minister for British Columbia, will be making an announcement outlining the terms of reference for a judicial inquiry, as well as the judge who will lead that inquiry.
The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Canadians are worried about their children and their families in the face of the H1N1 pandemic, and they're wondering why it's taking so long to get the vaccine and why their government is not doing its job. Either this government is hoarding 1.8 million doses, or it's a figment of their imagination because it is not getting to the provinces. Manitoba, for example, has just been told that its supply for the week next week will be 10 times less than it was promised or that it can deliver. So without blaming anyone, what is this government doing to fix the problem?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, again, 6 million vaccines have been distributed to all the provinces and the territories. Close to 2 million will be sent out again to provinces and territories next week. As well, this week we sent additional 225,000 unadjuvanted to provinces and territories. Each province that receives it further distributes it to their authorities and are rolling out the vaccine. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
On behalf of Canadians everywhere, Mr. Speaker, I say to the Minister, stop the broken record. Stop the blame game. Start acting on behalf of parents worried about their children. In fact, Mr. Speaker, this government has offered no leadership while provinces had to work with less vaccine than promised, cut back drastically on a day's notice, and again next week will be shortchanged on supply. When will this government become a reliable ally in the fight with H1N1?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we have taken the steps to ensure that the provinces and territories have the vaccine. Again, we provided the vaccine as quickly as it was produced from GSK and pre-positioned them in the provinces and territories. So when the authorization came through, the provinces were able to start the vaccination campaign immediately. We will continue to distribute vaccines as they are being produced to provinces and territories. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Mr. Speaker, 3 out of 3. That's the number of HoC awards that Canada has won in 3 days. What they won the prize for this time was a statement by the Minister of the Environment, who reports the report after the Copenhagen summit. But here again, another delay. After 3 HoC awards, does the Minister not think that he might change his approach and really negotiating in good faith and coming up with mandatory binding targets? Otherwise, the next prize will be the worst. The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Can heave a great sigh of relief that no members of the bloc are actually at the negotiating table, Mr. Speaker. These are tough negotiations with tough parties at the table. We need people there that are going to defend Canada's interests, Mr. Speaker. We want to see an international treaty, but not at any cost. It has to be one that applies to everyone that emits carbon. And I'll tell you this, Mr. Speaker, one thing that will never happen on our watch is that this country will negotiate from a position of weakness and get drawn into the kind of targets we've seen in Kyoto and in the legislation that the bloc has put forward in this House, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Order, please. Mr. Speaker, while the position defended by the minister is diametrically opposed by that of the National Assembly of Quebec, the minister does not want to allow Quebec to speak on its own in Copenhagen. How can he claim that they respect Quebec when his objectives are contrary to those of Quebec? Is this not yet another piece of proof that the recognition of the Quebec nation means absolutely nothing? The Honourable Minister of the Environment. Mr. Speaker, our government is working with the provinces at Copenhagen, and we're offering them a place in the official Canadian delegation. We will be putting forward the points of view of the entire delegation, but Mr. Speaker, Canada will speak with one voice at Copenhagen.
For York Centre.
Mr. Speaker, an Olympics is supposed to be a national celebration. The Olympic torch is like the Stanley Cup, a symbol of something that matters so much we want to get close to it and touch it. When I first heard the government's plans, I was sure the report couldn't be true, but it is. The torch will go through many ridings, but will make stops for big rallies for Canadians to share and celebrate in 16 block ridings, 17 NDP, 20 Liberal, and 90 Conservative ridings. For the Prime Minister, how could any government be so inappropriate, so grossly unfair?
The Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage.
How can any former cabinet minister stand up in this House and ask a question about something he knows clearly so little about? This torch relay route was designed 100% by VANOC, not the government, by VANOC. And here's what John Furlong said. John Furlong said today, quote, "At no time did anybody in any government or any political party offer one iota of counsel or influence about the torch relay. Shame on him for playing games with the Olympics."
Order. The Honourable Member for York Centre. Order.
Mr. Speaker, it's even worse in terms of the total number of stops. Bloc 20, Liberals 26, NDP 27, Conservatives 127. Wow. During the worst economic times in 70 years, far more money has gone into Conservative ridings. With people struggling, $45 million for signs. Now this, something no government anywhere would ever do. For the Prime Minister, how is it possible that such a big-spirited country could have such a small-minded government?
Order. The Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage. Order. Order.
Clearly, the honourable member opposite is not at all interested in the facts. VANOC designed this torch relay entirely. It's over 45,000 kilometres. Over 90% of Canadians will be within a 1-hour drive of the torch relay. It will be a pan-Canadian, incredible celebration of our athletes. The honourable member clearly has no idea what he's talking about. This is going to be a great torch relay. And again, like the athletes' uniforms, like the torch relay across the board, the Liberals can't help themselves from embarrassing themselves by politicizing the games.
The Honourable Member. Order. The Honourable Member for Trinity Spadina.
Mr. Speaker, 2 months ago I asked the Minister of Transport to release all expenses incurred by the Natural Resources Minister when she was the CEO of the Port Authority. $81,000 of her expenses were released, but there was no mention of $50,000 fancy lunches on the taxpayer's dime. Why is the minister hiding these illegal expenses from the public and this Parliament? Did the guests of these fancy lunches help with her election? And what other scandalous cover-ups are there?
Oh. The Honourable Minister of Transport.
Scandalous, Mr. Speaker, is the remarks made by the member for Trinity Spadina. Mr. Speaker, through access to information, all this information has been made available to the public. The Toronto Port Authority has said many times at its expense and hospitality policies were followed. The board has since stated that management and staff clearly followed all these possible. The President of the Audit Committee has spoken to that, Mr. Speaker, and I do find the member opposite's comments rather regrettable.
Yeah. The Honourable Member for Winnipeg Centre.
Mr. Speaker, as part of their blitzkrieg of self-promotion, the government is hanging home renovation flyers on the doorknobs of 3.5 million Canadian homes. Now, will the Minister of Transportation and Gilding the Lily please tell us how much are these doorknob thingies costing the taxpayer? Who is being paid to deliver them to 3.5 million homes? And who is deciding which neighbourhoods and which targeted ridings are getting these gratuitous reminders of the glory that is Rome, from the font from which surely all good things and sunshine must flow?
The Honourable Minister of Transport.
I have not seen these flyers that the member opposite speaks of. But I'm excited, Mr. Speaker, to hear that the government is taking action to make more people than ever aware of the home renovation tax credit, Mr. Speaker. This, by far, is one of the most exciting parts and successful parts of our economic action plan. Thousands of people have been put to work from every corner of the country, whether it's helping families make their homes more energy efficient, whether it's families being able to expand their principal residences, whether it's the jobs that are created, whether it's the hope that's being generated. We're excited about it, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member opposite for showing about this great for telling more Canadians about this great program.
The honourable member for Oakville.
Conservative government has taken concrete actions to help Canadians and their families weather the global economic storm. The measures taken as part of our economic action plan are having a positive impact on the lives of Canadians that have been the hardest hit. And we've taken additional action since to help long-tenured workers and self-employed Canadians. Can the Minister of HRSDC please inform this House about the status of these important initiatives?
The Honourable Minister of Human Resources and Skills Development.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to report to this House that thanks to the Economic Action Plan, over 165,000 Canadians' jobs are being protected through the expansion of work sharing. Mr. Speaker, unprecedented investments in training of people who've been laid off are being distributed by the provinces and territories. Over 300,000 Canadians are benefiting from an additional 5 weeks of EI benefits, and despite the Liberal opposition to it, C-50, which will help long-tenured workers, will soon receive royal assent. Mr. Speaker, and today we launched debate on a new bill to help the self-employed across Canada. We're getting results for Canadians.
The honourable member for Ottawa South.
It's not enough that the Prime Minister spends $100 million borrowed taxpayer dollars in partisan propaganda, no, or that he makes 3,000 appointments in 3 years without his promised appointments commissioner, but now Canadians applying for senior public service jobs are being tested on the basis of their loyalty to the Prime Minister's reform conservative ideology.
Shame.
In 1,000 words or less, could the Prime Minister please explain how stacking our nonpartisan and impartial public service with his ideological soulmates is good for Canada?
The Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
Speaker, the member is wrong. Our government is committed to a strong and effective public service for Canadians. The annual report of the Public Service Commission that was tabled last month confirmed that. Why doesn't the member take it up with the Public Service Commission, who confirmed the independence and the strength of our public service?
The
Honourable Member for Gatineau. For 7 weeks now, the employees of a gas company are striking. The employees of the Museum of Civilization are on strike. Not only has the minister been turning a deaf ear, but he seems not to care about the employer's attitude towards these workers. Rather than allowing the employer to poison the situation, will the government not get the employer back and make him negotiate in good faith? The Honourable Minister of Labour. Mr. Speaker, we know that this is a difficult moment, and our thoughts are with those who are being hurt by this situation. But it is a legal these people are not working, and it's illegal. They're continuing to work with both sides in order to come up with a solution.
Today, Mr. Speaker, the Supreme Court declined Sharon McIver's appeal on whether or not women could pass on Indian status to their children. That means if the Indian Act isn't amended by April 6th, thousands of First Nations people will lose their status. First Nations are frustrated by the ruling, but are even more frustrated that the government refuses to consult with them on how to change the legislation. Will the minister commit to full consultation with First Nations to bring an end to the discriminatory practice of letting all men, but only some women, pass on their status?
The Honourable Minister of Indian Affairs and Northern Development.
Of course, with respect to the Supreme Court ruling, they decided not to hear Ms. McIver's leave to appeal, and so we are adhering, of course, to this, the BC Supreme Court ruling, and we'll make sure, Mr. Speaker, that we make sure that women are treated the same as men, and the descendants of women are treated the same, which is what that court case is about. We have 17 or 20 consultative hearings that are taking place. Most of them have taken place. People are welcome to contribute over the next couple of months as we prepare a response to make sure we're in adherence to that court ruling. And Mr. Speaker, if she would like, she could support our matrimonial real property rights, and we could really help women across this country.
The Honourable Member for Lévis-Bellechasse. Mr. Speaker, there are parents at the institution of Notre Dame who are thanking the Conservative government for taking care of workers, but also the unemployed. But now the Bloquistes are not only sitting on their hands, but they're voting against measures for the unemployed. Why have they abandoned these people where our government is working for people in Quebec and elsewhere? Can the Bloquistes say, or rather, can the minister tell us what measures we are undertaking to help the people of Quebec? The Honourable Minister of National Revenue. Well, the Honourable Member is right to remind us of this, because we, as a government, have brought in measures to help the unemployed. We've extended the benefit period by 5 weeks. We're training people. And just the last thing is that we've added extra weeks. Despite all these measures, every time there's a vote, the Bloc remains sitting on its hands. It's this government that is truly working for workers and the unemployed. Order, please.
Alder. On the upcoming occasion of Veterans Week, I would like to draw to the attention of honourable members the presence in the gallery of Canadian war veterans, peacekeepers, and a current serving member of the military, namely Mr. Jerry Bowen and Helen Rapp, World War II veterans, Mr. Lloyd Swick, a World War II and Korean War veteran, Mr. Ray Paquette, a peacekeeping veteran, and Major Leo Phillips, a current serving member of the military. And it being Thursday, I believe the honourable member for Wascana has a question.
Mr. Speaker, there are important proceedings to take place in this House with respect to Veterans Week almost immediately. So I'll simply ask the Government House Leader if he could briefly describe his work program ahead so we can quickly get on to the tributes to veterans.
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and appreciate the brief question from my honourable colleague this week in honour of the tributes that we're about to hear, Mr. Speaker. Today we began and hopefully will conclude the second reading stage of C-56, which is the Fairness for the Self-Employed Act, and that bill, Mr. Speaker, is receiving rave reviews all across the land, and it's my hope that it'll move very expeditiously through the House. On Tuesday, we sent another Employment Insurance Act to the Senate, Bill C-50. My understanding is that it's completed third reading over in the other place, Mr. Speaker. We hope that will receive royal assent today. Following C-56, it's my intention to continue the debate at third reading of C-27, the anti-spam bill. C-27 will be followed by C-44, an act to amend the Canada Post Corporation Act. C-44, as you know, Mr. Speaker, is at second reading. C-56 will continue tomorrow, if not completed today. Backup bills for Friday are C-51, the Economic Recovery Act, which was reported back from committee this week, followed by any bills not completed from today. When the House returns from our constituency Remembrance Day week, the schedule of bills will include C-23, Canada-Colombia, and bills not concluded from this week. We will give consideration to any bills reported back from committee or new bills yet to be introduced. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Pursuant to the order adopted on Wednesday, the 4th of November 2009, the House will now proceed to statements by ministers.
Minister of Veterans Affairs.
Mr. Speaker. Today, Mr. Speaker, is one of those special days in this place when members from all sides of this House will speak with one voice. And that is to honor those who have allowed us to live in the best country in the world. And there'll be no disagreement and no debate. There'll be only one message. Sincere thank you to the generations of men and women who've worn our uniform, who have defended our way of life, and who have made Canada strong and free and proud. And as we launch Veterans Week, we think of the extraordinary contributions that ordinary Canadians have made in two great wars, in Korea, on peacekeeping missions, on military operations, and in Afghanistan today. Missions that have distinguished our soldiers, Canada's soldiers, as the best in the world. They're the best trained, the most disciplined, the most professional. We live in a country blessed with peace, a country built on the values of generosity, democracy, human rights, and the rule of law. And we owe much of it, if not all of it, to our men and women in uniform, past and present. And in this place, Mr. Speaker, words are all we have to express our gratitude, just words, to describe their sacrifice. But words fail to capture the brutal inhumanity of war and the tragic loss of so many young lives on a scale that none of us can imagine. Words cannot describe the sacrifice on Vimy Ridge or at Beaumont Hamel. They cannot describe the horrors on the shores of Normandy, in the mountains of Italy, or in the hills of Korea. They cannot capture the atrocities in Rwanda or Bosnia. And words alone cannot begin to tell the untold stories of Canadian bravery, Canadian determination. In December of 1941, a valiant group of Canadians arrived in Hong Kong with few supplies and no backup. Yet they stood in the face of relentless Japanese attacks for 17 long days. And again, words cannot describe the cruelty that eventually led to enemy soldiers to overrun a makeshift hospital and assault and murder nurses and bayonet our wounded soldiers in their hospital beds. And this all happened, Mr. Speaker, on Christmas Eve. These are actions that defy any level of human behavior, even in war. Our Canadian men and women still stood their ground with uncommon courage until the next day, Christmas Day. On Christmas Day, when those still alive, with those still standing, they were taken prisoner of war. But prisoner of war does not begin to describe what happened to these young Canadians. And it fails to describe the sheer torture and brutality that they endured. The term prisoner of war only proves that even in war, we sanitize the language. These Canadians were forced to perform slave labor on a starvation diet. It was truly a prescription for death. And what continues to amaze me, Mr. Speaker, is that some of our soldiers did walk away. They walked away from those camps on September the 9th, 1945, after 1,355 days. Almost 2,000 men and women had sailed to Hong Kong, and more than a quarter of them never returned home. And some of those who did survive had to be carried out, only to die in the voyage home. Their story is worth retelling because after all of these years, some 65 years later, many of the horror stories from those camps remain untold. The survivors of the Battle of Hong Kong still cannot and will not talk about everything that happened. Those still with us today will occasionally share a story with each other, but they have never told their families, their loved ones, or their friends the whole story. And I question myself, I keep asking myself is, how could any human being survive such suffering, and what kept them going? When you ask George Peterson, one of the men who did survive and one of those that did walk away, he will use only one word, and he will tell you that they lived on hope. More precisely, Mr. Speaker, they existed on hope. They didn't live, they existed. They came from a country they loved and wanted to return to. They believed in a free world and in the mission. And most importantly, they had made a solemn promise to their loved ones that they would come home no matter what. These stories remind us that the full cost of war is not limited to those Canadians that lie buried overseas. The full cost of war lives on from generation to generation, and it continues to be paid today. Mr. Speaker, you and I and many members of this House grew up with children of that generation of soldier. Children who grew up in families with fathers that struggled with the invisible cost of war. Brought up by parents who suffered in silence. And what is truly astonishing is that even those who endured such hardships, even those who still bear the emotional scars of war, came home to build this country. Their contributions did not end on the battlefields. They came home and started businesses. They pursued careers. They went to work. They paid their taxes. They made Canada the Canada we know today, Mr. Speaker. They made our country. They made Canada great. And that is the remarkable story of our veterans. And when we are in their presence, when we're sitting at a table and sharing a meal with one of these once young soldiers who are now in their twilight years, we realize that they're just not ordinary people. And as you watch a frail and arthritic hand break bread, and just the way they look at their food before they eat it, Mr. Speaker, the way they never take a meal for granted, you realize that these men and women are different. They are special. They are our nation's truest heroes. Because, Mr. Speaker, they did not seek the headlines, but they wrote the true story of our country, of Canada. And, Mr. Speaker, men and women like them are still writing that story, the Canadian story. And they are still risking everything to defend our way of life. And each one of us in this chamber knows it. Because every one of us in this place have met families of our fallen soldiers from Afghanistan. And when we are in their presence, our eyes are instinctively drawn to that tiny little silver cross that tells the whole story. These families have paid the ultimate sacrifice. And when your eyes meet their eyes, Mr. Speaker, you can't help but wonder how pain and pride can coexist simultaneously in one set of eyes. But they do. And as we reach out to them, just a simple handshake isn't going to cut it, Mr. Speaker. These are truly powerful moments. Because we know that for anyone who has lost a loved one, the pain they bear is real, and it never goes away. And as we've heard in this place so often, for someone who has lost a loved one, every day is Remembrance Day. And yet amid such sacrifice, it is also true that almost without exception, each one of these family members will tell you that if they were to do it over again, nothing would change. Nothing. They still believe in Canada. They still believe in the mission. And most importantly, they loved and believed in their fallen sons and daughters, husbands and wives. And in the next few days, all of us in this House will return to the towns and villages that we represent. We will go back to the men and women who sent us here. And with them, we will gather at our cenotaphs and at our memorials. The bugle will sound and the pipes will blow, and we will lay the wreaths, and we'll observe the silence. And during that time of quiet reflection, we'll thank them, we will remember them, and we will say a silent prayer for those who continue to serve. Lest we forget. Thank you, Mercy.
The honourable member for Don Valley West.
Mr. Speaker, I am honoured and deeply humbled to rise on behalf of the entire Liberal caucus and joining with colleagues in all parties this afternoon to honour the service and the sacrifice of Canadian veterans, and particularly to remember more than 100,000 members of the Canadian Armed Forces who have given their very lives in the pursuit of peace, freedom, and democracy at home and abroad. I'm even more deeply humbled to be surrounded by them this afternoon in the very presence of those representatives of the armed services and the veterans above me in the gallery. And even though I cannot see them right now, I appreciate their presence and ask for their grace and patience as I try to pay tribute. Over the next week, in villages and cities, in places of worship, places of honor, in public squares, and at the bedsides and veterans care facilities, Canadians will pause to reflect and remember. And on the 11th hour of the 11th day of the 11th month, we will still ourselves for 2 minutes to bring to mind and to heart the passion, the courage, and the hopes of those who died in service to our nation. This week, we will bear boldly the flame of gratitude and remembrance. Nous formons un pays fier de son esprit.
We are a country that is proud of its advantages. We are a nation that is turned towards the future. We are an optimistic people. We are committed to building our nation and a better world. However, this week, like on every year at this time, we are going to take a time of pause and contemplate our past and to recall the events of the war and remember with sadness the dear ones dear to us who have left us and families torn apart. We are also going to reaffirm our commitment to their efforts to build a world of fairness and just cause.
We will feel gratitude. We will feel pride. It is my hope that this week we will recall in our souls the tireless pursuit of a world free from tyranny and terror that has been the call to action and the call to arms of members of the Canadian Forces for generations. It is my hope this week that we will reclaim in our hearts the spirit of this nation, its care for the most vulnerable, its commitment to civil and human rights, its protection of minorities, and its commitment to democracy and freedom, those things that have shaped every one of our wartime efforts. And most of all, it is my hope this week that we will remember, at the core of our being, the spirit of those soldiers, peacemakers and peacekeepers who lost or risked their lives in the trenches and fields of the First World War, on the blood-stained beaches and in the fields of the Second World War, over the mountains and through the swamps and across the rice paddies of the Korean War, and now in the city streets in the vast deserts of Afghanistan, even as we speak today. To remember the wars of the 20th century is not an easy task for two reasons. Quite simply, the experiences of war are painful to convey and difficult to share. It grates against the grain of our culture to call to mind the tragedies of war and the magnitude of death. The numbers stagger. Canada sent 620,000 soldiers to fight in World War I. 66,000 were killed. Over 1 million Canadians fought in World War II. 45,000 did not return. It is hard to come to terms with over 100,000 lives cut short, over 100,000 stories left unfinished, over 100,000 families truncated, over 100,000 dreams trampled upon. There is a natural human response to want to shield ourselves from the reality of this sacrifice. But even if we are willing, our capacity is dangerously threatened. À chaque jour de souvenir,
on each Remembrance Day, veterans who come to the memorial to lay wreaths and to share their stories with their families, with their friends, are a little older and fewer in number. Those who fought in the theater of war now have difficulty feeding the flame of memory. For young generations of Canadians, the memories of the veterans of World War II and the Korean War are stories drawn from history, and with each year they are told perhaps with less and less liveliness, the memory of past battles.
To bear the flame of remembrance is simply not enough. We must continue to feed the flame of remembrance as well. And we feed the flame of remembrance by our yearly naming of those who have given their lives, keeping our promise to those who have died in our service. We take the time and we make the space to ensure that they are remembered as men and women, as flesh and blood, not mere statistics in corporate memory. From Harry B. Little, who died at the age of 26 on August 14, 1914, to sapper Stephen Marshall from Calgary, Alberta, who at 24 was killed in Afghanistan on October 30th of this year. At the going down of the sun and in the morning, we will remember them. We feed the flame of remembrance also by telling and retelling the stories of the human side of war, keeping our promise to those who have served faithfully. We support the Memory Project of the Historic Dominion Institute, connecting veterans and students online and in classrooms across the country by the sharing of personal stories with youth. Jusqu'à présent,
to date, these veterans have succeeded in reaching more than 200,000 young students, touching them with their stories of compassion and courage.
Caring for our veterans and their spouses with dignity, with compassion, with economic security. Nous respectons la nouvelle.
We respect the new call of the veterans, an alliance amongst this country for all of those who've served in the armed forces.
And Anavet units across this country that not only keep this memory alive, but provide social, cultural, and individual support for Canadian veterans. And finally, we feed the flame of remembrance by honoring those who wear the uniform today, ensuring that we equip them appropriately, we keep them safe, and we preserve their health. Chaque jour, c'est fait.
Each day, these courageous men and women are risking their lives for a better world.
Is to protect them. And when they come home, to ensure their physical, their emotional, their spiritual, and their mental health. Mr. Speaker, sometime next week we will remove the poppies from their place of honor over our hearts, but let us never remove our commitment to feeding the flame of remembrance. Let us keep the faith, gardons espoir.
Let us keep hope. The Honourable Member for Berthier, Masquinongé. Mr. Speaker, we take the time today to salute Remembrance Day. It is very important to commemorate the men and women who have fought and those who did not come home. On November the 11th, 1918, the First World War ended, and Canada had participated in one of the most devastating wars that Europe had ever seen. Many participated. Too many died. Further to the signing of the armistice in 1918, Canada decided to set aside a day to remember its fallen soldiers on the front line. And since, on the same day, we all pause to remember all those soldiers, those who have served with and soldiered through difficulty. They, without hesitation, accepted the most dangerous missions. And what was their recognition? Well, it was the recognition that is afforded them by their fellow citizens. Each year we remember those who fell in combat. And we say collectively, thank you. Thank you for your sacrifices. Thank you for your devotion. That thanks is clearly expressed by the people because the people remember. You can see year after year young generations who take the time to remember the efforts that were made by veterans. Every year on November the 11th, we see it. People travel to go to the ceremonies, to parades. Others wear the poppy, but everyone remembers. The courage, the bravery of the men and women who wore the uniform and who put their lives in danger to accomplish a mission. They went to the front and defended the values that our society is founded on. Our democracy, our freedom, our equality. But it was those soldiers who did everything possible to ensure the respect of these fundamental values. Mr. Speaker, brotherhood expresses itself when we fight to preserve liberty and the respect of fundamental human rights. Our soldiers are on the front line to defend these values. They accept each mission with humility, determination, and courage. In view of this, we collectively must remember. We also remember the men and women who may not have worn a uniform but participated in the conflict, all the mothers, fathers, sisters, brothers, and friends of the soldiers. And we also remember families in grief because of the loss of one of their loved ones. And we, this week, remember their sacrifice. We remember cities, countrysides destroyed by war. We remember the way that soldiers fought hard to accomplish their mission and to help the civilians who also were suffering. And we have a special thought for the men and women who are presently in Afghanistan. Quite independently of what we might think of the mission, nonetheless, Quebec and Canadian soldiers are there doing their job professionally and with great devotion. We recognize their work and their sacrifice. We must never forget that today's soldiers are tomorrow's veterans. Present and future generations have a debt to the veterans because they sacrificed so that we and our families can live in a world of peace and freedom. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Sackville Eastern Shore.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I cannot begin to describe, Mr. Speaker, what it's like to stand in the chamber where the decision to send Canada's young men and women overseas into battle took place. From the Boer War, Mr. Speaker, to World War I, to World War II, to Korea, to peacekeeping conflicts, and to our current mission in Afghanistan. We, members of Parliament, and those in the Senate, get the opportunity because of their sacrifices to debate the future of those conflicts. And, Mr. Speaker, that is an honor that only soldiers can give you in a democratic society. And, Mr. Speaker, this year's campaign poster from Veterans Affairs is extremely poignant. It asks every Canadian, how will you remember? Well, Mr. Speaker, one way that I plan to remember is something that the current Canada's Minister of Veterans Affairs said in a speech not too long ago. He said he was looking at some grave sites, and the names on those grave sites, instead of just reading them in his own mind, he said them out loud. And, Mr. Speaker, in many, many cases, the names that he spoke out loud were probably spoken for the first time in many, many years. When my father passed away, Mr. Speaker, a person who was liberated in a war camp by the Canadian military and our allies in the liberation of the Netherlands in 44-45, when he passed away, my mother said, he's up in heaven keeping an eye on me until it's my time to go and join him. Well, Mr. Speaker, we have almost 18,000 young men and women who are up there right now looking at all of us and keeping an eye on our current military personnel and their families. And I'd like to mention out loud some of the names of those that are still with us. The great John Babcock, 109 years old, Canada's last surviving World War I veteran and one of the very few left on this planet. And may God give him many more years of a healthy lifestyle, Mr. Speaker, because he is the last vintage hold on to that World War I battle. Jack Ford of Newfoundland, Labrador, the world's last surviving prisoner of war in the bombing of Nagasaki. He was in slave labor during the Nagasaki shipyards when the Nagasaki bomb went off. Mr. Speaker, he, by the grace of God, is still with us in the great province of Newfoundland, Labrador. A poignant humanistic story that the Minister and I and others got to share. On June the 6th, 1944, 5 miles off the coast of Juno Beach, a young naval officer by the name of Murray Knowles from Halifax stood there ready to aim the guns to protect our soldiers as they went into battle on Juno Beach. But, Mr. Speaker, what was happening at the same time he was on that ship protecting the world? His son was born in the Maritimes on June the 6th, 1944. And 65 years later, all of us in Canada witnessed Murray Knowles at age 92 and his son at age 65 standing shoulder to shoulder on Juno Beach. And that is, Mr. Speaker, the human element of what our men and women went through and the glory of God to allow them to have shared that moment 65 years later. I also like to mention the great Helen Rapp. Those who know Helen know she's a staunch defender of the women who served in our military and to their families and to their children, and she deserves our undying gratitude for the tremendous work that she does. Mr. Speaker, I just had the distinct pleasure of going to the Amherst Legion Branch 10 recently, and I met 3 fantastic, unbelievable World War II veterans in Harold Ettinger, Lyon Kaufman, and Allison Chapman. And these 3 men, Mr. Speaker, are working in their Legion in their very late stages of their lives to do one thing, to preserve the memory of those that never got a chance to come back, to preserve the memories of the stories, to tell them on to future generations, and also, Mr. Speaker, to show support to those current men and women serving overseas and to their families. And they deserve our undying gratitude for never allowing the flame of hope to be extinguished. Mr. Speaker, one of the aspects of how you will remember is exactly why did these men and women go overseas in the first place? Well, there was a sign, Mr. Speaker, in Ypres that I saw a few years ago, written by a Canadian, I believe a family member of a Canadian that came over. And on that sign, Mr. Speaker, it said, "We left our country so you can live in yours." And Mr. Speaker, I think that says it all right there. Why would a 14-year-old kid from the prairies or from a fish plant or from the woods lie about his age, join the military, and head over to the battlefields of Europe? It's not just for excitement, Mr. Speaker. It's because of an undying Canadian attitude that when the bell gets rung, we answer the call. And to those 133 brave men and women who have paid the ultimate sacrifice in Afghanistan, Mr. Speaker, they did not die in vain. Their families and their children, some we've all met, are the heroes of our generation today because they keep their memories alive. They left this country so the people of Afghanistan and other conflicts in the world can live peacefully in theirs. And Mr. Speaker, if we keep that memory alive for all future generations, we then, our children and our grandchildren and so on, will always remember, Mr. Speaker, those that paid the ultimate sacrifice, those that are of an aging society right now where memories come back to haunt them because they're infirmed, Mr. Speaker, and we need to do all we can, Mr. Speaker, to ensure that their memory is never extinguished. As the Legion says, Mr. Speaker, at the going down of the sun and in the morning, we will remember them. But also, Mr. Speaker, we ask God to care for them, whether they pay the ultimate sacrifice or whether they come back broken or wounded or psychologically damaged in any way, Mr. Speaker. We know that all Canadians, all 33.5 million Canadians, in their heart of hearts, love our military, love our veterans, respect and love the family members and friends of those families, of those veterans, Mr. Speaker. And without them, I and the rest of us could not stand in this chamber and be able to debate the important issues of the day. Mr. Speaker, I stand here proudly and be able to salute the men and women of our armed forces, those that have served, and say, may God bless all your memories and may God take care of your families. Thank you.
The honourable member for Ancaster Dundas Flamborough Westdale is seeking the floor to propose a motion.
Amongst all parties, and I think if you seek it, you'll find unanimous consent for the following motion: that this House recognize the extraordinary contributions made by millions of Canadians serving in the Boer War, 2 World Wars, Korean War, and many missions since, and urges all Canadians to heed the call of Historica Dominion Institute to return to the initial practice of taking 2 minutes of silence, 2 minutes to remember, at 11 a.m. on Remembrance Day, November 11th, to remember the sacrifices courageously made by our servicemen and women at home and abroad to guarantee the peace, rights, and freedoms that we as Canadians enjoy today.
Does the honourable member for Ancaster Dundas Flamborough Westdale have the unanimous consent of the House to propose this motion? Agreed. La Chambre l'a entendu. Plaît-il à la Chambre?
The House has heard the motion. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt it? Agreed.
I invite the House to rise and observe 1 moment of silence to commemorate our war veterans. Order. J'ai l'honneur de faire savoir.
I have the honor to send a message to the House that the Senate has indicated that the following bill has been passed, Bill C-50, an act to amend the Employment Insurance Act and to increase benefits.
Now prepared to make a couple of rulings that I know members are dying to hear. Je suis maintenant prêt à rendre.
Now pleased to give my ruling on a question of privilege raised on October 27, 2009 by the member for Joliette regarding the premature disclosure of the contents of Bill C-53 in the media.
The member for Joliette for having raised this matter, as well as the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader, the Honourable Minister of Public Safety, the Honourable Member for Wascana, the Honourable Member for Vancouver East, the Honourable Member for Beauséjour, and the Honourable Member for Scarborough Rouge River for their comments. Lorsqu'il a soulevé sa question,
in raising the question of privilege, the member for Joliette claimed that a breach of the privileges of the House had occurred as a result of the public disclosure of the content of Bill C-53, an act to amend the Corrections and Conditional Release Act, Accelerated Parole Review, and to make consequential amendments to other acts. The member argued that the Minister of Public Safety, in a press conference and through a press release and backgrounder on the bill, had disclosed its essence and content to the public and media before it was introduced in the House on October 26, 2009, and that this amounted to a contempt of the House. It was his contention that, quote, the issue is not the quantity of details, but the quality of details, end of quote. He pointed to the importance of the confidentiality of bills prior to their introduction, saying that he always advises colleagues to hold press conferences on their bills only after their introduction. Likening this situation to the question of privilege he raised on October 22, 2009, concerning the disclosure of details of Bill C-52, an act to amend the criminal code's sentencing for fraud, prior to its introduction, the member for Joliette wondered if there was no longer any reason for him to apply the rule of confidentiality on bills on notice so strictly.
Of the Honourable Member for Wascana, the Honourable Member for Vancouver East, and the Honourable Member for Beauséjour, the seriousness of this issue was raised, and the Chair was urged to consider whether this was becoming a pattern and to give clear direction to the House on the rules that apply in this respect. Following question period on October 27, 2009, the Minister of Public Safety rose to address the issue of whether the contents of C-53 had been improperly disclosed prior to its introduction in the House. The Minister noted that the rule prohibiting disclosure of the content of bills prior to their introduction arises out of a 2001 Speaker's ruling. The Minister noted that the ruling limited the time period in question to the time between a bill being put on notice and its actual introduction in the House. He argued that the underlying principle is that the text of a bill should be made available first to members of Parliament.
Citing the 2001 case, in which the Justice Minister had actually circulated to the media a copy of the text of the bill and provided comment on it, the Minister of Public Safety acknowledged that the text of a bill cannot be disclosed to a select group ahead of parliamentarians seeing it. He then went on to accuse the opposition of looking to expand this rule significantly, effectively prohibiting the government from ever discussing any policy that might, in the future, be the subject matter of a bill before the House.
Argued that the purpose of the rule is not to stifle discussion or debate or an exploration of policy issues, but to restrict the actual disclosure of the text of a bill. This is only partly correct. The purpose of the convention is also to ensure that members are not impeded in their work by being denied information which others have been given. The Minister also noted that the time period in question is limited only to the time between a bill being put on notice and its actual introduction, and in this he is correct. Prior to giving notice of a bill, the Minister or a private member developing a legislative initiative
is of course free to discuss the proposal with anyone, but the House has the right to have first access to the text of a bill once it has been placed on notice. The specifics of a bill, once it has been placed on notice, should remain confidential until the bill is introduced. In the case before us, the Minister of Public Safety differentiated between his own conduct and prohibited actions, stating that he did not disclose the contents of Bill C-53, but rather discussed an existing policy problem and the intention of the government to solve it. He provided neither a specific explanation of the government's solution nor an indication of what the text of government legislation in this regard would be. As members have indicated, it has been a long-standing practice that the content of all bills on notice are confidential until they are introduced in the House. As I mentioned in my ruling of March 19, 2001, referred to by the Minister of Public Safety at page 1840 of the debates, La Convention de la
The Convention of the confidentiality of bills on notice is necessary, not only so that members themselves may be well informed, but also because of the preeminent role which the House plays and must play in the legislative affairs of the nation. I went on to add that, quote, to deny to members information concerning business that is about to come before the House, while at the same time providing such information to media that will likely be questioning members about that business, is a situation that the Chair cannot condone. End of quote.
Ruled the matter to be a prima facie case of privilege, and it was ultimately referred to the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs. In the committee's report on the matter presented to the House on May 9, 2001, this important principle was reiterated. And following a commitment by the then Minister of Justice to establish a protocol governing the processes for bills prior to their introduction, the report stated in part, je cite,
and I quote, the committee believes that the protocol of the Department of Justice, whereby no briefings or briefing materials should be provided with respect to a bill on notice until its introduction in the House of Commons, should be adopted as a standard policy by all government departments. We believe that such a policy is respectful of the House of Commons and its members. It recognizes the legislative role of Parliament and is consistent with parliamentary privilege and the conventions of Parliament. End of quote.
To liken the situation surrounding Bill C-53, the case before us today, to the disclosure of the details of Bill C-52, clearly the circumstances of these two situations are not identical.
In the case of Bill C-52, specific details of the bill were released to the media and the public. On October 26th and 27th, respectively, the Minister of Justice and then the Minister of Public Works and Government Services apologized to the House and made commitments to ensure that their actions concerning Bill C-52 would not be repeated. Their apologies put an end to the matter, as I indicated at the time. However, the House, and in particular ministers, should note that had it not been for the apologies of the ministers, the case may well have had a different outcome.
3. The Minister of Public Safety categorically assured the House that none of the, and I quote, none of the provisions, none of the potential mechanisms, none of the solutions, let alone the specific text, end of quote, were divulged prior to the bill's introduction in the House.
While, by his own admission, he discussed in broad terms the policy initiative contained in the bill, the Chair is satisfied that the Minister of Public Safety did not disclose the details of the measures being proposed in the bill. The Chair is also satisfied that there has been no contempt of the House as a collectivity, nor of any member individually, as members were not denied information they need to perform their duties as parliamentarians. Accordingly, the Chair finds no grounds for declaring a prima facie question of privilege.
Attention to this ruling on a matter of considerable importance to us all.
I am now prepared to give my ruling on the question of privilege raised on October 27th by the Honourable Government House Leader regarding the disturbance in the gallery during question period on October 26th, 2009.
The Honourable Member for Mississauga South, the Honourable Member for Montmorency-Charlevoix-Haute-Côte-Nord, the Honourable Member for Vancouver East, and the Honourable Member for Langley for their interventions. Les députés ne souviennent.
As members will recall, during question period on October 26th, a disturbance occurred while the leader of the New Democratic Party was asking a question. Several persons were shouting in the public gallery, and the House had to interrupt its proceedings for several minutes while the gallery was being cleared by our security officers.
Question of privilege. The government House leader charged the member for Toronto Danforth with contempt, alleging his involvement in this incident. The substance of the government House leader's allegation, a version of events supported by the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of the Environment, is summarised in the following paragraph of his intervention found on page 6240 of the debates of October 27, 2009. And je cite,
I quote, "The leader of the protesters is the political events organizer of the NDP. His group gained access to the parliamentary precinct because of the leader of the NDP. The leader of the NDP provided a practice room for this group. The group was allowed to go from its practice to the galleries, where it obstructed the proceedings of the House and intimidated some members." End of quote.
The government House leader explained that it had been reported to him that members had felt uncomfortable and feared for their safety. In reply to this very serious allegation, the House leader of the New Democratic Party emphatically denied that the member for Toronto Danforth was involved in the protest that occurred in the public gallery. She indicated that he was simply doing his job by meeting with the group, as did other members of Parliament, but that he had no knowledge of the planned protest. This morning, the Honourable Member for Toronto Danforth assured the House that he was not aware that a disturbance had been planned by the visitors with whom he met on October the 26th. He denied being involved in any way and expressed dismay that such allegations were made. At the outset, the Chair wishes to state that it views the disruption of the proceedings of the House as a very serious matter. And as has been noted by the Government House Leader, House of Commons Procedure and Practice on page 84 states that, and I quote, "Speakers have consistently upheld the right of the House to the services of its members free from intimidation, obstruction, and interference." End of quote. Certains députés.
Few members will recall that the House experienced 2 gallery disturbances in 1990. Both instances were most instructive in dealing with the case at hand. The first occurred on April 10, 1990, when 2 visitors disturbed the proceedings of the House by throwing papers from the galleries onto members in the chamber. The next day, a member raised a question of privilege, charging another member with contempt of the House, alleging that he had provided passes for the protesters and had prior knowledge of the protest. On April 27th, debates, page 10,760, the member thus charged denied such prior knowledge, thereby settling the matter. The second case happened on October 17, 1990, when again objects, in this case macaroni and protest cards, were thrown onto the floor of the House by protesters in the galleries. A question of privilege was raised the next day, debates, page 14,359 to 68, in which a member charged another member with knowing in advance about the demonstration and doing nothing to prevent it. He contended that the member was therefore an accessory to a contempt of the House. The member, who was the subject of the charge, denied his involvement in the matter. In his ruling delivered on November 6, 1990, Mr. Speaker Fraser stated that as the member had denied his involvement, that matter was at an end.
For the House, the allegations made about the involvement of the member for Toronto Danforth in the gallery disturbance of October 26th have been categorically denied. In keeping with the precedents outlined above and with the long-standing tradition in this place, did we accept an honourable member's word? The Chair accepts the statement of the honourable member for Toronto Danforth that he was in no way involved, and accordingly I will therefore consider the matter closed. Having set aside the question of privilege raised by the Government House Leader, the Chair wishes to stress that it continues to have serious concerns about the gallery disturbance itself. The actions of this sizable group of individuals in using a subterfuge to gain admittance to the galleries and then to disrupt our proceedings are totally unacceptable and does them and their cause little credit. They were less than frank about their intentions, and the aggressive behaviour of a few individuals as they were escorted out was particularly provocative. And if anything, this incident graphically illustrates the extent to which members can be vulnerable and must be vigilant to avoid being dragged into situations when their guests abuse their trust. Before I conclude, I would like to take the opportunity to thank the House's security personnel for their work during the incident on October the 26th. Their swift action in clearing the public gallery under difficult circumstances allowed the House to resume its work with a minimum of delay. Je remercie tous mes collègues.
I would like to thank all my colleagues for their attention.
I wish to inform the House that because of the ministerial statement, government orders will be extended by 32 minutes. Orders of the day, order du jour.
Government orders, government bills, comments. Resuming debate at second reading of Bill C-56, Fairness for Self-Employed Workers.
The honourable member for Edmonton-Sherwood Park had the floor. There are 14 minutes in the time allotted for his remarks. I therefore call upon the honourable member for Edmonton-Sherwood Park.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And before question period and before the great tributes to our veterans by all parties, I was talking about a promise our Conservative government made to self-employed Canadians to set up a system to allow self-employed Canadians to collect EI special benefits for the very first time. It's not surprising that many self-employed Canadians have been calling on the federal government to open up EI special benefits to them. They want fair treatment from their government, and we agree. We don't want them to have to scale back or stop work when faced with a joyous event, like the birth or adoption of a child, or a difficult personal or family challenge, like a serious illness or family crisis. This was underlined by recent public opinion research, which found that 86% of self-employed persons polled support access to sickness benefits, 84% to compassionate care benefits, and 64% to maternity and parental benefits. Those are overwhelming numbers. They really are. And while I realize that it can be easy to get overwhelming numbers of people who say yes to money, and let's be clear, these numbers are yes to money numbers. The overwhelming number of people responding to these questions are self-employed. They are entrepreneurs. They are business owners. They are service providers that only get paid when they work, when they show up, or when their shop is open. This is a demanding life. They know the value of a dollar, and they also know that the value of each dollar that they earn. They know the value of work because they don't get paid unless they work. But they also sometimes just think that life could be made just a little bit easier. They don't want a handout. They aren't looking for free money or special treatment. They just want to be treated fairly, just like other Canadians. And we can do that. They know that this opening of access to those benefits is not free. It is not without cost. This system will be largely, if not entirely, self-financing. That means that the money for these benefits will come from the self-employed. They will pay in, and it will pay out to them. So an overwhelming number of these self-employed Canadians want access to a structure that facilitates the provisions of these benefits to them. And they know perfectly well where the money will come from. It will come from them. These numbers tell us that they're willing to pay out that money. The opt-in rates for this system, once it is set up and running, will tell us how much they're willing to pay that money. The choice is up to them. The opportunity is theirs. We as a government simply know that it is fair and right to give them that opportunity. Mr. Speaker, self-employed Canadians want access to these special benefits so they don't have to make a difficult choice between work and family or their own health. And so years of work spent building up a business or professional practice are not lost by life events, and in many cases are foreseeable, if not chosen to certain. Like I said, we can make things just a little bit easier without giving anyone special treatment. Our Conservative government has listened and prepared to act by recognizing that such a move is not only the compassionate thing to do, but also the smart thing to do, since it will strengthen and support families, which are, after all, the foundation of our society, and allow the self-employed, who might otherwise have to leave the workforce, to stay fully engaged, keep up their skills to up to date, and continue making their own special contribution to the prosperity and competitiveness of our nation and its economy. Now that we have introduced this bill, here's what Canadians are saying about it. On Tuesday, Richard Phillips, the Executive Director of the Grains Growers of Canada, said that this legislation is very welcome. This has huge potential for quality of life in rural Canada. He said that just this past Tuesday, he also said that this could be the difference, whether one family member of the family has to seek off farm work employment, because now families will have a choice. With over 200,000 farms in Canada, even if 10% of them choose to take advantage of these programs, this could help ensure another 20,000 more young families stay on the land. So it is good for farmers. We know that our farmers feed our cities. In fact, they feed the entire world. This is something we can do to help them, even just a little bit more. It's good for small businesses. Don't take it from me, Mr. Speaker. Take it from the president of the CFIB, the Canadian Federation of Independent Businesses. This is one of the main voices for self-employed and small business owners. Catherine Swift said this on Wednesday. She said, the initiative fills a glaring gap for people running their own business, especially women. We have a lot of women members. They'd like to have a child, and yet abandoning their business is not an option. That point is very important, Mr. Speaker, because more than a full one-third of self-employed Canadians are women. Many of those self-employed women want to have families, and that number is growing. Women are starting more businesses, owning more businesses, and continually increasing their strength of their numbers within the self-employed. This bill will help them. Philip Hosteen, the president of the Independent Contractors and Business Association, said on this Tuesday, many independent contractors work as owner-operators, from truckers to drywallers to painters, and with these challenging economic times, the extra security offered with extending EI special benefits is welcome. Dale Ripplinger, the president of the Canadian Real Estate Association, applauds the government for taking action to address many of the inequalities in the employment insurance program faced by self-employed realtors. He said that on Tuesday as well. He continues to say, this is an important step to level the benefits playing field for self-employed Canadians. We look forward to working with the government to ensure access to EI benefits for realtors, which can help balance career and family life. In a welcome call, Stephen Waddell, the National Director of ACTRA, the Alliance of Canadian Cinema, Television and Radio Artists, called on the opposition to support our government's efforts to pass this bill. He said, and I quote, "This legislation is a question of basic fairness and equal treatment for Canadian workers. We're calling on the Liberals, NDP and the Bloc to avoid an election and get this initiative passed into law." And David Quist, the Executive Director of the Institute of Marriage and Family, welcomed the plan, saying it will allow more parents to be involved in their children's lives. This is such a big part of why we are doing this, Mr. Speaker. Canadians, self-employed Canadians, want this bill. They want fairness, and we are going to deliver it for them. So what are the proposals contained in this bill? And why are they so important to these entrepreneurs who find themselves in this situation? Basically, it comes down to this. Under this bill, our government are proposing to do the right thing by giving the self-employed the ability to voluntarily opt into the EI program to be able to receive EI special benefits, which include maternity, parental, sickness, and compassionate care benefits. Self-employed residents in Quebec are already covered by the Quebec parental insurance plan for maternity and parental benefits provided by the Government of Quebec, and they would continue to be. They could opt in to take advantage of the sickness and compassionate care benefits to be offered by the Government of Canada through the EI program. Mr. Speaker, under the legislation before us today, special benefits for self-employed individuals would mirror the current EI program with similar benefit duration periods, income replacement rates, maximum insurable earnings, treatment of earnings, and waiting periods. That being said, it's clear that some aspects of the program will have to be adjusted given the unique circumstances of the self-employed. A good example being that eligibility will be determined by a minimum income threshold of $6,000 per year, rather than the current 600-hour requirement for those working for an employer. Should they opt into the program, their EI premiums will be collected by the Canada Revenue Agency along with their income tax. They will have to pay EI premiums on an ongoing basis for at least 1 year prior to receiving EI special benefits, and these would mirror the relatively low rate currently paid by salaried employees across the country. Equally important is the fact, unlike the current practice with the Canada Pension Plan, self-employed contributors will not be required to pay the employer's portion of the premium, 1.4 times the employee rate, in part to reflect the fact that they will not have access to EI regular benefits. Self-employed Canadians who begin paying premiums may choose to opt out of the program at the end of any tax year, as long as they have never claimed benefits. Once they have made a claim, they must continue to make contributions on their self-employed income. Of course, the changes contained in this bill represent just one element in a much larger overall effort by our government to ensure the EI program continues to serve Canadians in an effective manner. A number of EI measures have been implemented through Canada's Economic Action Plan, which seeks to help Canadian workers and their families cope with the impact of the current world economic downturn. This has resulted in a number of improvements to the EI involving longer benefits, more efficient service, and more support for training. These measures include providing 5 extra weeks of EI regular benefits, increasing the maximum duration of benefits, as well as protecting jobs through extended and more flexible work-sharing agreements. In addition, the Career Transition Assistance Initiative is providing assistance to long-tenured workers who need training to transition to a new industry. And we introduced Bill C-50, extended weeks of benefits for those long-tenured workers. That bill passed through this House earlier this week. This is proof positive of the government's commitment to ensure that EI programs can continue to provide Canadians with the temporary income support needed to make ends meet while they look for another job, and help workers adjust to labour market changes and balance work and family responsibility. These are some of the measures being taken up by this government to help Canadians cope with the unprecedented world economic downturn. Recognizing the importance of this issue, fairness for the self-employed, I will be voting for this bill so that self-employed Canadians can get the assistance and support they need. I urge other members of the House to do likewise. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Elmwood Transcona.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member for his comments regarding Bill C-56. And I want to note that in discussing Bill C-50, the government, and that's dealing with the long-tenured workers, the government had actual statistics or figures that it could give us. It projected that Bill C-50 would affect 190,000 people, and that it would cost roughly $1 billion. So I've asked the member to provide us similar statistics for this particular bill. Surely, before the government would introduce a bill of this type, they would have some projections as to how many people might be affected by this initiative, how many people they expect to apply in year 1, year 2, year 3, year 5, and whether or not, I understand it's going to be a self-financing program, but what if it's not? Where will how will the shortfalls be made up? So if the member could give us a little bit of information as to why the government has not released details, the same type of details they released in Bill C-50 just 2 weeks ago.
The honourable member for Edmonton Sherwood Park.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the honourable member for his question. The fact of the matter is that this bill, it's optional. It's optional to buy into this program by our self-employed. And in Canada, we have about 2.6 million self-employed Canadians. And overwhelmingly, when polled, they wanted this program. They have interest in this program. They're interested, 86% are interested in sickness, 84% in compassionate care, 64% in parental benefits, and 62% of women are interested in the maternity benefits that this can offer. So, frankly, right now, we don't know the numbers because we anticipate many of those 2.6 million will opt into this program. But, Mr. Speaker, until this program gets going, we won't know how many will, but we definitely anticipate many of them will because so many of them are interested in this program that can help so many of them with their businesses and really balance business and family.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Chief Government Opposition Whip.
Thanks very much, Mr. Speaker. And I really like the many aspects of this bill, and I hope that it will be taken to committee and debated in committee and refined in committee, and that's certainly our hope. But I guess if there's one concern that I have, that on matters of EI, what we've seen time and again from the government is misinformation on the actual numbers. And it was in response to a question to the Parliamentary Secretary just last week, where he had stated in this House that the rates on EI, per $100 on EI, the premiums charged businesses actually went up during the tenure of past Liberal governments. Now, and that's absolutely, positively wrong. When we took over in '93, it was at $3.18, and it was on its way up. Okay, now it's down to $1.72. So that's a false statement. So what we're hoping for, and I hope what this member can assure us of, is that the numbers coming forward before we vote on this are true numbers. But does he not understand fully that those numbers that the Parliamentary Secretary cited were absolutely wrong?
Bravo. The honourable member for Edmonton Sherwood Park.
Mr. Speaker, what's clear are the number of self-employed people, self-employed Canadians who actually need this bill and the reason why we brought this bill forward. This was a commitment by this government, a commitment by the Prime Minister to, and a promise made to self-employed Canadians, because we believe that self-employed Canadians should not have to choose between family and their businesses. And these self-employed Canadians, they include small business owners, farmers, construction workers, professionals, realtors, and those who even have small business homes. And more importantly, actually, Mr. Speaker, according to Statistics Canada, from 1976 to 2008, the number of self-employed men in Canada roughly doubled from 873,000 to over 1.7 million. But the number of self-employed women nearly tripled over the same period, going from 300-some thousand to over 900,000, Mr. Speaker. So this is a bill that is going to help Canadians across all of Canada, and especially help women to balance work and family.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Abbotsford.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague from Edmonton for his excellent remarks about this bill, which is going to continue to serve the needs of workers, especially those who are self-employed in Canada. And I would just like to have him comment a little bit about the Liberals' newfound zeal for the unemployed. As he knows, Bill C-50, which is a bill that is presently in the Senate, which is our government bill, is providing additional support for long-tenured workers. In other words, those who have worked for many years without drawing on the unemployment system and suddenly have found themselves out of work. We're making that system even more robust and providing additional benefits to those long-tenured workers. And unfortunately, the Liberals, when their feet were held to the fire, they were asked to vote for the unemployed. They voted against that legislation. Perhaps my colleague could comment on how
he perceives this inconsistency between how the Liberals speak in this House and then act when they're asked to vote on support for the unemployed.
The honourable member for Edmonton Sherwood Park.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for his question and the fact that what he was saying about the Liberals saying one thing and then voting in a totally different direction and really letting Canadians down, and Canadians are lucky to have a government that is supporting them, especially when he was saying about the long-tenured workers. This is something that is so many Canadians have asked for. They need it. We've added extra weeks onto EI, and now with this bill to allow self-employed Canadians to benefit from EI special benefits. Mr. Speaker, I have, even in the arts and culture community, Fern Downey, National President of the Alliance of Canadian Cinema, Television and Radio Artists, this is a positive first step by the federal government, and so we are urging all parties to support the extension of parental leave benefits to all workers. Mr. Speaker, these are Canadians across the country urging the opposition to support this bill so we can help them. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Mississauga South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've often said that when a member speaks in this place or outside of this place, they are taking a risk because their integrity is being judged at every moment.
Previously, a member asked the member directly whether the information he gave about EI premiums increasing during the last Liberal government. The facts are, as the member knows, from the time from 1993 through, there was a constant decrease year after year after year in EI premiums. So I'm going to ask the member very directly, would he please check his facts and affirm to the House what the truth is?
The honourable member for Edmonton Sherwood Park.
Mr. Speaker, I think Canadians want to know the truth of where all those EI premiums went during the Liberal tenure when they were in government for so many years. You know, for 13 years, the Liberal government was there. Self-employed Canadians had asked for this bill, asked for provisions to help them, asked for extension to EI. They didn't get anything under the Liberal government. This government made a promise, and we kept this promise, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Trinity Spadina, a very short question, please.
Mr. Speaker, Bill C-56, it's great news for self-employed workers. It's utterly unfair that in the past only those who worked for the other people or organizations have been able to collect unemployment insurance and parental benefits while putting in an equal amount of work and paying taxes. So it's vitally important that all Canadians are able to find balance between work and family and extend maternity, parental, compassionate care benefits to self-employed Canadians means that they will be better able to care for their families. How is this bill? Perhaps this member can say that self-employed workers across this country will be allowed access to these benefits just like other Canadians.
The honourable member for Edmonton Sherwood Park, short answer, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for her question, her comments, and hopefully for her and her party's support for this bill. You know, I was speaking to members in my riding, the Sherwood Park Chamber of Commerce, and they were saying how much they appreciate this, especially women, and also new Canadians. Many new Canadians have, built up businesses, have come into this country, have invested, and they really would appreciate getting these EI benefits as well, just like other workers. So this bill is good news for all Canadians, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Scarborough Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I patiently waited to participate in this debate on C-56 at second reading, and I had in my mind planned to talk about certain things, but following the debate, I'm going to start off by going in a different direction, and then I hopefully will have enough time to come back to making the points I wanted to make about the merits or the demerits of this bill. And Mr. Speaker, we are elected to come to this House with the intent of trying to bring forth legislation. Ideas, suggestions are tabled here in committee to improve the lives of our people in good times, in difficult times. Our country today is going through some difficult times, high unemployment, The economy is hitting rock bottom. You know, we eliminated the debt, $42 billion deficit. We provided $100 billion in tax relief, the highest in Canadian history. Employment went from 11.3 or 11.4 in 93 to 6.1 or 6.2 when we left government in 2006. People were working, confidence in the nation. And, Mr. Speaker, I want to go back to a couple of questions that were asked of the previous member from the Conservative Party from Edmonton, Sherwood Park. He was asked one question by two members from the Liberal team, our whip, the member from Cape Breton Council, and he was asked the same question again by the member from Mississauga South. Now you'd say, well, why would two Liberal members ask the same question? I will tell you where the 45 million. If you be patient enough, I will tell you where that 45 million went. And I will tell you where you guys blew $70 billion. And I will tell you that too. Absolutely. Now, Mr. Speaker, I don't mind being harassed. The problem is when they hear the facts, they can't take it. The facts, Mr. Speaker, is that the member who was asked a similar question from Edmonton Sherwood Park was intellectually dishonest with his response. And I know I can use that word. Why, Mr. Speaker? Because, as I said, the member from Cape Breton Council and the member from Mississauga South asked him a very simple question. Were the EI premiums under Liberal administration ever increased? Or in those 13 years that we served in government, did they go, as the member from Cape Breton Council clearly stated, from I believe it was $3.18 per 100 to $1.72 per 100 that it is today, saving employers and employees just over $14 billion. Why could he be honest enough and say, yes, they did go down? Where the member from Cape Breton, the Liberal member, and I have to stress the Liberal good member from Cape Breton Council, who simply asked a question. Where did the money go? Why did the parliamentary secretary mislead this House? If this reform now called Conservative Party wants us to cooperate, Mr. Speaker, the last thing they can do is be honest with us. For example, the Minister of Human Resources and Skills Development, the other day she was on television being asked questions about C-52, and she really couldn't give answers. It was like, well, we'll see, well, we don't know. Well, Mr. Speaker, how can we vote on legislation? It reminds me of what Kim Campbell said before the election of 1993. I'm not going to answer these questions now, she said to reporters. I will answer them after the election. No, no, no. Canadians are not stupid. Canadians want to know now, Mr. Speaker, before they make decisions. That's why we are asking these questions, Mr. Speaker. Now, Mr. Speaker, Canadians, the member from Edmonton Sherwood Park talked about entrepreneurs, independent business people, self-employed. Mr. Speaker, an independent entrepreneur, a self-employed, an independent business person does not become a self-employed independent because he wants to become unemployed. He's an independent entrepreneur because he wants to continue earning a good living to support his family and his surroundings. An independent business person, a self-employed person, Mr. Speaker, does not become self-employed because he wants to become unemployed to collect EI. My father, God rest his soul, told me a story as I was growing up. He says, when I went out looking for work, I didn't ask how much the job paid. I simply wanted to work. He wasn't concerned how much EI was going to pay. He was concerned if there was work. So a self-employed person, Mr. Speaker, does not go out and become self-employed because he's planning to be unemployed. He's planning to be gainfully employed for as long as he can, Mr. Speaker. Now, Mr. Speaker, I read a quote of what, I have to read this quote for you. I read a quote of what the Catherine Swift from the Canadian Federation of Independent Business said, and she says, the bill makes it voluntary for self-employed Canadians who want to opt in and, quote, fixes a glaring gap in the program. Mr. Speaker, they can't give us statistics who, how many, what the take-up is going to be, what the cost is going to be, etc., etc. We do know, so I don't know what this gap is all about that Ms. Swift is talking about, because what's going to be happening here, Mr. Speaker, is the people who are working are going to be taxed. We know that because hidden in their stimulus package or in their budget, we know that. I am being truthful. You can read it if you'd like to. I'll get you the page. The truth, Mr. Speaker, is that they have inserted in this economic stimulus package close to $15.5 billion in EI premium increases. Now, the current Prime Minister, when he was in opposition, when he was actually just a member of Parliament before he became the leader of the Alliance and then the Reform, the Alliance, and then the Conservative Party, he is on record. You could see it on video, Mr. Speaker. People could research today with the technology that we have, and they will hear him say that a tax, EI, is a killer on jobs. It's destroying jobs. And what did we do? We listened to the employers in 1993 who said to us, lower EI premiums and we will invest in hiring. That was one of the first things we did. It's in the Red Book, Mr. Speaker, and people can look that up. So we started lowering the EI premiums year after year after year. As my two colleagues pointed out earlier, the member from Mississauga South and the member from Cape Breton Council, every year there was a reduction. That reduction, Mr. Speaker, again I want to put on record, totaled over $14 billion. Today, employees and employers, because, Mr. Speaker, why I kind of raised my voice as an employer is prior to being elected in 1993, for almost 19 and a half, 20 years, one could say I was self-employed. I ran my own company as an independent entrepreneur. I went to work, Mr. Speaker, to build my company, employ people, pay their benefits, pay their EI premiums and their OHIP premiums in Ontario, and their Canada pension premiums, Mr. Speaker, because I felt that was my obligation as an employer to provide a platform whereby they had something to fall back on in case there were some difficult times, layoffs, job losses, etc. So as an employer, I do know firsthand. But as an employer, Mr. Speaker, let me clarify this. Being a director of the company, an officer of the company, I was not eligible to pay into EI. Quite frankly, Mr. Speaker, I didn't want to pay into EI because that was a demotivating factor for me. It was like I'm paying for something, planning to be unemployed. No, 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 Mr. Speaker. But for my employees, that was a different story. So today we're trying to change this. And what is strange here, and there's been no analysis done, Mr. Speaker, nobody knows. We do know some of the rules of this proposed legislation, that being that once the legislation receives royal assent, people can then apply. They will have to pay 1 year prior to them being eligible to receive. And the question here, Mr. Speaker, that I have in the back of my mind, unless this bill is really fine-tuned and all those bugs that are in this bill are clearly addressed, I'm concerned that there will be abuse to this type of legislation. Because also the member from Edmonton Sherwood Park, and I'm not picking on him, only because he said the conservative, I quote, the Conservative government made a promise and now they are keeping it. Mr. Speaker, I don't want to say it's too little too late, although it is too little too late, because we at least, and all the economists, identified 3.5, 4 years ago, before this government, in essence, took over on their first minority government, and told them that we are headed for trouble, for difficult times. You have to do certain things, they were saying to that then administration and to this new administration the second time around. But no, don't worry, be happy, everything's fine, there is no recession, we're not going to go into deficit. Hunky-dory, Mr. Speaker. Everything was okay. Sure, it was okay. Because when they assumed government after, their first election, what did we leave them with? $13.2 billion in surplus. Now that we have, well, thank you. It's a good question. I will tell you what we have now, Mr. Speaker. They are now projecting a $56 billion deficit. So I say to Canadians out there, you know, through this honourable House, Mr. Speaker, they had $13.2 billion surplus. What surplus? Money left over after we paid our bills, after we paid our expenses, after Canada met its obligations. And now we're into a $56 billion deficit. If you add those two figures up, we've got a $70 billion turnaround, Mr. Speaker, in 3 years. No wonder Canadians are asking, where did the $70 billion go? A friend of mine said to me a couple of weeks ago, he said, Brian Mulroney, in 9 years, added about $20 to $21 billion to the deficit. That's over 9 years, Mr. Speaker. That's over 9 years. In 3 years, if these guys, this Conservative Party, apologies, Mr. Speaker, this Conservative Party leaves us with a $70 billion deficit, well, times 3, all of a sudden, Mr. Speaker, 9 years down the road, God forbid if they are in government, we're going to have a $210 billion deficit. Unbelievable indeed. And it's not that our generation is going to pay, it's our kids, our grandkids, and great-grandkids. Mr. Speaker, we labored and we sacrificed in 1993, not on the backs of Canadians, Mr. Speaker, but we put our house in order. We put our house in order. And then what did we do? We returned it back to the system by providing EI premium relief. And I want to re-emphasize, because we're talking about EI here, Mr. Speaker. Over $14 billion, year after year after year. Those are the facts. So if this Conservative government, which we have shown our goodwill and intent on other pieces of legislation to cooperate, they want us to cooperate, we must deal with facts, not innuendos. When they stand up and are asked a question, let them respond with the facts. As the parliamentary secretary was asked a question, like the member from Cape Breton Council said, why did he not respond with the facts, except he misled the House by saying that the premiums, the unemployment insurance premiums, supposedly went up? That, Mr. Speaker, was not accurate. That was not correct. That was false information. I think I can use that word as well. We're always trying to be, you know, very polite and professional in this environment. Mr. Speaker, I wanted to speak on this bill for various reasons. One, to set the record straight. Second, I wanted to speak as a former independent entrepreneur. My company wasn't a big company. I employed 23, 24 people, but, you know, we were there for 20 some odd years, Mr. Speaker. We provided an environment where these people could produce, earn a living, and provide for their families. And we were more than happy to contribute to the system that provided the foundations for a strong safety net. I'm trying in my own way, Mr. Speaker, to understand this safety net. First of all, if there was going to be an initiative undertaken to help the unemployed, that we were beginning to see what was happening in the States, the United States of America, several years ago, and this government literally did nothing. Today, we're bringing forth a system for what? These people who are unemployed, Mr. Speaker, have already taken the hit. Indeed, it's shameful because this individual who's unemployed, this woman or this man or this young person, once they get a job as an independent entrepreneur, what are they going to do? They're going to start paying. First of all, they have to find a job, Mr. Speaker. And then they're going to say, well, I've got a job as whatever, an accountant, a computer programmer, a painter, a plumber, whatever. And now I'm going to pay into this premium. For what? For the intent that I might be unemployed a year and a half down the road? Well, I don't think that really is their intent, Mr. Speaker. So right now, I'm of the opinion, Mr. Speaker, that first, it's too little too late. If this initiative is to work, and, you know, judgment's still out there for this piece of legislation, it should have been done 3-4 years ago, Mr. Speaker, 3.5 years ago, when, as the member from Edmonton Sherwood Park says, the Conservatives promised it. I don't dispute that they didn't promise it. I don't remember, but I will take his word for it that they did promise it. So if you did promise it, why did you wait for 3 or so years? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Why did you wait for 3 or so years to bring forth this legislation? You know, Mr. Speaker, we're always, as I say, preventative maintenance is a word they use in the computer language. Or let's take care of ourselves so that we don't get sick and we don't, need medication or surgery. Well, we knew this tide was coming. We could see it. All the economists were telling us. Why is the big question I have that this government didn't undertake to bring in this legislation 3 years ago so that the people that are unemployed today, these small business people, these entrepreneurs that they're trying to protect, would today have some protection, because today they have zero protection. Nothing. And even on the regular EI, we had to literally fight like crazy to say, help these people now. And Mr. Speaker, had that $13.5 billion been there and invested properly, as opposed to, well, $100 million, I think, in monies that we're hearing every day, billboards, etc., money that is being literally wasted, Mr. Speaker. You name it. Buses, trades, the whole gamut. Mr. Speaker, I don't know where to begin. I'm not going to go in that direction as my colleague. Mr. Speaker, all I can say in conclusion is this. I will support anything that will help any Canadian sustain himself or herself, improve their lives. I just don't have a good feeling that this legislation, as it is written, is going to solve this problem. I have not been convinced. Now, maybe when it goes into committee, adjustments, amendments could be brought forward, and it could be worthwhile for the future. The concern we have, what do we do for the unemployed today, Mr. Speaker? Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I don't say this often, but I'd like to congratulate the government for bringing in a bill that I think is timely and I think important for Canadians. On March 10th, in this House, we adopted a motion on employment insurance that was proposed by a New Democrat MP from Hamilton Mountain, and among other things, that motion called on the government to allow self-employed workers to participate in the EI plan. So it does no violence to our cause here to say that we have long championed the extension of benefits to the self-employed, and I congratulate the government on recognizing that. In this country, we have 2.6 million Canadians who report some income from self-employment, and for a large majority, it's the sole source of their income. The share of self-employed in the labour force has been stable over the past decade at 15%, and over 75% earn less than the maximum insurable income. So this will help our country's artists, taxi and truck drivers, tradespeople, small retailers, farmers, and, Mr. Speaker, it will disproportionately help women in this country. And I think that this is something that is very important in these economic times, and the New Democrats are very strongly in support of helping these people. So my question to the honourable member who just spoke is, after being in power for 13 years, 3 successive majority governments, why did his government not extend benefits to self-employed workers?
The honourable member for Scarborough Centre.
Unlike the new NDP government, after 60 years, we refuse to tell people what they want to hear. We tell people what they should hear. The NDP, Mr. Speaker, can promise the pie in the sky, knowing they can never deliver. They had their chance in the 2005 budget when there were areas such as money for the environment, money for housing, money for students, etc., etc., and they blew that chance, Mr. Speaker, by betraying Canadians and joining forces with the current Prime Minister, and all that money went down the drain. Now, let me give him the answer, because he talks about supporting truck drivers, taxi drivers. Let me tell you, Mr. Speaker, a truck driver and a taxi driver do not go to work with the intent of being unemployed. These people go to work every day diligently to earn a living and support their families. Now he says, what didn't we do? Why didn't we do it? Because in our tenure, we created over 3.5 million jobs. Canadians were in need of these programs because Canadians were working. The nation was confident, money was being generated, balanced books supporting Canada, and that's why it was then the #1 country in the world. Unlike today, I think it's dropped to 2nd or 3rd.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for long name Gander Grand Falls, Bonavista.
Well, not bad. It's Bonavista, Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor, and I appreciate, Mr. Speaker, your attention to this matter. You know, one of the things that the Conservatives keep telling us about is the idea of, well, you didn't support C-50 about the extension of weeks. I'd like to point out to them that in 2004, under similar matters, under a 5-week extension, they also voted against that. So therein lies yet another backflip. It's unbelievable in this particular situation, because now there seems to be all of a sudden this self-effacing realization that EI is the way that they're going to endear the people of Canada, when in fact they've denied all these benefits for so many years. So here we have bills such as C-50 in this particular case, which could have been done a long time ago. This particular one, as my honourable colleague pointed out, from Scarborough Centre, that they could have done this a while ago. Now, all of a sudden, it's like you keep forcing these people into doing what they promised they would do. So, I'd like to ask my honourable colleague, in his particular case, and he is an independent businessman, and I respect him for it. I mean, he's a great man. He's a great speaker. I mean, hours of entertainment, if nothing less than that. I mean, the man is just so diligent. It's unbelievable, right? I'm not even being paid to say these things, and because if I lived in his riding, I would campaign beyond belief. But this man, I want him to tell the House about his experience as an independent businessman, and just how that this particular government is trying to pull the wool over our eyes by pretending to be the compassionate voice of EI.
The honourable member for Scarborough Centre.
It's very simple, Mr. Speaker. If this government was a compassionate government, they would have kept this promise that we were told by the member from Edmonton Sherwood Park 3 years ago, number one. Number two, if this government really felt for Canadians, they would not be increasing the EI premiums, which is in their books, to the tune of $15.5 billion. And it's on record, Mr. Speaker. If this government was compassionate, they would work with the rest of us, really. But every time we go into committee, for example, there's always an obstacle here and an obstacle there, some kind of stumbling block. You know, Mr. Speaker, when it comes to the well-being of Canadians and the nation, earlier today, I'll provide this example in closing. We spoke about our veterans, Mr. Speaker, past, present, and, you know, there was one united voice, and all parties spoke, and they all spoke from the heart. Mr. Speaker, that's how we have to approach these type of legislations for the good of the country, which, Mr. Speaker, I don't think, you know, this, to me, Bill C-52 and their initiative on these areas is pure politicking right now, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Brant.
I'd like to ask the honourable member a question relating to a specific situation and what his response would be. It would be an independent business person, a small renovation contractor, who finds himself employing a number of people, 6 people, and finding out that one of his 4 children has a terminal illness, not terminal, but a severe illness, and has to be hospitalized for 2 years for treatment. And of course, the impact that would have on that business person's ability to be with their son, to be compassionate, to be with the son and the husband and wife working in the business, and not having the opportunity to have contributed into a plan that could cover off some of the lost income for one of the spouses. How would he respond to that situation for an individual in those conditions, where a business person is not able to have the type of insurance they need in those kinds of situations?
The honourable member for Scarborough Centre.
Very good question. I want to thank the honourable member for a very good question. And I will respond first by saying, what took you so long to bring forth this legislation? Second, as a former independent business person, if he wasn't, I will tell him and the rest of the people that there are policies and programs that we do purchase through insurance, Mr. Speaker. For example, I'll give him my example, that because as a former officer and director of the company, I was not allowed by law to pay for any of these benefits, but I purchased additional benefit should this unforeseeable and difficult circumstances arise. And this individual, a renovation contractor, also has that option. As these independent people have various options to write off, Mr. Speaker, various other write-offs, whether it be car or lunches, or et cetera, that the average person does not. So there's a trade-off right there. So I close with this, Mr. Speaker. If you're so compassionate, you guys on the Conservative side, what took you so long?
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Brant, short question, please.
I'd just like a quick follow-up on the previous question, because I am not aware, nor have been aware as an independent business person my whole life, that you can purchase private insurance in the event that your income is protected or replaced by a program. There are programs, disability programs, for the individual being insured, but there are no programs that I have ever been aware of that could ever cover the circumstances of a child who's diagnosed with cancer, has to spend 2 years in cancer treatment in hospital, that individual can cover. Please tell me where you buy that insurance, because this is a real-life example I'm telling you today.
The Honourable Member for Scarborough Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've answered the honourable gentleman, in two ways. First, as an individual entrepreneur that we're talking about, what took them so long. Second, with respect to the specific example that he's referring to, that unfortunately a child within the family is sick and one of the parents, who are both working, if I understand his example, are working in the business. Well, I referred that there's programs in terms of insurance for the individuals, etc. But for the child, that again is something that we should look at. Unforeseeable circumstances, I don't have the answer. All I'm saying to him, I'm answering him on the individual. We could extend it, and there's a never-ending story.
Conformément à l'article.
Pursuant to Standing Order 38, I will now indicate to the House the questions for the adjournment date tonight.
L'assurance emploi.
The Honourable Member for Nanaimo Cowichan, Employment Insurance, and the Honourable Member for Gatineau, Infrastructure.
The Honourable Member for Nanaimo Cowichan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I will be splitting my time with the member from Welland. I want to start off by indicating that New Democrats will be supporting this bill in principle. We, of course, have been advocating for a very long time around the need for changes to the Employment Insurance Act, including self-employment, and so we look forward to getting this bill to committee to consider it fully and to recommend some potential changes to the Employment Insurance Act. I want to, for Canadians who may be tuning in, I just want to cover some of the key points of this piece of legislation because, of course, there are many, many people who are self-employed, and this will only deal with a very small group of self-employed people. Specifically, this legislation will allow self-employed Canadians to opt into employment insurance programs dealing specifically with maternity benefits up to a maximum of 15 weeks, parental and adoptive benefits 35 weeks maximum, sickness benefits 15 weeks maximum, and compassionate care benefits for 6 weeks maximum. And we certainly see this as being a positive step, and as other members of this House have pointed out, the member from Hamilton Mountain had introduced legislation in this House to deal with some of the issues around employment insurance and maternity benefits. Now, we have heard some members in this House talk about the fact that it's about time this bill was introduced, and I want to bring to the House's attention a report from 1999 called The Human Face of Unemployment Insurance. In those days, it was called Unemployment Insurance. And this was a report put together by the member of Acadie-Bathurst, and of course it's probably no surprise to members of this House about the very good work that the member from Acadie-Bathurst has done over a number of years around employment insurance. Hear, hear. And back in 1999, so when people talk about it's about time, in 1999, as a result of a cross-country tour that the member undertook, one of the recommendations was insurance must be made available to more self-employed workers. And in that, he outlines a much broader perspective than just the kinds of special benefits that we're talking about in maternity, paternity, adoptive, and compassionate care and sickness benefits. He outlined a proposal that talked about employing covering self-employed workers in all categories of employment. And when we hear people talking, it's about time. It's a sad comment that here we are 10 years after this report was put together, that we're finally seeing some movement on employment insurance benefits for self-employed workers. Now, I know we've also heard in this House, Mr. Speaker, that there are approximately 2.6 million self-employed workers in this country. 2.6 million. That's a significant portion of the workforce. And what we are talking about here, Mr. Speaker, is workers who have no social safety net. We are talking about workers that if they fall sick, they are tough out of luck. If they become pregnant or if they adopt a child, they have to somehow figure out how to make ends meet if they put their business on hold. If they have a child who becomes ill, as the member opposite pointed out, they have to find some other way to cover their expenses when they need to take that very important family time to look after that sick child. We're also talking about the fact that many self-employed workers are not self-employed by choice. What we have seen in this economic downturn is that many workers lose their employment. They lose the good-paying jobs that they've come to rely on for their families. In my own riding, forestry has taken hit after hit after hit. And many of these workers, they don't want to collect employment insurance, despite the fact that they paid into it for many, many years. What they want to do is they want to work hard, they want to bring home a paycheck, and they want to support their families. So many of these workers, what they do is when they lose their employment through no fault of their own, they look at how they can make a living in their community through self-employment. And I recently had somebody come into my constituency office in Nanaimo, Cowichan, and talk about that very thing. Sadly, of course, in his case, he was going to be completely out of pocket. He had come up with an idea to put together a company in our riding, and he was doing all of the groundwork around it. And he went to the employment insurance office and said, you know what, it's going to take me a little longer to make the money. And I wonder if I could apply for one of those programs that help self-employed workers, because there are some programs that help self-employed workers do startup. Now, sadly, in his case, what happened was because he'd already got involved in starting up his company, because he'd already done a significant amount of work about it, he was not eligible. So here we have this worker who is attempting to support himself, asking for some assistance from the government so he could get his business off the ground. And because of the very rigid rules that are in place around employment insurance, he simply wasn't eligible. And that's just one example of what happens to workers who are self-employed when they're looking for some way to help them through a bit of a cash crunch. But I want to come back for one moment to some of the other workers that are being forced into self-employment. Women are particularly disadvantaged, and we find that women are often in contract, seasonal, part-time, self-employed work. And in fact, women are some of the most significant business starter-uppers in this country. There are significant numbers there. And under our current employment insurance system, women are disadvantaged. Only about a third of women who pay into it actually collect. And then on the other hand, we've got women who are in this non-standard employment, is what it's called. This non-standard employment, which often leaves them not eligible to even pay into employment insurance. And so although we welcome these changes that are put before the House in terms of special benefits and the ability of workers to opt in, we would really encourage the government to actually expand how they're looking at self-employed workers to make sure that there is that social safety net there for them. I want to touch briefly, Mr. Speaker, on the fact that New Democrats have consistently called for a significant number of changes to the Employment Insurance Act. We've seen the erosion since the mid-1990s in employment insurance. What we've seen is far fewer workers being able to qualify. We've seen the benefit rates reduced. We've seen the number of weeks that people can collect is reduced. And we've seen some other anomalies in the system. And I've raised this in this House before, Mr. Speaker. There are problems with how the unemployment rate is calculated in regions, which then directly impacts on the number of weeks of benefits that people can claim. In my own region, our unemployment rate is tied to Vancouver, the city of Vancouver. Of course, anybody who knows this country knows that Vancouver Island is a very different labor market than the city of Vancouver. And so it means workers in my area collect far less weeks than the unemployment rate in our area actually would warrant if it was a more reasonable determination. So we know that there are some significant problems with the current employment insurance legislation. We also know that, of course, we've heard members in this House talk about EI premiums, and we know that over the years that workers and their employers have paid into the Employment Insurance Fund, or used to be the Unemployment Insurance Fund. And what we've also known is that that money has been siphoned off to pay down the debt. And some $54 to $57 billion of workers and their employers' money has gone not into providing that social safety net, not into providing training and education for workers, not into providing some other benefits that would help an employer become more productive, but gone into the government coffers. And I would argue in any other place, we would probably call that theft. So, Mr. Speaker, when people are talking about problems with the Employment Insurance Fund and arguing that somehow or other at least a small measure with the self-employed is somehow not good enough, I would argue that we should support this measure and actually encourage the government to go further, to make sure that the funds that workers are paying are actually going towards programs that are going to support them and their companies, that we're looking at how we can increase the self-employed benefits, that we're also looking at how we actually overall can look at the fund. And, Mr. Speaker, I know that there's a lot of good work that's been done both by members of the New Democratic Party, but also by the Labour movement. And I just want to touch on a couple of things that they've proposed in terms of changes that would be helpful around creating a job strategy that makes sure people have good paying jobs, and then looking at the social safety net that supports them when they don't have those jobs. And one of the aspects I want to focus on just very briefly is that the fact that we need to make sure that we've got good paying jobs in manufacturing and forestry in this country. And there's a couple of ways that we can do that. First of all, we can make sure that we develop sector strategies that look at investments in forestry and manufacturing. We can make sure that the raw resources are processed here in Canada, that they're value added, that we're making sure that we add as much value and keep those jobs in our communities. That we can also work to prevent plant closures by investing in those plants, helping those companies upgrading equipment so that they're productive and efficient. So, Mr. Speaker, in closing, I urge all members of this House to support this bill at second reading and getting it to committee so that we can have a further discussion around the kinds of changes that we need to see to the employment insurance legislation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Burnaby Douglas.
I'm really pleased to have had the opportunity to listen to my colleague's intervention in this debate on Bill C-56 around special EI benefits for the self-employed. And one of the things that I found most interesting about her speech were her comments about how this legislation particularly affects women. We know that this legislation, we know that women are heavily represented among Canada's 2.6 million self-employed citizens, and that the benefits that are offered by this legislation are often of particular interest to women, certainly the ones around maternity benefits and compassionate care benefits, although we would hope that everybody would share in those kinds of responsibilities. But we know that women often bear the burden of those kinds of familial responsibilities, so that this legislation will directly address the concerns of many self-employed women in Canada. I wonder if she might just expand on that point a little in response to this question. How will this legislation particularly affect Canadian women?
The Honourable Member for Nanaimo Cowichan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member from Burnaby Douglas for that question. Of course, he's well aware that just generally in the labour market that women are often, as I mentioned, in what they call non-standard employment. So what that means is that women are often involved in contract employment, or they're starting up their own businesses, or seasonal or part-time employment, which can be insurable employment, but it often means that women are not eligible to actually collect regular employment insurance benefits, even if they've paid the premiums, because they often don't have enough hours, they haven't worked enough weeks. The thing that's particularly attractive about this piece of legislation that's before the House is that because we've got so many women involved in self-employment, it does give them the option of opting into a system that will at least allow them to take maternity or adoptive parental leave benefits if they chose to have children or to adopt children. This will significantly contribute to women being able to spend some quality time with their children in their very early years, and it will be a benefit in terms of encouraging women to continue with self-employment.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Trinity Spadina.
2.7, Mr. Speaker, 2.7 million Canadians who are self-employed cannot currently access employment insurance or maternity and parental benefits. Hardworking Canadians deserve access to these services regardless of who they are working for, and it is the government's responsibility to make sure every worker have access. This act will make sure that self-employed hairdressers, real estate agents, and others will be able to make commitments to their families and to their careers at the same time and sleep easier at night knowing employment insurance is available to them in case of difficult times. Can this member consider or help describe some of the other professions and some of the other Canadians who have been denied employment insurance, what it means to them if this bill is passed so that they can access maternity and parental benefits?
The Honourable Member for Nanaimo Cowichan.
I thank the member from Trinity Spadina for that question. Of course, the self-employed cover almost every single walk of life in business. It's hard to imagine. I mean, one of the things that the member from Acadie-Bathurst identified in his report from 1999 was the fact that what is happening with some employers is they're actually laying off their employees and then contracting them back as self-employed workers. And we found that happening in every imaginable occupation. Now, there are some rules around that. The Canada Revenue Agency determines what's insurable employment and what's non-insurable employment. But by the same token, we do know that workers from every sector are self-employed. And again, I would like to emphasize the fact that this is a good first step, that providing workers access to the special benefits that are currently available under the Employment Insurance Act. But I would urge us to take a much broader perspective and look at ways that we can cover all self-employed workers so that they don't have to worry about it if there's a market crash or an economic downturn or whatever we're talking about. If they should lose their companies through no fault of their own, their self-employment through no fault of their own, that there is some avenue for them to have some income.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Welland.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague from Nanaimo and Cowichan for splitting the time, and to all of my colleagues in the Democratic Party for the work that they've done over a great many years on this file when it comes to unemployment insurance, as I prefer to call it, rather than the so-called premium collections of the employment insurance system, which finds itself in a dark hole under this government and the previous one, where $57 million slipped through all their fingers. You know, if a business lost $57 billion, it'd be bankrupt. But it seems that, you know, we can spend it in other places and forget about it. And I'd also like to be on the record, Mr. Speaker, as congratulating my good friend and my colleague from Acadie-Bathurst, who really has led the charge in this House, as my colleague from the Nanaimo and Cowichan said, about trying to make sure that we look at this whole system in its totality. Because what we're finding, Mr. Speaker, over the last number of sessions is we're nibbling away at the edges of the unemployment system. Basically what we're doing is we're making this little change and then that little change. Not that this is a small change for those self-employed workers out there who are looking for compassionate care, looking for maternity benefits, parental benefits, and sick benefits. These are important things for those workers out there now who at one time more than likely had that protection. Because as my colleague said, all too many of them, in my riding as well, who once had good-paying manufacturing jobs, and I know the pulp and paper makers in Newfoundland had exactly the same thing, are faced with the same thing today. They're now forced into being entrepreneurs. Not because they necessarily want to be entrepreneurs, because eventually what they found is employers no longer are there to actually employ them. So they find themselves having to go out there. And what happens to them, Mr. Speaker? Well, by the government's own document, it says over 75% of self-employed earn less than the maximum insurable earnings. And yet, if we were to look at those honourable workers in the pulp paper industry up in the north of Newfoundland, the auto workers in southern Ontario, and workers across this country, you would find in the manufacturing sector, Mr. Speaker, the bulk of those workers made more than the maximum insurable earnings, but have now been forced into this so-called self-employment scheme that it seems to me has been driven at them when they least expect it and didn't want it. And so that brings me to the sense of here you have workers who indeed would have paid into the system for a long period of time, perhaps 20 or 25 years in some cases, because we're seeing that type of worker who's worked that length of time forced out of work and forced into the self-employment. Because one of the major training programs
through the EI fund is to get you to open up your own business. That's one of the major pushes you see inside of it, is to go and do that. Now, for those who really truly want to do it, it's a good thing. But for those who feel forced to do it and compelled to do it because of no other options, that's a sad thing. And that's why really it's a sad day in the sense that the government didn't bring forward regular benefits for the self-employed period that included all of these special benefits, as the EI system calls them, and put them together as a whole and made them whole like any other worker. Because at the end of the day, Mr. Speaker, they are workers. They work at home for the most part, but they are workers. People say, well, they own their own business, they set their own standards, they set their own times. Perhaps they do, but nonetheless, they work for a living, and that's exactly what they do. So ultimately, we should have looked at that in its totality and protected. So, Mr. Speaker, if we're going to review the system, let's review it in totality and let's make it work as it once did. Because what we've seen, Mr. Speaker, is it's been eroded. Yeah. And it started to be eroded, unfortunately, under the Liberal government. I know my colleagues down there will say, well, maybe not I. I wasn't here at the time. But certainly the Liberal Party, when the government eroded the system, $57 billion in surplus, Mr. Speaker. They could have covered every self-employed worker in this country for regular benefits, for special benefits, and it wouldn't have made a dent in the $57 surplus. Wouldn't have made a dent in that $57 billion. They chose not to. So now here we are at a moment in our history where the economy is in desperate straits and workers find themselves on the streets. Self-employed workers who thought they were going to be able to build a business find themselves unemployed because their businesses have basically failed. We're now looking at saying, well, maybe we need to build the model now. And I suppose some would say better late than never. The unfortunate part is, what about all those souls who are being lost between that time where we could have done it and had the money to do it, and today when we're now thinking about doing it for special benefits? How do we look at all of those folks and say to them, well, sorry, we didn't do it? I think that's a question all of us should ask ourselves, Mr. Speaker, because truly we owed that debt to them and we should have done it. So now we need to get on with the work of making this happen. And yes, there's some flaws in the system when it comes to special benefits. One of them, Mr. Speaker, I'd point out, and it happens in the regular scheme as well, for those who are what we would call employed persons who work for an employer and have their deductions made at the moment. If they happen to be in an adoptive situation, they don't get the same time as a natural birth mother. We don't have that at the moment. They get parental benefits. They don't get the additional 15 weeks. I think the government should have included that. They could have used this as the springboard to actually give back to the other workers who work through the regular employment system and pay regular employment insurance. Make sure that adoptive parents got the whole year off and collected by unemployment insurance. They should have waived the 2 weeks, because if you're sick, Mr. Speaker, you should waive the 2 weeks, the waiting period. You're sick, for heaven's sakes. You've gotten ill. You know, I just imagine folks who contracted H1N1 and have to be off work because their employer says, stay away. And they won't get paid for 2 weeks because you're going to have to wait 2 weeks, then you get nothing for those 2 weeks. So it's all well and good to say, well, you'll get 15 weeks worth of sick time, but the reality is you're going to lose the first 2, and then you're not going to get them. If you're better, you come back to work, so you're out the 2 weeks. I think we should have looked at that as being an opportunity if the government had wished to do that. And hopefully we can look at that at committee, because as some of my colleagues have said earlier today, there are some things that they would like to see done and some things they'd like to see worked on. So, Mr. Speaker, when you look at the package, it's incomplete. It truly is. It's a good first start. And as others have said in this House, the government at least brought something forward. And they said, well, we promised it in the throne speech, and they'll take credit for promising the throne speech. I'm glad they heard the member from Agate Bathurst, and maybe they read his report before the throne speech and made sure they added it in.
Well, we promised it in our campaign.
Because, in 99, when he did this report, we've made a pledge to workers for all these years that we need to fix the system. Because, Mr. Speaker, I worked in that system for a long time as an advocate for unemployed, going back to 1990. And I know the type of system that's been developed over the years and the hardships that they face. Trying to work through the system as it's changed over the years, through the amendments to it, through the computerization of it, and all of the other intricacies that we've seen over time. And it didn't work for workers. And it should work for workers. It absolutely should. And until we get our heads around the fact that it is them that we're supposed to be protecting, not the system, not the collection of the money. That's important to make it self-financing. But it is about the system of protecting those who work and find themselves, for whatever of those reasons they find themselves out of work, through sickness, through illness, whether it's the joyous moment in their life when they've decided to have children, and indeed they have them, and they want to be with their youngster, as someone said earlier, to hear the first voice, to hear that first word, to hear that first step. All of us who have the great joy of having children know what a greatest occasion that is. And I appreciate the fact that we changed the system from the days that when my wife and I were graced with twins 27 years ago, that she only got 15 weeks of maternity benefits. There were no parental benefits in those days. We've moved forward, Mr. Speaker. That's a good thing. But we have oh so far to go. And we could be doing it now. That's the sadness in what I see here today. Yes, there's a good piece here to work with, but the sadness is how much further we have to go. And the fact that the alarm bell was rang 10 years ago by New Democrats when that report was written by the member from McKay Bathurst, that we needed to do it then. So here we are 10 years post, and we're still moving along ever so slowly. And that's the great sadness I find with this change to the bill, Mr. Speaker. So I hope my colleagues are absolutely sincere and genuine in what I'm hearing today, that they believe the system needs to be changed in a comprehensive way, because I believe that's ultimately what they did say. And if they did say that, I hope we will all be working in unison together. So eventually, what we will be doing is making a system, a true system that works for the unemployed, because it is theirs. It belongs to them. They pay for it. It does not belong to this House. It belongs to the workers of this country, and they ought to have what they've demanded of us, which is a system that works for all of them, and they're all treated equal. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Bonavista Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the time, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his words. And I certainly do appreciate him mentioning the fact about the situation in Newfoundland and Labrador, certainly when it comes to Abitibi. I also would like to ask him to illustrate that just the fundamental piece of this legislation, another piece of legislation, such as C-50, why is fundamentally important to do something else in addition. And a lot of that has to focus on upfront benefits, less hours, the 2-week waiting period, which he spoke so passionately about, which I agree is something that should be considered. But in this particular situation, the government has done all of it on the back end, and they've done it piecemeal over the past year and a half. It's like, hello, here they are in this situation where now all of a sudden they're forced into providing benefits all on the back end, nothing up front. So I'd like for him to illustrate, and perhaps he can allude to the study that was done by the honourable member from McKay Bathurst as well, and talk about this, what needs to be done in regards to EI legislation on the front end of enabling people to find additional income. Thank you very much.
The Honourable Member for Welland.
Well, I thank my colleague for the question, and he's absolutely right. We have a gaping hole in the system. And we can point fingers at folks and say they created this hole and we have to fix it. But I'm not going to do it during this particular comment I'm going to make. What I'm going to say is the hole is there and we recognize it. So congratulations to all of us who have recognized that hole. Now let's stop trying to paper it over. Let's stop taking those little sticky notes one by one and slapping them up against that hole. Let's fix the hole. We all understand there's a hole in the system. So let's come together as a minority parliament, because that's what it's about, working together in unison, understanding what is wrong with the system, understanding the hardship that Canadians are facing out there when they're unemployed and when they're sick. Let's fix it. We know what it'll take to fix it. So let's do that in the spirit of cooperation. Let's stand shoulder to shoulder and say, we understand your hardship. We understand what we need to do. And let's simply do it. A comprehensive review would fix the hole. Papering it over will only mean to say the hole will come back, because each bit of paper will finally fall off that hole.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Vancouver Kingsway.
I'd like to congratulate the Honourable Member from Welland. I know that he spent a lifetime in the service of helping working people of all types, and I view this bill before us today to be a further step in that regard. You know, the thing that I think is the most positive thing about this bill is revealed when we focus on what it actually does. What this bill does is it allows self-employed people to take time off for maternity, to take time off for parental duties, to take time from the business when they're sick, and for compassionate leave, which allows them to look after people who are critically ill in their families. These are important social goods in our country that I think all of us should join together and support. And in particular, just because someone's self-employed doesn't mean that they don't have a right or a need to engage in these kind of activities. So I'd like to ask my honourable colleague to focus on the specific benefits that this bill provides for people and ask if that's important to the people in his riding and Canadians across this country.
The honourable member for Welland.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for the question. There's no doubt in Welland these are absolutely important benefits. The fact that one can now act when this is passed, and hopefully it will, when one can get to compassionate benefits and access sick benefits, and that those who chose it can get parental and maternity benefits that didn't have the opportunity to have them before. These are hugely important to those folks out there who never before were able to get them. And I appreciate my colleague, I think from Scarborough Centre, at one point talking about, you can buy insurance, but quite often single individual entrepreneurs working in the home, because a lot of women, when they become self-employed, are self-employed in their own house. That's where they work from. That's right. Aren't able to afford the insurance premium to actually insure themselves in case they get sick. So what do they do when they get sick? And as those of us know, if they happen to have young children, mothers get sick more often than anyone else because young kids bring everything under the sun home. That's the nature of being a youngster. You go to school and everybody else shares. You share the hat, you share a comb, they share the cough that I see my honourable member has, and hopefully he'll not share that with the rest. But at the end of the day, that's what happens, and we need to make sure they get that, Mr. Speaker. They deserve to have those benefits. We have a right, they have a right. We ought to make sure it happens.
I have the honour to inform the House that a communication has been received which is as follows. November 5th, 2009, Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to inform you that the Right Honourable Michael Jean, Governor-General of Canada, has signified royal assent by written declaration to the bill listed in the schedule to this letter on the 5th day of November 2009 at 4:19 p.m. Yours sincerely, Sheila Marie Cook. J'ai l'honneur d'informer.
I have the honour to inform the House that a communication with the following text was received. Mr. Speaker, it is my honour to advise you that the Right Honourable Michael Jean, Governor-General of Canada, has given royal assent by written declaration to the bill mentioned in the appendix of the current letter on the 5th of November 2009 at 4:19 p.m. Sincerely, Sheila Marie Cook.
The bill is Bill C-50, an act to amend the Employment Insurance Act and to increase benefits. Loi modifiant
an act to amend the Employment Insurance Act and to increase benefits. Bill C-50.
Resuming debate. Resuming debate. Is the House ready for the question? The question is as follows. Ms. Finley, seconded by Mr. O'Connor, moved that Bill C-56, an act to amend the Employment Insurance Act and to make consequential amendments to other acts, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Human Resources, Skills and Social Development and the Status of Persons with Disabilities. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Yes. Carried.
Deuxième lecture de ce projet de loi, second reading of this bill.
Accordingly, the bill stands referred to the Standing Committee on Human Resources, Skills and Social Development and the Status of Persons with Disabilities. I believe the government whip is standing on a point of order.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I believe if you seek it, you will find unanimous consent to adopt the following motion, that notwithstanding Standing Order 32-2, government orders shall conclude at 5:30 p.m.
Does the honourable member have consent for this? So granted. The honourable government whip.
Mr. Speaker, I further ask that you see the clock at 5:30.
Does the honourable member have unanimous consent to see the clock at 5:30? So ordered. Gomile.
It being 5:30, the House will now proceed with the consideration of private members' business according to the order indicated in today's order paper.
Député.
Private members' business.
On motion M388, provision of the Criminal Code in relation to suicide, in the name of Mr. Albrecht.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Charlottetown.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me say at the outset I'm pleased to rise today to speak to this motion, and again, as the House Clerk has indicated, and I will for the record just read the motion, since I am the first speaker this afternoon, that in the opinion of the House, for greater certainty, the government should take steps to ensure that counselling a person to commit suicide or aiding and abetting a person to commit suicide is an offence under Section 241 of the Criminal Code, regardless of the means used to counsel or aid or abet, including via telecommunications, the internet, or a computer system. Now, Mr. Speaker, I can see that this area is it is complex, and there certainly would be issues in prosecuting the offence and obtaining a conviction. However, certainly from a public policy point of view, I certainly am prepared to support this motion and vote in favour of it. And of course, as is contained within the motion, it is now a part of the Criminal Code pursuant to Section 241. But this motion asks that the particular section of the Criminal Code be further clarified. Mr. Speaker, we're engaged in an area, suicide. It is a difficult issue to deal with, and I don't think anyone that doesn't come from a family that has experienced it really cannot imagine the difficulty that would ensue. The causes and the contributing factors are numerous, and I suggest it's ill understood by society as a whole. Each person is unique. There's no single reason, and of course the circumstances are extremely complex. And in any situation where an individual or resident of Canada is contemplating such an act, they certainly, I suggest, need help and assistance. They don't need help and assistance in actually engaging in the act itself. And that, of course, is the underlying purpose of Section 241 of the Criminal Code. I would suggest also, Mr. Speaker, that mental health issues are predominant factors. And again, we're talking about an area of health care that's probably the least understood of those known illnesses. Although I do believe that as a society we know more now than we did 10 or 15 years ago. But again, we have obligation to become more aware, more knowledgeable, more responsive, and more perceptive. It's my view that I support a zero tolerance on this particular issue. We should not in any way get onto this slippery slope, that we as a society should send a very clear message that any action that's contemplated by Section 241 of the Criminal Code or is envisaged in this motion should clearly not be in any way sanctioned by society, and in actual fact, any action that does aid, abet, or counsel any person in the act of suicide should be subject to criminal sanctions. I understand that the that the mover has been prompted under the Nadaya Kajora case. And again, I've read the media reports from that case, Mr. Speaker. It's extremely disturbing. A lot of people would ask why charges were not laid. But again, I don't know all the facts. I don't know why the charges were not laid. Obviously, there were some interjurisdictional issues that had to be dealt with, and there appeared to be maybe some mental health issues on the area of the person that committed the alleged offense. Most states have similar legislation in the United States, although from my research, prosecutions are extremely rare. So we're into an area that it's not an easy area to prosecute, but that doesn't allow us as parliamentarians or makers of the law to shy away from this issue. In fact, the opposite, I suggest, is true. The present Section 241 reads, anyone who counsels a person to commit suicide or aids and abets a person to commit suicide, whether suicide ensues or not, is guilty of an indictable offense, punishable upon conviction to a term not exceeding 14 years. So it is there, Mr. Speaker, but again, this motion, it broadens it. It goes into electronic communications, internet, what have you. And again, it's something that I think we as members of this House should support. Let the motion proceed for further study. And if there's any way that Section 241 can be enhanced or strengthened to allow or to give the police and the prosecutors more tools to go after anyone that commits such an act, then I'm certainly, I stand here today and I certainly support it. So, Mr. Speaker, my remarks are going to be fairly limited. I just went over what I think of the particular motion. I think it's something that this House should support. From a public policy point of view, it makes sense. It is complex. It is a little complicated when you get into, certainly when you get into anything with the internet and criminal prosecutions. It's not, we're not into a simple matter, but it's not an issue that, on the other hand, we should shy away from. For those reasons, Mr. Speaker, I will be supporting the motion when it comes to a vote. Thank you very much.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Ottawa Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'll start my comments off by thanking the member from Kitchener for raising this important issue. As the previous speaker has mentioned, we have a case here where there are provisions within the code, but as we've seen technology change, we've also seen the need to adapt our laws to conform to the changes we've seen in technologies. And I think that what we see here is an attempt to address clearly what is an area in the law where we need to buttress the law, to acknowledge that there are changes within our society that have to do with technological advances that have affected our social outcomes. And I'm going to reflect spend some of my comments on someone who has already been mentioned by the previous speaker, that is the motivating factor for this law. And the person who I will be referring to is the case of Nadia Kajuji. And Nadia sadly took her life at the young age of 18. She was a person who was attending Carleton University, which is in my riding, Madam Speaker, and her case seized this community. When she went missing, many of us were seized with the fact that she hadn't been found. There was a search for her. It was about 40 days of people searching for her. This involved, of course, her parents and family. And what we found was her body, and it was washed up on the shores of the Rideau River. In fact, just a block from where I live, Madam Speaker. And if you go to the end of Clegg Street in Old Ottawa East, just not far from here, and you go to the basin of the, just at the where the street and the river meet, you can see today a memorial to Nadia. And it's a memorial that people have gone to, and friends and family, to write personal notes and reflections about Nadia, about their love for Nadia, and their concerns about her life being taken too early. Nadia's case and her situation was one of which I think we should all pay attention to. Nadia was 18 years old. She was a young university student, and she was deeply isolated, not to mention the fact that she had issues of depression. She was deeply isolated in a context, Madam Speaker, where she was surrounded by people, but she was not able to have people around her that she felt comfortable and trusted to reach out to at the time. And what this motion is trying to address is how people who are vulnerable can be protected from people who are manipulative. What we found, Madam Speaker, after her body was found is that Nadia had committed suicide. However, she had been counseled to do so from someone who was pretending to be a nurse, a woman, online, and had counseled Nadia to take her life. Since the investigation that ensued after that was found out, we have learned that the person who was supposedly a woman nurse online turns out to be an imposter, and it was a male who had taken advantage of Nadia's vulnerability, and it wasn't the first time. From the testimonies we've been able to read, and there's been media reports, Nadia had gone through a lot. She was depressed, as I mentioned. She had some real difficult issues. She had not been able to find the resources and support that someone at her age and with her needs was in need of, but she did reach out, as many young people do, online to find some help, some support. And sadly, she found it in someone who was manipulative, who had something else in mind, and ultimately it cost her her life. I think what this approach, this motion's approach is to let's acknowledge the fact that these are real issues that are affecting people. We know that many, many young people are deeply isolated, and that the only way they seem to be able to relate or to find support is through that virtual world that has been constructed. We also know that many people use that form and that medium to manipulate. And throughout Nadia's struggle with her depression, it was also, should be noted, that it was difficult for her family to know. And there are other issues around her case that need to be dealt with as well. And I know, having talked to Nadia's brother Mark, there is more to be done when we look at particularly young people on university campuses who find themselves away from home, young, isolated, and troubled by many different issues. But it was clear that when Nadia was trying to reach out, that the use of the internet and the use of reaching out to people who are not connected to her directly is something that, again, we need to understand a little bit better. The person who is alleged to have instructed her to take her life, Madam Speaker, was also have been noted to have done this before. The gentleman is 47 years old. He was presenting himself as Cammy D online. And he was posing as a young woman, and he formed a suicide pact with Nadia. And this is allegedly to have happened before with this particular person. And I guess when you look at the record of this person, there was a disciplinary record as a nurse, but notwithstanding that, this person was allowed to continue practicing nursing in Minnesota for more than a decade and a half after being disciplined. It is also alleged that this person was abusing his patients. There was clearly a pattern here, and there was much concern around those who he had contact with about his stability. So this person clearly had a record. And unfortunately what happened is that he ended up being that person who Nadia ended up connecting with. Madam Speaker, this is a complex issue. We need to understand better how technologies are being used and who is using them and to what end. I think what we're going to see here is an attempt to try and bring up to date the code. In the case of Nadia, this particular person has not been charged. I don't know how Nadia's family is coping with that. I know that they're strong. I know that they're working together and they're supporting each other. But Madam Speaker, think about it if you had that evidence that there was someone who counseled your daughter to take her life and that there were no consequences, and having had a pattern of doing this before, you would want to see something done. As I mentioned, I've talked with the family and I've talked to Mark. He's not interested in vengeance. He's not interested in revenge. However, he is interested in justice, and he's interested in making sure that Nadia's life wasn't in vain. I think that this House and this Parliament can deal with part of that equation, that we look at what happened vis-a-vis Nadia's life and taking of her life, how it ended up this way, and take a look at the code and how it relates to technology and how it relates to people counseling those who are counseling others to take their lives. I'll finish, Madam Speaker, by saying that it is in those of us who are left to carry on life that we must remember those who have passed. And it is in seeking justice that we will have those who have been laid to rest be able to rest in peace. And I hope, Madam Speaker, that we see fit to make amendments to the criminal code to make sure that happens for one Nadia and her family. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Agriculture.
Madam Speaker, I am pleased to rise in the House today to add my support to the motion presented by my friend and colleague, the member for Kitchener-Conestoga, which deals with a very serious issue that is every parent's worry and, should anything happen, their worst nightmare: the loss of a child, particularly if it is as a victim to a predator. And in the case of this motion, Madam Speaker, an internet predator. As the father of 5 children, aged from 6 years old to 20 years old, Madam Speaker, I can tell you that this is a very real concern. As responsible parents, we do everything in our power to protect our children from the dangers of the world in which we live. In the early years, when our children are young, while we must remain vigilant, the task of ensuring the safety of our children is relatively straightforward. We are able to set limits on the time of day our children are outside, on where they play, on whom their friends are, and on with whom they spend time. We are able to limit their access to technology, such as the internet, and we are able to filter out much of what might harm our children. As our children grow older, however, into youth and young adults, Madam Speaker, they become more independent. They travel further from home, and they have access to all types of technology. It is important to note, however, that even though our children are older, they are still vulnerable, which is why, as parents, we still worry. Une grande inquiétude, Madame la...
A great deal of concern goes to the use of the internet, which is now essential for our society. But though the internet provides us new opportunities for information, education, entertainment, and communication, it also allows for opportunities for those that want to hurt our children. Through the internet, our children can converse with people at a long distance, including strangers that may have questionable intentions. Even though our children are physically at home, in a safe home, as responsible parents, we always are responsible for adequately supervising the internet use of our children. But we acknowledge that it is not always easy. Many families have two parents working outside of the home, and the children are on the internet when no parent is at home. And many children even have a computer with the internet in their room. The consequences of the misuse of the internet can be terrible, though. I think that all members will remember the death of Nadia Kujuji, who died at the age of 18 here in Ottawa. She was in contact with someone, a man in Minnesota, who encouraged her to take her own life. This was a despicable act that sounded the alarm for parents across Canada.
By online sexual predators, and this Parliament moved ahead by adopting tougher laws to outlaw the luring of children over the internet. It is also important to note that in order to better protect our children against sexual predators, our Conservative government moved ahead by raising the age of sexual consent from 14 years of age to 16 years of age. I am glad that fellow members of Parliament realized the importance of protecting our children and that we worked together to move forward with better legislation to protect them. But there is still a lot more to do. Madam Speaker, it is becoming much more apparent to Canadians that dangerous people often use the internet to prey on our innocent and vulnerable youth. Our youth, whom during a difficult time in their lives might typically turn to people they love and trust for support, sometimes seek the anonymity of the internet and confide in people that do not really know them. The grave concern, Madam Speaker, is that this same anonymity, which hides their own identity, also hides the identity of dangerous manipulators who seek to take advantage of them and the difficult circumstances in which they find themselves. In this one case I mentioned, the person who allegedly encouraged Ms. Kujuji to commit suicide was actually a man in his 40s, even though he claimed to be a woman of the same age. This individual actually is said to have had the morbid fantasy of seeing this poor young woman kill herself online for his pleasure and for the entire world to see. Nadia Kujuji, Madame la Présidente,
Nadia Kujuji was only 18 years of age. She had just started university at Carleton, and she had her whole life before her. Despite her good marks and many friends in her hometown of Brampton, she had the type of illness that many people have without any symptoms. She was suffering from depression, which is a dangerous condition that can lead to suicide, and it is the second highest cause of suicide or of death across Canada. I met with her mother here in Parliament, and it is not easy for her, understandably, to accept this death. Children do not always admit to their parents that they are suffering from depression.
To the internet for support, for advice, for interaction with people who were in the same situation as she found herself. In other words, she turned to the internet looking for help. Unfortunately, those looking for help are often those who are the most vulnerable to being taken advantage of. The sad reality is that there are a number of predators with sinister motives who seek out those who are vulnerable. In this case, a man named William Melkert Dinkel, living almost 2,000 kilometers away, is said to have manipulated her emotions over the internet, encouraged her to commit suicide, and most unfortunately, her body was found in the Rideau River shortly afterwards. Mr. Speaker, our law is very clear with respect to aiding, counseling, or encouraging someone to commit suicide. It is illegal and can be punishable with jail time. However, the laws have been on the books long before use of the internet became so widespread, and predators need to know that there are laws that apply very much to them. Le problème que nous avons...
Our problem, Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, is that the current legislation, as written, does not refer in any way to acts committed through the Internet. And this is why I proudly support the motion by the member for Kitchener-Conestoga to amend Section 241 of the Criminal Code to better address today's reality. We need to do more to protect our children against the dangers that exist in the Internet. Many still believe that our laws do not apply to the Internet, since it is a global network that goes beyond our borders. And that is why it would be important to clarify things by including in Section 241 of the Criminal Code the Internet and other electronic means as being banned for the use of encouraging suicide. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Kitchener-Conestoga to close the debate.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my colleagues for their support of M388. Thank you, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity to address this crucial issue of Internet predators. These individuals presume to be able to hide behind the anonymity of the Internet, all the while carrying out their criminal activities, intent upon coaxing vulnerable youth to throw away the incredible potential that life holds for them. The current Criminal Code of Canada in Section 241 does make it illegal to counsel someone to commit suicide and provides penalties for up to 14 years of imprisonment for someone convicted of the same. However, the current Criminal Code does not explicitly state that a person who commits an offense under Section 241 by means of telecommunications, the Internet, or a computer system is also guilty of an offense under that section. Youth suicide is a troubling matter. Here in Canada, it's the second highest cause of death for youth aged 10 to 24. Each year, on average, 294 Canadian youth die from suicide. M388 will not stop all youth suicide, nor is it the only initiative that government should consider. In my research surrounding M388, thankfully I've become aware of many great initiatives that seek to give positive help, hope, encouragement to those who struggle. Suicide prevention councils, websites such as YLC, Your Life Counts, are doing great work to help our youth, but they need more resources to address this pressing need. We've received over 11,000 signatures, Canadians who are asking for changes to our law and for resources to help vulnerable youth. I received a letter from a secondary school in Brampton. He said, quote, over 400 members of our student body signed the petition. The number of signatures shows that your fight for those who are unable to speak for themselves is highly supported by the school community. Madam Speaker, our youth are asking us to act. Madam Speaker, the challenges of moving into adulthood are immense. During these times, our youth need positive messages of hope and encouragement, not destructive messages by someone lurking with evil intent. Over a year and a half ago, Nadia Kajuji, a young woman studying at Carleton University right here in Ottawa, sadly ended her life at the encouragement of an Internet predator. The man, who impersonated a young woman in order to deceive Nadia, has admitted to U.S. police that he had used the Internet to coax at least 5 different people to commit suicide. Madam Speaker, a premeditated act with criminal intent is responsible for cutting short the life of a young woman who had begun her studies to pursue a career in law and politics. She never achieved her goals. I've met her mother, her father, and her brother, and they are devastated. Stories like this make it necessary to clarify our laws in order to remove any doubt surrounding the issue of counseling to commit suicide. In our Internet age, we have an obligation to protect vulnerable youth. Some members of this House and some legal professionals, Madam Speaker, believe that our existing laws already make this behavior a crime. I would like to believe they're correct, but the predator who drove Nadia to her death remains free without charges. If this crime is already covered under Section 241 of Canada's Criminal Code,
Why have no charges been laid? Madam Speaker, there are far too many unanswered questions. There are conflicting reports as to why no charges have been laid. It's my belief that if Section 241 explicitly stated that suicide counseling includes the use of internet, that there would not have been such a long period of inaction and uncertainty on the part of our law enforcement agencies. Some members of this House are concerned that by adding the words including telecommunications, the internet, or a computer system, we may be inadvertently excluding other methods of suicide counseling. If for greater clarity we add certain current technologies such as the internet, will that automatically exclude others? That's a fair question. Madam Speaker, these additions that I'm suggesting are not meant to be an exhaustive list. Other jurisdictions, such as Australia and a number of states in the U.S., have found ways to avoid that pitfall. By including words like including but not limited to, we could make it clear that this motion does not intend to provide an exhaustive list which may inadvertently exclude other methods. Madam Speaker, the uncertainty in the current criminal code may be the cause for any hesitation on the part of our law enforcement agencies. Therefore, this clarification is needed. As Nadia's grieving mother noted, I quote, "As long as there are predators who believe the internet offers them some kind of exclusive sanctuary, and as long as there are police officers who believe that for some unwritten reason the internet is not governed by our existing laws, this change is very much needed." End of quote. Madam Speaker, I call upon all members to join me in support of M388 in order to provide the protection that our youth deserve. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The time provided for debate of this matter has expired. Accordingly, the question is as follows. Mr. Albrecht, seconded by Mrs. Bloch, moved that in the opinion of the House, for greater certainty, the government should take steps to ensure that counseling a person to commit suicide or aiding or abetting a person to commit suicide is an offense under Section 241 of the Criminal Code, regardless of the means used to counsel or aid or abet, including via telecommunications, the internet, or a computer system. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt this motion?
Yes.
Que tous ceux qui appuient la...
All those in favor of the motion, please rise, or please say yea.
Those who oppose this motion, please say no. In my opinion, the yeas have it. Conformément à la...
Pursuant to Standing Order 93, a recorded division will be deferred to Wednesday, November 19th, 2009, just before private members' business.
Ellington, Halton Hill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Not on a point of order, just a request to you that you seek unanimous consent of the House to see the clock at 6:30.
Does the honourable member have the unanimous consent of the House for this motion? Agreed? Agreed. So ordered. Alors,
order, please.
With Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn. The honourable member for Nanaimo, Cowichan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm rising on a question that I raised in the House on June the 3rd of this year. And this was a question to do with employment insurance, and it specifically was about the fact that the Catalyst Crofton Pulp Mill was laying off workers, and that the forestry, it was in the context of a lot of other forestry sector workers that were being impacted. And specifically, I was asking about the fact that there will be no severance package for Catalyst workers, and instead the employer is negotiating a plan to top up EI benefits, like they had done in Sudbury, and asked the minister to explain whether these sub-plans would trigger clawbacks. It's ironic that I'm now raising this question again in the House because, of course, the answer I got from the minister didn't indicate what they were going to be doing about the clawbacks for these laid-off workers. But since that point in time, Madam Speaker, of course, things are not a lot better in the forestry sector, at least in my riding and other parts of British Columbia as well. And I've recently received a letter from the Catalyst Timber West Retired Salaried Employees Association indicating not only did some of them lose their jobs through layoffs, but some of them ended up taking a retirement, and now their pensions are under threat as well as not getting full entitlement to employment insurance. And of course, this House is very well aware, but in a letter of October the 26th, they indicated that currently both the underfunding of the pension plan and the non-pension benefits are considered unsecured debt and has one of the lowest claims on the fund. And then in a letter on October the 28th, one of the workers said that I am a retiree of a forestry company in BC. The quarterly financial and economic reports of our company indicate that it is in survival mode in an industry that no one is predicting will turn around soon. I am very concerned that the company will seek CCAA or bankruptcy protection while my pension fund is between 25 and 30% underfunded. If this occurs, I anticipate losing 25 to 30% of my pension and all of my medical benefits while I was working. Now, Madam Speaker, I know I specifically raised the point around employment insurance, but what's become increasingly clear is not only do workers not get adequate employment insurance when they're in temporary layoff, but when they're in receipt of company pensions that they expected would support them for their retirement years, they're also under threat in terms of the pension. And so I want to put a question to the Parliamentary Secretary that given the kinds of circumstances that many workers in forestry and in manufacturing in this country are facing with continuing lack of productivity in their workplace, lack of uncertainty about economic recovery in their workplace, I would like to ask the Parliamentary Secretary if they are entertaining some additional changes to the employment insurance legislation. We welcome some of the changes that we've seen come forward, certainly on the additional weeks that were in Bill C-50, and we welcome what's happening with Bill C-56 and the employment insurance for self-employed workers in particular categories, but we know that's simply not enough. And I want to point to some of the things that New Democrats have requested is a reduction in the number of hours that are required to qualify for employment insurance, an increase in the number of weeks, some standardization across this country in the number of weeks that people can qualify, an increase in benefits, in the benefit rate, because we know that for many workers the current benefit rate simply does not reflect the cost of living and the reality in many people's communities. When it comes to the unemployment rate, I have mentioned this a number of times in this House. We've had no movement from the government to change it, but the differential rates in calculating benefit rates simply disadvantage communities like mine, and we would like to ask the government if they're entertaining future changes to the Employment Insurance Act that would reflect the needs in our communities. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Human Resources.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. There's no question this member raised a very technical point during her original question, and some today. She also speaks more generally, and as she may well know, we have put Bill C-50 that would extend benefits by 5 to 20 weeks, which is, I understand, passed through the Houses and receiving royal consent, or has. C-56 for the self-employed, 5 extra weeks of benefits across the board, work-sharing programs. So those are all significant improvements, freezing the EI rate, but specifically with the question that she raised, and in dealing with the situation described, especially in your original comments, HRSDC and Service Canada take many steps to help employers and Canadian workers. Whenever there's a threat of a company doing mass layoffs, Service Canada immediately moves in to work with the company, with the employees, and with the union, if there is one, to try and reach a situation that will help all of them get through difficult times. It may be through work sharing, Madam Speaker, a program we've enhanced for Canadians. It may be advising them of potential benefits, including the option for them to continue with long-term work studies so they can upgrade their skills. And during this difficult time, the Supplemental Unemployment Benefit, or SUB as it's known, program allows employers to provide top-up payments to claimants who are receiving EI benefits during a period of temporary unemployment, training, or illness. And I should explain that one of the main objectives of the SUB program is to stabilize an employer's workforce. The reasoning is that workers will be more inclined to return to work when they are recalled. Moreover, if the claimants do return to their old workplace, they will be avoiding the need to go through the retraining process. So it's a win-win situation for everyone. The program is also designed to mitigate the adverse financial impacts that communities would suffer when massive temporary layoffs occur. please be assured, Madam Speaker, that in the event of a temporary layoff, the payments under such plans are not deducted from the claimant's EI benefits, nor the payments during the waiting period. If a layoff is permanent, any employer payments to the claimant to top up EI benefits would not be considered sub-payments. The difference is that the workers will not be returning to work for that employer. In such a situation, Madam Speaker, the employer's top-up payments to the EI benefits would be classified as earnings. As such, these earnings would be deducted from the EI benefits that were paid. I should stress, however, that as a result of the working while on claim pilot project, a claimant can earn up to 40% of their EI benefit rate before any deductions are made. This went into force December 2008. I would like to clarify that there is a short time during the mandatory 2-week waiting period when there is no allowable amount of earnings. Any earnings during this period are deducted dollar for dollar. So this is a situation, the matter referred to by my colleague in her original question, and they're somewhat technical in nature, but as you can see, Madam Speaker, we're doing whatever we possible, whenever we can, to ensure that the claimants do not endure unnecessary hardship. Where possible, we try to work with them to make the situation better. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Nanaimo Cowichan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the Parliamentary Secretary for the clarification on the sub-plans, because he is absolutely correct. It's very technical in nature, and we were having some concerns from the employees from Catalyst because we simply weren't able to get clarification at the local level. And the employees at the local level are very good to work for, but this was an unusual situation. I just want to ask the Parliamentary Secretary once again if there are future plans that he's aware of to do some modifications to the employment insurance system. Again, we've got many workers that are continuing to be laid off, many workers that are now running out of employment insurance and are not eligible for some of the other programs. And again, in my area, workers are disadvantaged because our unemployment rate is actually tied to the Vancouver labour market. And the Vancouver labour market simply does not reflect the realities on Vancouver Island. So we would welcome some other changes that looked at some evening out of these the unemployment rates, so that people actually can collect benefits that are reflective of the labour market in their region.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, obviously we are doing whatever we can to ensure that we can help those who are affected in their workplace, and we've done that by skills training and upgrading $1.5 billion on top of $2.5 billion. We froze EI premiums that will in itself insert about $10 billion into the economy, and wherever the unemployment rate goes higher, it takes less weeks to qualify for longer benefits. We've, as I mentioned, had C50 pass that added 5 to 20 weeks of benefits as a bridge to the Career Assistance Plan program. The self-employed will be able to enter into the program with 5 extra weeks we've added across the board, Madam Speaker. We've extended the work-sharing program, made it more flexible. We're always monitoring what's happening in the economy, and we've been reacting to it as we felt appropriate and reasonable. We will continue to monitor the situation, Madam Speaker, and we'll see where it goes from there. Thank you very much.
Resuming debate, l'honorable.
The Honourable Member for Gatineau. Thank you, Madam Speaker. On the 5th of June, in Le Droit, Mr. Jacques Lirette, who's the Vice President of Development Economic CLD Gatineau and the former Deputy Minister in the Federal Public Service, said something out loud, and which is very true. While the federal government is pouring millions of dollars into the city of Ottawa, its neighbour Gatineau is getting nothing but crumbs. He gave good examples of money given by the federal government to Ottawa in June 2009. The Congress Centre in Ottawa, $50 million, $17 million for the Cité Collégiale of Ottawa, several million for the University of Ottawa, 26 for Carleton University, several million for a new building opening in downtown Ottawa. Nothing for Gatineau. The last structural investment by the federal government in Gatineau goes back to 1989. It was the Canadian Museum of Civilization, said Mr. Jacques Lirette. The deficit announced by the finance minister may lead to a bigger deficit, said Mr. Lirette, and there will be no money left. That's what happened under the Conservatives in previous governments. So what are the members doing? The Bloc Québécois agrees with what Mr. Lirette has said. The minister responsible for the Outaouais refuses to acknowledge the state of affairs. I asked the government the following question. The Conservative promised the earth for Gatineau. One, will they have the guts to honour their commitments and put money on the other side of the Ottawa River? We've been waiting for 23 years for the Museum of Science and Technology in Gatineau, over 13 years for the archives in Gatineau. There are no research centres in Gatineau, whereas there are 27 in Ottawa. This is big promises, but nothing that they're not kept. Conservatives and Liberals, same action. When will the government take real action for Gatineau? There was no response from the minister responsible for the Outaouais. He said that he was a little bit surprised by Mr. Lirette's remarks. Mr. Lirette has demonstrated that the host infrastructure to create an environment that would be attractive to new businesses is quite clearly inadequate. What we need are museums and research laboratories. Museums attract tourists, they are a livelihood for our restaurants, and they draw awareness to the region. Laboratories draw in researchers, especially if they are associated with the university. Mr. Lirette said that the CRTL is not part of the National Research Centre of Canada. The CRTL doesn't get the ongoing funding from the CNS. Mr. Lirette doesn't have great hopes as to the Conservatives' commitment. They promised that a number of federal workers would be relocated to Gatineau in 2011. Now, this time frame has already been pushed back to 2012. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Transport. Thank you very much for your question.
Today to address the question raised by the member from Gatineau regarding infrastructure generally in Quebec. It gives me the opportunity to remind this House that Canada's Economic Action Plan is working in every part of the country, not just where the member stated earlier, but actually in every member's riding across this country and in Quebec as well. We are doing that by establishing strong partnerships with provinces and municipalities across the country, including, of course, with the Government of Quebec. Together, we have been able to achieve real results. And, Madam Speaker, I'd like to refer to some of those results and some of the major projects that we have supported in Quebec just in the short period of time that we have been government. For instance, $40 million for the Quartier des Spectacles de Montréal, $33.7 million for the Musée National des Beaux-Arts du Québec, and $13 million for the Montreal Fine Arts Museum. It continues, Madam Speaker, and in the members opposite own riding and own constituency, our government, together with the Government of Quebec, is supporting road construction, which is so vital and so important to all citizens of Canada, especially in a congested area such as in the Ottawa's region. And this we're doing through the Outaouais Road Agreement. This agreement is funding projects like the Boulevard de Alimentaire in Gatineau and the extension of Highway 5. Together with the province of Quebec, we will see a total investment of over $630 million in the municipalities under 100,000 residents, and over $600 million in Quebec's 9 largest cities alone. That's correct, Madam Speaker. I can see the shock in your face. $600 million in Quebec's 9 largest cities to support the people in Quebec. In recent months under this program, funding has been committed to 125 projects across the province. Our government has also launched a $700 million fund to repair and replace drinking water and wastewater pipes in municipalities across the province of Quebec as well. That's right, Madam Speaker, $700 million to fund and repair and replace drinking water and wastewater pipes in municipalities across Quebec. That's because wastewater and water itself is very, very important to the people of Canada and a right that they deserve to have. I'm happy to also be able to tell the House that 101 Quebec municipalities have benefited from funding under this particular program. We are also moving quickly to commit funding under the Infrastructure Stimulus Fund. To date, more than $815 million in joint funding, that's correct, $815 million in joint funding has been announced, representing an important investment to over 230 projects in Quebec communities that will certainly help the people of Quebec incredibly, Madam Speaker. And they include specifically in the riding of Argenteuil-Papineau-Mirabel, Autoroute 15, $11,350,000, Madam Speaker. In the riding of Jean Lepere, project I apologize, Madam Speaker, my French is practicing, but it's not perfect. But in project Agrandissement de la Maison Saint-Gabriel, $2.1 million. And Madam Speaker, it goes on and on. In the riding of Louis Hébert, another $7 million. It's going on and on, Madam Speaker. The people of Quebec are benefiting from this Conservative government, giving them real and honest results where they need it, Madam Speaker. Drinking water, wastewater treatment, and roads.
The Honourable Member for Gatineau. Well, with all due respect, Madam Speaker, I'd point out to my colleague that for example, Highway 50 are not in the Gatineau constituency. You need to take a look at his Quebec map. Now, Madam Speaker, I should add that the federal government is unfair in awarding contracts between Ottawa and Gatineau. In 2008, the government gave goods and services contracts to the tune of $3 billion to suppliers in the National Capital Region, 1.4 for Gatineau, against over 80 for Ottawa. So that's a huge discrepancy between Ottawa and Gatineau. 2005, Gatineau received 0.9% of contracts, 1.8 in 2007, and Gatineau residents pay their federal taxes just like Ontarians and Ottawa residents. What they want is a fair treatment. They want their rights upheld. We're pitting Ottawa against Gatineau here, and it's not right. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
With respect, I just can't accept the proposition put forward by my friend. His own leader has received funding in his riding of Laurier-Sainte-Marie, $685,000 for Theatre d'Aujourd'hui. Furthermore, our government has, for every community in Quebec and every community across Canada, accelerated the existing Building Canada Fund. And this is... Sorry, Madam Speaker. I'm sorry, Madam Speaker. I seem to have a frog in my throat.
Take a couple of minutes to recover.
Madam Speaker, but to be blunt, I'm just caught at such a surprise by the member opposite's proposition. I just can't believe it. In fact, in the riding of Laval Multipurpose Sports and Cultural Complex, $15.8 million, Madam Speaker, and we've accelerated the existing Building Canada Fund and helped more projects move forward. The riding of Trois-Rivières, Amphitheatre de Trois-Rivières, $13.2 million, and the riding of Quebec Augustine Monastery Museum, another $15 million. But, Madam Speaker, how they've really benefited is through the gas tax fund. We've doubled the funding, we've accelerated it, and I see my time is up. But
I will come to the Parliamentary Secretary's rescue with his throat. The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, the House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.